Okay.
And we're live. The day is here, the day we all prepared for, the day that we have been waiting for, the day I am nervous. I'm so nervous. Bro, I'm so nervous. I got this shit. Ultimate Rescue. You add it to the water, it makes you feel better. My friend gave it to me when I was having some anxiety issues like a few years ago. Man, this is what are you looking forward to today? Hello?
Yo,
Yo, what are you looking
yeah,
forward to today?
I'm looking forward to the Raptors pick. That's number one, and the second one is how's the song, man?
Second was what?
Yeah, man, the second one is I'm looking forward to what Washington Wizards are going to do, man. I'm hyped for that one.
Yeah, and I'm expecting a lot of big names to move around a little bit today as well. Like we might see a Derek White trade. I doubt it. We might see
Yeah,
a Cam Johnson trade. I'm actually pretty confident that that one is going to go down. We'll see. There's going to be some teams, maybe the OKC Thunder, the Brooklyn Nets. They have multiple picks. The Hawks used to have multiple picks. They don't have multiple picks anymore. There's some teams that have moved in to the top, 14, top 16 range. Obviously, Memphis taking 16 from Orlando. That's going to be a really big thing. And of course, Phoenix at 10. That adds a very different wrinkle to the situation, right? So there's gonna be a lot of stuff. Obviously, we're gonna have you guys covered. Welcome to our watch party for the draft. I'm sure as the draft rolls around 8 o'clock, we're gonna have 500, 600, 700 people. If you want to help the show, there are a few things you can do right away. If you're watching this later, you can also do these things. It does not hurt to like this video. It actually helps the algorithm know that you support this channel. Number two, what you can do if you are perusing and you want to listen to us in the background, but you want to catch up on a little bit of scouting and you want to just check out somebody on DraftStack or, on Substack who has some insight into some of these prospects, definitely go check out Ersin's work. I've linked his Twitter in the bio, so definitely go check him out on Twitter, and his Substack is linked on his Twitter bio. Also, if you want to support this channel in any way, super chats are always welcome. E-transfers are welcome, and if you want to support Ersin directly, you can certainly send him PayPal. I've also linked that in the description to those of you who know how to use PayPal and like PayPal. Someone's saying Sham Bomb. Okay. We'll check that out right now. And I'm just gonna let y'all know if this is the first of many prank calls on Shams. Like, oh my god, here comes, Oh, come on, man. That's not a Shams bomb, but okay, cool. It is a report from Shams that the first draft pick trade of the night, the San Antonio Spurs are trading
38
the
to the Pacers.
38th pick in tonight's NBA draft to the Indiana Pacers for a future second round pick and cash. Sources say, okay, all right. Okay, so we're gonna have X open for sure. We'll have this open. Let's make us a little bit bigger here. So we'll have X
I'm
open.
expecting a lot of trades, man. For some
Yeah,
reason, I have the feeling like the Thunder are gonna either trade in the top 10 or the Celtics, man. One of the two.
absolutely. I'm expecting a lot of crazy shit as well to happen. That's going to be interesting. I was going to record this draft because I'm doing these lives, I don't get to watch the draft like everybody else, and I just decided to forget it. I'm not going to record it. But if Carter Bryant goes 9, I'm going to be sad I didn't record it. But hopefully there's like hundreds of other people that record it and they can send it to me.
There's
Oh,
a lot of instances, man, where teams don't work out a guy and they pick him.
facts.
It's never one on one because these guys already watch these players all year. They don't see them shooting in their empty gym. Yeah, that's the only difference.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man. That's
There's
why I think the Ace Bailey one could be scary. I think he will go 3.
I
That
don't
would make sense.
that's very interesting that you think he's going to go 3. So I want to actually pull up Kevin O'Connor's mock draft. He said that this is very plugged into what the intel around the
Yeah.
league. There's something very interesting about this mock draft. For the second or third mock draft in a row, he has linked John Tonji at 39 to the Toronto Raptors. Wisconsin product, had a great season this year. Incredible season, incredibly efficient. But everything prior to that was not so great. What are you buying? Is it a small sample size or is this
You have
real?
to factor in the Cameroonian connection, man. I think Tanjay's father is Cameroonian, and I think Tanjay itself grew up in the United States. I think he's born in Michigan. But yeah, he makes sense because of experience, a big-bodied guard,
Hmm.
and yeah, the Raptors is they have maybe one guard in quickly, and they have 1-5 in Pearl, and the rest is all wings, man. So why not add another one? I think that's the crazy part about the Raptors. But Tanjay makes sense with the Cameroonian connection.
That's interesting because Noah Essengue also has a Cameroonian connection on his dad's side. His dad is Cameroonian. And so if the Toronto Raptors end up picking Noah Essengue and John Tanjay, then that will be two Cameroonian players. That would be very interesting.
I would like the Noa Essengue pick, honestly, for the Raptors because if I look at their position at the four, they probably have primary ball handlers all around the floor, right? And Noa Essengue is not really that ball handler, but he can, play off of other guys' gravity. One of the biggest strengths that he's shown at Ulm is the way that he got downhill and get to the rim and get
What
foul attempts, man. That's one of the biggest traits that he's developed so well this season.
what do you make of his recent, let's call it production fall off? Right? I mean, he
Mhm.
hasn't played very much. I'm glad that you tweeted out in support of him because he left
Yeah,
Ulm and some people were making a negative point out of that. I think Ulm is very happy that he is at the draft representing their
yeah.
club. Number
And they're
one,
gonna
this
get
is
money, man, for him.
exactly, it's like a transfer. Like these guys don't understand. So that to me is strange. Are there any, let's call it locks. Let's call it locks, okay? Let's go through the first round. What are like, okay, we know Cooper Flagg to Dallas is a lock, right? What are the other locks? I'll give you some examples of consistently mocked players. Walter Clayton to Miami feels like that's always their guy.
Yeah.
Cedric Coward to OKC. That feels like that's just their guy. What are some other locks? Dylan Harper to San Antonio. That's a lock. What are the other locks?
I'm going a little bit. It's not a lock, but for me, it's a lock. I'm going with Fears to Washington. I think that one makes sense.
You
They
okay?
need
So
the
so
paint generator, the rim
would they
pressure.
pass up on him if Ace Bailey is there though?
They should. They should. I think because you can get a guard next year as well. Let's say they're lucky in the lottery, they get Darren Peterson. That's a win for them. But if you go with Fears at 6, I love that pick because he brings everything that Carrington doesn't have with the rim pressure. And he can play off of CJ McCollum, for example, learn from him because they have his expiring contract now. And it's a 1 year deal, right? So he's going to use it as a developmental year for them. And I expect something like Bill Koulibaly. I think he got the minutes, but he was gradually giving that position that he's now as the team's number one, number two option. I think Fierce is going to have the same thing. I like that one. I think Malowauch to Pelicans, yeah, that man makes sense as well. But honestly, I hope, wishful thinking, that he's off the board. I hope that he goes to the Hornets because he makes too much sense for them. They have to move off the Williams chapter after they traded him and he went back. That's done, man. I think keeping
Mhm.
him is malpractice. And they have to stop betting on these guards slash wings because you have Brandon Miller, you have LaMelo Ball, and then you have to make a decision if you want to trade both. I think the Colin Murray-Boyles one to the Bulls makes a lot of sense as well.
To the Bulls. Okay, so Johan Beranger currently is mocked to the Bulls according to Yahoo Sports. Colin Murray-Boyles, ironically, was my pick in our mock draft today for the Players' Choice panel to number 11 because I just love the defensive stuff that they're doing, especially
Yeah,
now that they've added Drew Holiday. But there's a lot of players that could actually fit that mold, and Carter Bryant could be one of them as well. He said he's modeled his game after Tumani Kamara. Who better to learn from than Tumani Kamara? Now, if the Raptors do in fact pick Noah Essengue, a couple of things come to mind, and I brought this up in a couple of lives, back to back, but I'll give you my thoughts on it as well. Asked who do you compare your game to, whatever, who do you model your game after, who do you watch? He says Scotty Barnes, Pascal Siakam, Kawhi Leonard. Okay, like come on, man. Like, okay,
they
there's
don't have
different ways.
anything in common.
Well, they're all long wings that do, multi-positional stuff defensively. So I get what he's saying. He's definitely not Kawhi. He's definitely not Scotty Barnes. That to me is a really weird thing. Number one, he is not Scotty Barnes at all. Scotty's a great playmaker. Scotty's been a great playmaker since he was 14 years old. He is not a great playmaker. So I understand, like, maybe defensively he's talking about it. Uh, I certainly see the Pascal Siakam stuff, but why bring up Kawhi Leonard? You're not a two dribble pull up guy. You don't have a post game to speak of. You're not 6'6". You're not a shot creator. It's such a strange thing. I'm certainly assuming he didn't watch Kawhi in high school, which is what Carter Bryant's
Yeah.
dad did. So that was a weird thing, and it just felt like he was name dropping a bunch of Raptors, and a lot of people went kind of OD on it, and they said, "Listen, like this means he has a promise from the Raptors." I think this is the ultimate smokescreen. Or he's coming off of a visit to Toronto, and those are the three players who were on the wall when he was here. So he's thinking about those three players, maybe, But I'll
Yeah.
tell you, like, I was reading a draft book, like a scouting book one time, or scouting paper from Daryl Morey, and they were talking about Satnam Singh. I don't know if you remember Satnam Singh from IMG Academy,
Yeah, the
and
Indian guy, right?
yeah, the Indian guy, and they asked him, like, who do you model your game after? And he said Shaquille O'Neal. And they were like, it was at that point that we knew Satnam Singh was not going to be an NBA player, So yeah, I'm like, that's kind of where I'm at right now. What the fuck?
I don't know. He
Spammers.
reminds me of Harrison Barnes, man. The Golden State Warriors Harrison Barnes.
Noah,
The defensive versatility one. I like that one, man.
do you like
Harrison
Nicolas
Barnes.
Batum as a comparison?
Nah, he's not the ball handler like Batum. I don't really like that one. I think Batum is the jumbo guards swingman. I think he's more of that mold. With Essengue, I see a lot of Harrison Barnes from when he won a ring early in his career before he got the contract, in his second team. I like the one especially with the defense, because that's just going to be his primary role. But
Right.
the transition to today's NBA is the rim pressure, and that's the biggest investment that the Raptors should make. Because if this guy's fluidity and how he gets downhill is only going to get better, man. And especially with NBA spacing. And in Europe, you don't have the 3 second rule, but he
Hmm.
beat his man underneath the basket as well with his physicality.
Right.
I think that's the biggest investment that they're going to make with his how he's going to master his body. I like that one, man. And I read someone now he's going to Ersin that he
Yeah.
has a promise from which team it was, man. I think it was
Spurs.
not the Spurs. I think it was at 16, man. That he got a promise at 16 that he's not gonna fall further than that.
From Memphis? Yeah, I could see that. That seems like their type of player. That
Yeah,
totally feels like their type of player. Another guy who feels like a lock is probably Nick Clifford at 17. Now, I wouldn't be shocked if he goes a little bit higher. He's a very productive player, very valuable archetype, but also, like, he's almost 24 years old. Like, this is the John Tonje thing, right? Like, he's older, right? And I think that matters when
yeah.
you're talking about judging production, but he's grown over those years. So I kind of wonder, where is he? Kasparis Yakushonis, obviously, this was a player who was hyped to hell as a top 5, top 6, top 7 guy. He's fallen down a little bit. Rasheer Fleming in this mock draft falls all the way to 30. PENSARE falls to 31. That would be surprising. I think Adu, I don't know where you are on Adu, last I checked, but I'm pretty
I
damn
was late
high.
first round. But I
Yeah,
like
like
it. People have him higher, and I can't disagree with that, because
Adu
the
versus
guy's
Drake.
body changed so much.
Adu
I'll
versus
go with
Drake.
Adu.
Me too. Yeah. So that to me is now here's the question for you. You know how I feel about Carter Bryant. Forget how I feel about Carter Bryant. You have your own analysis on Carter. If the Raptors pick Noa Essengue over Carter Bryant, Colin Murray-Boyles, and I'm not going to include Cedric, just those two guys, because it's really the same archetype in a sense. Like,
Yeah.
Carter's the best shooter, Colin's a
Mm,
non-shooter, Noah's a developing shooter. All three are multi-positional defenders. All three play the 3-4. Is there a chance that Noah is the best player in that group? And what are those chances for you?
I think the archetype matters here. I think Carter Bryant is just that ultimate glue guy type of mold. He's going to play the 3-4. And Noah is that, swing for the fences, a clean blueprint. He doesn't really have an NBA role. That's where I struggled with the entire season. What's his NBA role? Because he's skilled enough to play the 4, but he's not physical enough to play the 5. And those two positions are going to be his positions. And he measured out, I think he's listed at 6'9" here, but I think he was measured at 6'10" or something barefoot. So he's basically 6'11" in shoes
Right.
when he did the combine stuff in Europe, because the season was still ongoing. He couldn't attend the combine or Treviso Eurocamp.
Mm-hmm.
And his role should be 4 or 5. But Carter Bryant can be a 2, a 3, and a 4, man. So role versatility, Carter Bryant wins it. But in terms of long-term potential, swinging for the fences, I would go with Noah. But there's no wrong with both. I would really go for Colin Murray-Boyles if I were Raptors because they need floor spacing, man. And taking
Is it
another
fair to say
non-shooter is not
Colin's
good.
just a much, 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 much better player than both those guys right now, though?
Yeah, 100% as of now. As defenders, 100%. I think Connor Bryant can only beat him in the long term. I think Noah's value, especially, is going to be with his switchability and offense. And he's praised for the defensive potential, but his body's changing so much, man. I think that's taking quite some years to develop that. Just like Edu Tiero had at Kentucky, his body was changing from his freshman year to right now, and he's still growing into his body. So I think that's one of the main reasons why he's a bit lower. He's an older guy, but he should be treated as a freshman as well.
You
And
talking about
Calipari
Colin
doesn't give
Murray-Boyles?
you no about Edu Tiero because John Calipari doesn't hold long on to guys that are NBA guys. They're always one and done. But he kept Adu Tiero, and I saw that he coached his father as well. I think it was at Memphis or at the
Yeah,
school before that. So he has rich history, and Calipari is the best when developing NBA talent. And I like Edu. I think he should go higher. But let's say teams from 16 to 24 are not competing with each other. Why pick him there? So I can understand why he's falling. But in terms of I beating your draft value, that's the first guy I would name. It's almost ridiculous that the guy like with his physical frame, with his tools, is going at what 28. Yeah, man, that's crazy. He should be top 20 pick. And Kasparas is the same thing, but I think Kasparas is the biggest smokescreen of everyone. He could go 6 to Washington, and we're all maybe surprised now looking at these mock draft. But as you said, he was hyped as a top 5 pick the whole year. Why is he at 16 now? That doesn't make sense. That
recency
doesn't add
bias.
up. Yeah,
Recency bias. He
and he
struggled towards
he
the
had a
end.
bad second year. Yeah, when players they figured him out in Big Ten play. But for
Right.
me, that's never an issue because let's say Ben Suraf is a one-hand dominant player. He will adjust in the NBA because he must adjust to stick. And with Kasparas, it's the same thing. And despite him not being a great athlete, he always creates space. And he defers to his step back too much, so that's not a good thing. But he gets ways to get to the foul line as well. Why he's not a good athlete? He does everything on craft. Not as player comparisons, because that's crazy if I say that, but Luca is the same type of game. He's beating you physically and with his ability to play the angles, to get himself downhill and get to the stripe. Kasparas has a similar type of style, which I like. But in college basketball, with the spacing, yeah, it's not good, man. So Kasparas had to defer to his step back too much. I don't think he's going to do that in the NBA, but he doesn't make sense for me. I'm lower on him, but if he goes top 10, I'm not surprised because that's the range all year.
Well,
I can't imagine that Intel changes now.
what's interesting is this draft board actually has the craziest outcome for the Wizards, where they get number 6 Ace Bailey, and guess who they get at
Yeah,
number 18? Derek Queen. So
nah, that's crazy.
holy shit, if that actually happens, what a nutty outcome, because they get two guys who I think a lot of people would swear up and down are top 5
Yeah,
players in this draft. Look, it at this point, it's very difficult to say, and it will be difficult to say for a long time, who's right and wrong. Obviously, when you see it, right? But I swear last year at Summer League, I was convinced that Reed Shepard was going to come out and win Rookie of the Year. When I saw him at Summer League last year, he was incredible. Like, he had a command for the game that was like next level. And he goes to the NBA level, struggles shooting, struggles with physicality, struggles with size. He looks small out there. So it's like you never know, right? That's what these guys get paid millions of dollars to do. They get paid millions of dollars to project. Marion Boost with a super chat saying, "Don't be nervous. It's a deep draft. Raptors always get their man." Mark and Marion, appreciate you guys very much for all that you do for this community. Thank you so much. Don't be nervous. I wish it was that easy for me to not be nervous, but I am an anxious wreck right now. I'm anxious because I've put 5 months into scouting this draft. I've gotten invested in these prospects. Emotionally, I'm very invested in their stories. I want to see how it works out. I'm also invested in my own story about how right or wrong I'm going to be about these guys, because we never know. I don't think I've never had a perfect board. Like, there's always
nah, I
embarrassing,
mean,
What's your biggest miss?
Killing Days. I had Killing Days as the number one player, man.
Oh God.
And looking back, I'm not still standing by it, but I've here still stand by it because of the production at Ulm at that age was just special. And I think in terms of the
Does that not
potential
scare
that
you
Higgs
from those
had,
orange jerseys?
nah, I don't know, man.
No?
I think French guards scare me, but it's always the other side of the coin is that most people from America, if they see one player fail from a certain country, they assume all players fail. Just like Hansen Yang. I'm not a Yang guy, but players are the guys are mentioning other Chinese players. Yeah, what if he's
Mm,
this guy? And that's not irrelevant. This is a country of almost 1.5 billion people. How can you assume that even they are still close to the same? But also coming back to Reed Shepard, there was an actual interesting point. I was on a Celtics podcast the other day,
mhm,
and we talked about Baylor Scheiman, and then this guy asked Mazzulla himself, "What's the biggest must for Scheiman to hit the floor?" And he said, defensive reach, defensively holding your ground. And Udoka is also from the Celtics, and they work together. And I'm assuming they share a similar thoughts. But Reed Shepard, defensively, he was not near the same guy that he was in college. I think that's why the Rockets couldn't afford to play him. Why would
mhm.
you play him if he can't stay on the floor? So that's one of the biggest reasons why I'm lower on these one and done guys in terms of being impactful players right away.
Mm. We have breaking news. So a video has surfaced of Khan Knipple participating in a rap video, and this may affect his draft stock, and he may be gang affiliated. So this is Khan Knipple, flashing up with the homies, and it's sorry to say, it's a huge red flag. Khan Knipple, shout outs to Muhammad, our guy Muhammad. So this is
Yeah,
bad
shout
news.
out to him, man.
Also, this kind of helps. This kind of helps me like him a little bit more. I'm not gonna lie, I like it, but maybe NBA GMs will feel very differently about this. So, shout outs to Khan. Uh, I hope he gets invited to the cookout. Okay,
That was one
man.
funny thing when I listened to the Field of 68. It was a couple of months ago. Do you remember the Dave Chappelle skit with the racial draft? And this guy was saying that we as the black folks, we are drafting Concanoople. It immediately reminded me when I saw the video.
Okay. We do not have any other trades to announce right now, so
Yeah,
we are just ruminating. I'll tell you one of my biggest draft misses: Jabari Smith, number one over Paolo and Chet.
yeah,
Was
that's not
very
a miss,
torn.
man.
It was
It's
a
all
miss.
context.
It was a miss for sure. So that was one. I had Rayon Rupert 13th on my board.
Me
Oops.
too. I had him as a top 10 pick.
Oh
I
my
was
god.
a
Okay.
believer of his as a two-way wing, but yeah, it never materialized. I have a lot of misses. I was high on CD Sissoko. It's almost like I'm a homer with these European players, while I'm not French. I don't understand French. I don't like the language that much because I can't speak it, and with my horrible accent, I will never be able to speak it. But that's a reputation that you get that you are from one continent.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think something that I've learned with draft evaluation is you have to examine your biases and you have to see your biases
Yeah,
because they're going to consistently blind you. I had a bias against white American born players who are wings because Adam Morrison,
yeah,
just burned. So I just kind of just learned to just see them differently. And after a while, I was just like, okay, if there is a white prospect, if there is another Christian Brown, I'm not going to miss on this guy. They're Con Knipple, Cooper Flagg. I walked into this draft cycle saying Cooper Flagg was overrated. And then I watched him play at Duke and I was like, oops, my bad. My bad. I'm wrong. That was very stupid. So yeah, you just got to course correct. And I have a very large, like the way you feel about European prospects. That's the way I typically feel about African prospects. Really like prospects of African descent. I don't know why. It's maybe because I'm a Raptor fan or I'm like really huge fan of Masai Ujiri. But it's like, man, Christian Koloko, Pascal Siakam, OG Anunoby, this is my team. So rooting for Scotty Barnes significantly over Jonathan Kaminga, even right now, rooting for Carter Bryant over Noah Essengue, or come on Malawach, right?
yeah,
That's best big deal for me. So it's just about like getting a little bit more clear on your biases and then, getting past it. Because I mean, people have biases all the time. Like people have biases towards their alma mater. Maybe they hate a particular school. Like they hate Baylor. Well, if they hate Baylor, maybe you're gonna hate VJ Edgecombe. You're gonna hate Davion Mitchell. Like VJ Edgecombe has nothing to do with Davion Mitchell. Has nothing to do with Jacoby Walter. They just went to the same school. Some people have a huge bias for blue bloods. Like they just like guys who go to Duke and Kentucky. Like they like these guys, right? Red Salute says Ersin looks like he lifts. Is this true? Do you lift?
Nah, man, I'm not fit at all, man. I have to work out. That's my biggest issue. And I'm talking myself into the idea as a father of two. I don't have time, but that's nonsense, man. If I have the time to do this, I have the time to work out. I have to work out. I appreciate it, man. But I don't lift. I lift the remote control to change channels, man. That's all I do.
Oh, you gotta love it.
Yeah,
We
man.
are 20 minutes away from the NBA draft officially starting. I think the first pick isn't in until 9:30. Am I wrong?
I don't know. They with the American television. That's why I stopped watching live games. The amount of ads, the nonsense around it is crazy, man.
Hmm.
I think they're gonna stall it as much as they can, and of course, Shams is gonna steal the hype and announce it 5 minutes before, like he always does. He even did it with the NFL, right? So that's him showing his influence. That's
Yeah.
crazy. But I like it. I like how someone can be that influential. It's almost absurd,
Hmm.
in such a large country.
Yeah. Uh, Andrew saying the amount of betting ads make me sick, bro. Yeah, that's exactly why we're never ever going to be sponsored by a gambling company ever.
Yeah, it's so normalized, man. Tomorrow's game, Baylor at Kansas. The Lions are at 6.5 on or over. I'm like, okay, why does it even matter, man? You're forcing people to bet and gamble. I think that's a bad thing. And it's so normalized. It's almost dangerous.
Mm. Yeah, I mean that's kind of where it's funny. I don't believe in sports gambling. I hate pushing it. I would never push it on this channel. Obviously they have a sports betting sponsorship on Player's Choice. And what's interesting is when they start talking about it a lot, it starts to enter my frame of vision. So then I start talking about it like, oh, the Knicks were favored by 5 points coming into this game. And people be like, you gamble? No. I'm like, no, I don't. But that's just how I'm letting you know how
Yeah.
Vegas feels. So it's kind of entered the lexicon of how we talk about sports. Like even when a player underperforms, right? Like let's say Halliburton is like has 12 points, and people be like, "Oh, he should have taken the under." Like it's just a part of how we talk about sports. You know what I mean? So yes. Do.
I don't
Appreciate
know,
you.
man. For me, the biggest thing in this draft is going to be the trades. I'm looking forward to one team trading into the lottery. I'm either going top 10, either going the Thunder or the Celtics. I think the Celtics can afford to swing for the fences because they cleared their books basically, and they
Mhm.
can now make a decision to give other players some more runway, man. I was hoping they would keep, one of the two guys, Porzingis or Drew, but they have two good trades. I think I can't blame what they did. I think
Right.
if I were a prospect in the lottery, I would love to go to the Celtics right now. That would make too much sense, man, in terms of opportunity to play with Tatum out, and it's going to
Mm,
open a lot of things for other guys. And for me,
facts.
the other thing is what are the Grizzlies going to do? That's the biggest question mark for me. They traded Bane, they have depth, but what's their vision? Are they trying to compete? Are they slowly rebuilding, not trusting Morant? It doesn't really add up to me why they traded Bane away. Maybe they're betting on Jalen Wells and Vince Williams coming back and GG having a good year. I don't know, man.
Mhm.
Is it consolidation or is it a slowly partial rebuild? I don't know.
Well, initially, when they made the trade, you were like, wow, they have the perfect pieces to go out and get
Yeah,
Kevin Durant. And then Kevin Durant
sold
goes
high.
to Houston. So now it's like, oh, okay. So is Ja available? Is Jaren Jackson available? Jaren Jackson's a very interesting trade candidate because he only makes $23 million next year. So hypothetically, if you're the Toronto Raptors, you don't have to give up 50 million, $45 million of salary to make it work. I think Jaren Jackson would fit in very well with what the Raptors want to do, but I think you would have to give up so much to get him. You'd have to give up
Yeah.
RJ, number 9, probably 2026, probably 2028. Like you'd be giving up that and maybe more. Tariq saying, is Ersin from Toronto too? No, he is not.
Nah. Nah, I'm from the Netherlands, man. I have Turkish heritage, but I'm born and raised in the Netherlands. Yeah, man. The Substack helps me a lot. I'm really confident in my English nowadays. For me, a couple of years back, I'm okay with it because I'm lucky in the Netherlands. They teach English very well. But no writing. I'm getting better at it. I'm not perfect at it, but at least the accent tells a lot. But if you ignore the accent, I think I'm doing decently.
I think you're speaking English better than 85% of the Players' Choice chat. So yeah, and
Yeah.
I have a real affinity for Dutch everything because so I run a film festival here, Pendance, and we program more Dutch films over the last 4 years than probably any festival in this country. Like we
There's
in
a lot of
20
creative people here.
oh my god, yeah. Do you know this guy named Ben Brand? Have you heard of him?
No,
So yeah, he made this incredible film called "Find This Dumb Bitch and Throw Her in the River."
no, I don't know. I'm not really that much of a film guy, man.
Mm,
And my film is only hoops. I have Netflix, but that's more for the kids, man, when they watch it.
yeah. So okay, this guy's so funny. He says L Pen. Like, okay, there will be no tomato throwing
The
today.
Apple.
Behave or fuck off. Okay, I'm not interested in your virtual tomato
I
throw.
no, I was looking at the reactions of our mock draft with the Zero and Mohammed. I think you got too much criticism for that trade, man. I was thinking about it. I'm underselling that number 10 pick. I'm taking RJ back. RJ is not the future pick for the Nets. I was like, I'm not doing myself a favor here. OJ was a sweetener, which makes it acceptable for me. But I
Mhm.
was surprised with the amount of backlash that you got, man.
People are irrationally high on 20
On
point
draft picks.
20 point per game scorers. No, like
Yeah.
that's why they're so upset. They're like, "Ah, I can't believe we traded this."
And it's top 10 protected next year, right? So it could be 16. And next
Totally.
year's draft is loaded, I agree. It's much stronger than this year, but let's say it was unprotected, yeah, that would be crazy, man. Let's say the Raptors have injuries and they have a bad year. I'm potentially getting Darren Peterson, AJ Depends.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the fun thing about the draft. So many perspectives, man. There's no good or wrong, in my opinion. I think you're only wrong if you're only sticking to consensus, if you don't have any opinion.
Mm,
And unfortunately, that's a big part of draft Twitter, man. It's almost like, for example, Nolan Traore is one of my biggest example. He was a top five pick preseason. You're crazy if you don't have him top five. People don't like him now. Diego Demon, the first couple of games at BYU, yeah, he's a top five pick, man, best guard in the
Let me ask
class,
you a question.
etc. And now he sucks.
Nolan Traore, if he had come to Kansas, Arkansas, whatever, I think he's probably a top 10 pick.
Nah,
Am I
could
wrong?
be. I think he would struggle with the physicality in college. He's
Think
more
so?
of an angles player, more of a, fundamentally sound. I think that's why Europe fit him better, and he played
Mm,
at the team that was also giving him the keys. So the context to go to college was not so good. And I
mhm,
think many guys made mistakes because, for example, Myro Little, the Finnish guy, he went to Baylor while he was touted as a top 10 pick. Even the Bucks had one, who worked for Philly now as a scout. He had him as a potential top 10 pick as well. And I was very high on Myro Little, but I think he played at Utah this year in the Big 12, and
mhm.
no one really heard about him again. A lot of European guys are making mistakes by going to high majors while they're physically not ready. They should go to mid majors. I think with Nolan, it's the same thing. Physically, he would struggle.
But you're cool with
He-
Neoklas Abdallas doing it?
yeah, he's a lottery level talent. I believe in that. And
Hmm.
he goes to a program which is a power five, but he gets the keys, because Virginia Tech is not built around certain players. He's going to be their guy. And he said in an interview with Rafael Barlow, I'm a guard. But in Greece is very traditional in that regard. They play point guards, true points. So for Abdallah to play as a guard was impossible because he's 6'8". So he was always
Mhm.
used as a three, as a four,
Yeah.
until they discovered that he's very good on the ball. So he can play more as a shooting guard rather than a point. But he feels like he's a point. And I think that's why he went to Virginia Tech to get the opportunity to show that he can play as a point. If
Right.
the experiment fails, he still has money, man, because he's getting more money there than he would get as a late first round pick, which was his range realistically.
It's
He was not going to be
interesting.
top
This archetype of big playmaker, like Cade was rare. Luca was rare. Now it's so common. Kasparis, Yegor, right? Like we're seeing multiple, big playmakers from Europe, and now we're seeing Neoklas Abdalas do the same thing. This is a trend. But what's interesting is there's so many European guys who can handle pass shoot well enough to play
Yeah.
Division 1 basketball at like a lead initiator level, but they can't guard the one. So it's always like a little bit weird. I'm actually really dubious about this because I watched Kasparis before he got here, and I'm like, I wasn't necessarily higher on him than I was on Hugo Gonzalez. So maybe I'm wrong. Anyways, I interrupt
No,
this
that makes
draft.
sense.
Yeah,
That
I
makes
interrupt this
sense.
drafting to show you guys the trailer of the film I was literally talking about. Let me pray that this does not get us a copyright strike. But I just wanted to show you. This is one of my favorite Dutch films. Hold on, it's a trailer. It's quick. Hang on. Ah, fuck.
Hou hem er vast, jongen. Hier.
Yeah,
Zo?
it is Dutch.
Ja, weg.
Soms ben jij zo'n baby, hè? Weet je dat?
Een baby? Hoezo ben ik nou weer een baby?
Hoppa. Gast, ik heb geen make-up
They
op.
go in the emotional tone, man, because Dutch people are dog people, just like Americans.
Absolutely. And the cinematographer of this is also Dutch. He is incredible. Like I will shout him out later for sure, but he is like one of the best cinematographers in the world. I interviewed him some years ago. But yeah.
Ik heb dit gefilmd. Hé, gasten!
Dat heb jij gefilmd.
Dat is wel hard, hè?
Het is echt fucking ziek.
Dat is stort, hè? Dat is slecht, man.
This video was posted on YouTube, and online communities went crazy.
Now, of course, it being the internet, they say terrible things should happen to her, etc., etc. Nobody's surprised by that. Now, what do you think should have happened?
Waar zitten je hersens, man? Beseffen jullie, godverdomme, wat dat kan betekenen voor onze handeliers?
Papa! Denk me niet dat ik ooit nog een baby zal aanraken. We moeten naar de politie.
Wat kunnen die doen?
Die kunnen mij beschermen.
Tegen wat?
Tegen die mensen.
Wat schat je met die mensen die wonen aan de andere kant van de wereld?
It's based on a true story. Actually. It's based on a true story of a girl from Bosnia. And the viral video was basically she was throwing these blind, I think it was like defective blind puppies. And it was just cultural practice that it was okay to throw them in the river. And her brother or somebody videotaped it, and it went totally insane. It was a social critique of viral outrage, the react before thinking. And they had, I think it was, Michael Bay offering $50,000 for her identity. This was a child, you know what I mean? And she was just doing
Yeah.
what her father said to do. So I don't know. To everyone out there, watch independent movies, watch Dutch films, man. Netherlands producing some of the greatest films of my life. And if anyone wants to call in and talk to us, you can definitely call in. Link is in the
Yeah,
description.
that would be awesome, man.
Yeah, we're happy to take some callers. Okay.
5 minutes away.
The
Excluding
first
the
pick
ads,
will
of
be
course.
8:15. The first pick will be 8:15, from what I understand. Also, I don't have my
Yeah,
phone on me. Shit.
But I like what Dallas did, actually. They extended Kyrie. They extended Gafford. I think they're showing Flag, okay, this is the team that we're rolling with. Don't worry. You're going to get a fair chance, and we're going to compete as
Yeah.
much as we can. But next year, the NBA is so unbalanced, man, because the East is wide open because of all the injuries. Lillard out, Tatum out, Halliburton out. But the West can be like, have potentially 850 plus win teams because they're all going to steamroll over the East.
Yeah.
And then you have a team with 48 wins play a playing game, and then in the East you get a 40-win team play a playing game. That's the balance is not there anymore, man. I think it's time for expansion. 2 teams in the West, and then move Memphis or Minnesota to the East or something like that.
That would be smart. Yeah, that would be really smart. It's never really made sense to me that Minnesota is a Western Conference team, but obviously it sucks for the Raptors if they end up in the West. But the imbalance is, as you say, so great. FA saying, "Who you got, folks? I am all Noah or Malawach." Of course you are. FA
Efes by hemşerim. That's a Turkish name right there, man.
He's not Turkish, interestingly enough.
Really?
No, he's not.
FA can be an African name as well.
He is African. He says, "Who you got, folks?" Yeah. So he's been pushing Noah, Malawach, and also Ace Bailey propaganda for a really, really long time. Very interesting.
It should be one of the two, man. It should be. I'm hoping for you that it's Carter Bryant, but I'm all in about these decisions. I'm Noah at one, and Malawach, yeah, it makes sense if you build around other guys. But I would swing for the fences. I think swinging for the fences is the best thing because you have Jakob Poeltl, right?
This is my board. Cover your eyes. It's going to be bad, okay? Because I got Carter Bryant at 3. Okay, this is irrationally high for Carter Bryant, but that's where I'm at. I got Ace Bailey falling all the way down to 11.
That's good, man. That's you always have to swing for the fences on the board. You always have one outlier at least.
I mean, I'm more in line of I don't care. Like I don't need to have some freakish thing. Like I had Dyson Daniels 4th, and people thought I was insane, but that's because I genuinely believed he was 4th on my board. I'm not putting Dyson Daniels at 4 or Scotty at 3 because I want to create waves. I'm putting them there because that's where I think they belong. I'm putting Carter at 3 because I want to stand out. I'm putting Carter at 3 because that's where I think he's going to be. And of course I could see a world in which 7, 8, 9, 10 guys are better than him. Of course I could, but I also can't see a world in which he's not a top 10 player in this draft. That type of stability is very important to me.
Very long. I still have Trey at 2. Trey Johnson.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be a better player than Dylan Harper. But yeah, for me, it's not really put in stone that Dylan Harper is going to be the second best player. I don't know, man. I'm really on board on that take because after 2, it's wide open.
Michael, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, Michael?
You're muted. Unmute yourself. You gotta unmute yourself.
Nah, you're muted, man. It's
it says you're muted.
Corner,
now you're unmuted. But we don't hear you. But now you're muted again.
I had the same thing when we started the first couple of times. You remember? For some reason, if you log on to StreamYard, you either have some issues with the browser not getting the permission to the microphone, or that something else happens, man. Because I eventually managed to fix it, so right now I'm all good on the streams again. But I struggled with the same, man. So Michael, you're not the only one, man.
No, we can't hear you, man. It'd be funny if we could hear him, but we just kept telling him that we couldn't hear him. That would just be.
But that was actually the case, right? So.
Yeah, that was the case. We could hear you all along, Mike. No, I'm just kidding. Don't trip out. Okay, the StreamYard link is here. If you would like to call in, I really don't. It's great to have a conversation. Shout outs to the 500 plus of you in here. Please give this video a like on your way in as we move closer and closer to the draft. I'm sure we'll get close to 1,000 people in here. This is awesome. Michael, what's up? Can we hear you now? Hey, what's going on?
There we go. Okay, perfect. First of all, Ersin, nice to meet you, Ersin. My pleasure to go. You guys did a great job on that draft there. That was really fun to watch. Just wanted to commend you. That was my first time seeing you, so you're very, very intelligent and very bright when it comes to things. And I loved watching the negotiation tactics. You're ruthless. I love it. So honestly, one of the things I was thinking about was from that 11, 12, 13, 14 kind of range prior to the Thunder, after Phoenix. Are any of those teams, in your guys' opinion, willing to even entertain talking about making a deal? And if so, who would be the most likely team to go and say, even obviously I want Toronto to go and maybe get another lottery pick, that'd be great. But realistically speaking, would any of those teams be trying to move up, down, stick and pick? What are our thoughts? Because it does get kind of flat after, right? So I was just thinking, are any of these teams prioritizing a different direction? Or someone like Portland, so many different players. Are you trying to consolidate that into a certain one player? Or What are you guys' thoughts about
Cool.
that?
So I'm just going to go through real quick, and Ersin, you can do the same. So I'm just going to let you know if I think the pick will be moved or not. And I'll just let you know, no, possibly it'll be moved back. No, I don't think they will. Possibly. No, I don't think Washington will move. If they move, they'll move up. I don't think Pelicans are moving their pick. I think Brooklyn is trying to move up potentially, depending on what happens with I think Toronto's pick is in play. Yeah, 10 is in play. 11
Yeah,
is
they
not
can
in
move down.
play. Yeah, I don't think 11 is in play. I don't think 12 is in play. I don't think 13. It would take a major upgrade because they would have to be like, okay, we got Kristaps Porzingis. We're going all in. 13 might be in play. I don't think 14 is in play. 15 and 24 could be packaged to move up. Yeah, we could have a lot of activity, and it's not like a lot of these teams are very expensive, and having a 17th, 18th, 19th pick is a huge cost-saving hack. That's something that a lot of people didn't understand when I was doing that, trade with RJ. I mean, I gave up a lot, in that negotiation. RJ, Ochai, plus, a pick.
Yeah, but
Why did
you're
I do
buying
that?
cap relief. That's the price that you're paying.
It was exactly what I was doing. So a lot of people, they can't get their head around, how did you give up Kristaps Porzingis and just get back George Niang if you're the Celtics? It's like, bro, you need to think about this from the European perspective of buying and selling players as well. If you think about it from like clubs, in Europe, buying and selling the players, you just got $200 million back for trading Drew Holiday and and Kristaps Porzingis, $180 million in tax relief. So that was the purpose of the CBA, and that's how it's worked. Recruiter dude, what's good, man?
How you guys doing?
We're good.
Hey, what's up, man?
Vince,
what's going on, brother?
What's
a party.
good? What's good, man? Okay.
I'm glad we were able to. I'm glad we were able to all meet on this platform. What's going on, Ersin?
Hey, what's up, man? It is awesome. By the way, I think 14 should be in play.
I'm anxious, bro.
14 should be in play, man.
I got Physica. There's like my friend's she makes hundreds of thousands of dollars a year basically healing people of various ailments. And in 2019 I was having a brain surgery, so she put me on this stuff, and she's like, just put this in your water. It's like it helps you feel a lot less anxious. I haven't busted out in a long ass time. I think the last time was like the Scotty draft. But right now I'm just dropletting this shit into my water. It's
not called ketamine, is it?
No, it's called crack cocaine liquid form.
Oh, sweet.
I'm gonna be super wired real quick, bro.
So are we live?
Yeah, of
it's
course.
About to start.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Guys, I gotta say, every single year this comes around, and I say to myself, you know what? Whoever the Raptors pick, I'm sure it's gonna be the right pick. And every time they pick, I go, fuck. Because I wanted to be somebody else.
I'm so tense right now.
If the Essengue rumors are true, I don't know. I wasn't thinking Essengue for sure.
He's fine. I find it very weird that the Toronto Raptors would project their pick this much. Like, this is a team that Woj, Shams, they never get their pick. They never guess Toronto's pick. There's always like, you see how like the draft breakers, the news breakers, always like, Celtics pick so-and-so. This guy picks so-and-so. Spurs pick so-and-so. Toronto crickets. Every time, just crickets. They never know who the Raptors are picking. And there's a reason for that. The Raptors don't leak this shit because there's no advantage to letting people know who you're picking at 9. There's a lot of advantages to letting people know who you're picking at 1 because no one ahead of you. But maybe even time, 2, but not 9. You never let someone know who you're targeting at 9. It's a very stupid idea.
But the only difference this time around is it wasn't coming from the Raptors. It came from the kid himself. Like, he's the one who was interviewed. I don't know who dropped that the Raptors were the only team that he worked out for. But
they're not the only team he worked out for. So he also allegedly met with the Nets. I have no idea if he had chance to work out with the Nets. Allegedly, Derek Queen came to Toronto and then didn't work out with us. Ate some food, left.
It could be a bluff with Noah.
I hope. I kind of hope so. I mean, my gut is telling me that Carter got a promise up high. Like, and my guess is Utah. I feel like they'll pick Carter at 5, and all the stuff about Khan is a smokescreen from them, or if either VJ or Trey fall there, right? Or like I don't see them taking Ace. Like he does not come across as a Danny Ainge type of guy. Could be wrong for sure, but yeah, like I feel like Carter got a promise real up high, and so he's not gonna fall to the Raptors.
I don't think that's it.
No.
Now you have to
Right.
factor in the agent connection as well. Jan Balikuzu is one of the strongest, agents in Europe. He's of African descent as well, from France. Yeah, you have to factor in these things as well.
He's
And the
no
kid is
and
young.
he's
Maybe the media pressured him and then asked the right question, then he bited. It's a young kid.
and
Mistakes are easily made.
he's Noah's
It
agent.
would
Is that
make
right?
sense.
Yes, he's Noah's agent.
Okay.
But I mean, look, honestly, as I said it, I think I said it on the panel, or I said it on our big board episode. He was just in Toronto. He walked through the Scotiabank Arena. He saw a picture of Scotty Barnes. He saw a picture of Pascal. He talked about Kawhi. Like, Kawhi is what I hate to remind people this. Kawhi is what a lot of people associate with the Raptors across the world. People in France
Right.
think Scott Ersin, tell me I'm wrong or right, but like Kawhi is a huge part of Raptors lore.
You have the title, and Kawhi won it, so it's easy.
Exactly.
You're always
So,
connected.
Yeah. So like, I mean, if he feels either he's buttering us up by mentioning those three players specifically, or they're just fresh on his mind. I don't see a reason, if he is the guy and he happens to be the guy. I would say correlation is not causation. I would say this is a correlative event. It happens to be that he mentioned those players, and they also happen to pick him. I don't think that this is a causation thing of, because they're picking him, they have him deliberately going out there and wink messaging to Raptor fans. That would be very stupid. And
Right.
also, I brought this up earlier with Ersin. He doesn't remind me of Scotty Barnes or Kawhi Leonard at all. So it's a very weird thing to bring up.
Oh, he's like
These popular players.
I mean,
The popular players. In terms of versatility, defensive versatility is Kawhi. Scoring versatility is Paul George. Every scoring wing says, "I'm Paul George," because I want to be a good defender. It's always a couple of guys that people correlate themselves with.
Yeah.
He didn't really say crazy things, but the players have nothing in common. I think
Yeah.
he, as we discussed before, he's easy Harrison Barnes from the Warriors days. I think that's the type of mold that he is right now. But he wants to be Kawhi, of course. Who doesn't?
Yeah.
Right.
If anyone has a TV on in the background, please mute yourself or mute the TV. We can hear it. First thing.
That's
Second
probably
thing.
me.
Yes, Vanessa, you're saying Raptor trade, but I'm not seeing a Raptors trade. So this is going to be a first.
Don't do that. That freaked me out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rambling on my browser.
First and final warning on that. The next person who does it, I don't care if you're a 10-year, not 10-year. We've only been around for 3 years. I don't care if you're a 2-year community member. You're getting banned for that shit.
Yeah, you're gonna freak out. Right?
Don't do it, because you're head faking like 500 people and then probably 5,000 people who watch this after. Don't do that. Just don't do it. Ignore that little voice in your head that's like, "Hey, do I want to make 500 people really freak out for a second?" Ignore that voice. Be an adult. Don't do it. And if you do it, I need you to post a source. Otherwise, I'm not trusting you. If you say per Shams or whatever, so we're not all cycling around trying to find 7 different, it's a tense time, man. I'm popping this shit, okay? Don't fuck with me right now.
The Dallas War Room is hilarious. They're out here clapping and patting themselves on the back like they did something. They're hilarious. I'd be happy if I were them too. Let's be clear here, but that is hilarious. Also, guys, as each pick goes by, what an interesting little thing, because we know, I think one of the most overlooked things when it comes to these things is that the fit. Like, you're going to a team, they're going to have to try to develop you. Some teams suck at it. Some teams excel at it. And so one thing that would be a good thing as each pick kind of goes by is quickly just note, like, what's this fit going to be? Are they going to be able to maximize this person's potential, or is this going to be a bad scenario for this particular team? Because, like, you think about certain players, especially late 20s, like when we got OG or Siakam, if they go somewhere else, that we might have a completely different conversation about the role Pascal might have played in the finals just now, for example. So it's a huge factor in terms of fit.
Yeah, for sure. Breaking news: the Dallas Mavericks are selecting Cooper Flagg first overall.
Well, my board's done.
There you go. Yeah. So I mean, look, I think Cooper's fit in Dallas is brilliant. Ersin, what do you think? Like, I think he's going to have a chance to learn from three of the greatest players of NBA history. Klay Thompson, Kyrie Irving. He's going to participate in a winning, environment. He's going to have a big who can replicate a lot of what Kaman did for him and Derek Lively. And he's clearly the future. Like, he's immediately day one, he's the face of that franchise. He's not going to be the best player for a while, but that's good for him. And if any first overall pick was ready to come in and be a bit more of a complementary piece, it's probably him. He can play off ball. He can do what Scotty Barnes did, but better in his rookie year, in my opinion. So, yeah.
I don't think he's going to play off the ball because he has the ball in his hands. The Doncic touches are all his. Kyrie is injured, so he's going to lead the show for them. And if I look at their team, it's all around defenders. Gafford, Anthony Davis. And Klay doesn't need ball touches at all, man. I think Cooper Flagg is going to run the show. I think that's why they're so happy, because they don't have Luka back, but you're getting, quote unquote, a top draft prospect in terms of if you consider multiple years. And at Duke, Cooper Flagg was best when he ran the show, and he had the guys around him, and he has the guys around him in Dallas. So I'm not really believing in the agendas of the NBA giving them the number one pick because they wanted Luka in a bigger market, but he gets Luka's role, and that's so valuable, man. And if Kyrie is back, they're gonna split it. But Cooper already showed what he can do as a number one guy. But I think he should settle if Kyrie is back. It should be Kyrie's run to show. Show to run.
How far do you think Dallas goes?
Nah, the West is so loaded, man. They can win 50 games and be the 8th seed. It's crazy.
I think they could
it's
be
all
the
about the end of the season.
I think they could be.
I think the Thunder is going to be the number one seed. I think that one is quite certain, but after that, it's a crapshoot.
Yeah.
I think the Rockets are going to have something to say next year. They're looking very, very good after that KD trade for sure.
Yeah. I think they're great, and they kept all their ancillary pieces that could potentially help them facilitate another deal. Vince, I think your audio is having like intermittent static. I don't know how to explain it. There's something. I'm pretty sure it's you, because when I muted you, it went away, but then you're unmuted and it's back.
Can you hear it right now?
Not right now.
But
okay. It's gonna come 3, 4, 5 at some point. I'll let you know when it comes.
Let me know. Yeah, let me know if it does. I can just recase the AirPods.
Yeah.
How did you you were quite a ways ahead of where I am on the TV here. I feel like you called the Cooper Flagg pick like maybe a minute or a minute and a half before
you
it
have
came on.
No idea how early I was. I was in September when I called it.
Yeah,
I called it all the way from September.
Right, sure.
Oh yeah, no, and I'm talking September 2023. So
yeah, right.
Way back there. Yeah.
Is it the thing where it's coming? The picks are coming up on Twitter before they're hitting the screen?
No, I was cracking a joke.
Oh, okay. No. I get that. I get that. But also on this live, you said officially the pick is in like a minute or a minute and a half before I saw it on my TV screen. So
I think Shams is breaking it, man.
That's right.
TV is not relevant.
Broke it before Shams by a whole minute.
Right.
Newsbreaker of the year. Jack said, "Nah, Shams ain't tweeting." Well, who's tweeting then? we got to figure it out.
Right.
You got the right Shams. They don't have the Shams, Sharania.
Here, you want Rob Stradamus. Where's Noah Pendance gonna be drafted to? If you get that right.
Noah Penda.
Yeah.
Brooklyn, man. Brooklyn.
Yeah, because you drafted him to Brooklyn.
Yeah, I'm dying on that too. He's going to Brooklyn, man. They have 5 picks. They are keen on keeping him.
You know what? That's a really funny thing. Brooklyn owns 16.7% of the first round. So when you say someone's going to Brooklyn and they're a mid-first round pick, you're really, really going on a limb there.
Yeah, you're hedging.
Yeah. I wouldn't be super shocked if he went to Brooklyn or OKC. There you go. That's about 25% of the first round.
Well.
Yeah, there you
go. Justin T said the real draft begins at pick number 3.
I know. They should just pick. Yeah, they should just skip 1 and 2. Come on. We know what's going on. Unless there's a trade.
Who knows?
Unless there's a trade.
What about Dylan and Cooper's feelings, bro?
No, they won't be butthurt. They know we're going for 1 and 2. It's all good.
It's like we get it. You guys just get off.
That's right.
This is
Okay.
me wishful thinking, but I hope the Wizards take 2, trade for 2, and take Dylan Harper. I think that's a match made in heaven for them. But it is expensive to pick trade up to 2, man. It's not really their cup of tea. I think Dawkins is looking to add assets, not give away.
Mhm.
Well, it's expensive in terms of both capital you got to give up, but also like your salary,
and
right?
some
Like
players.
Zachary Richardson is getting paid. What I think it's $13 million per season right now on Atlanta. So these are the kind of things you got to think about when you're like, how much is the cost for bringing this guy in? And are we 100% sure that he's worth Wemby? It's a no brainer. But like for other situations, you're like, that extra couple $1 million is the difference between you bringing in a veteran that might get you over the top versus not.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Vince.
that
I
makes
mean, I had
sense.
to mute you. Your audio is going nuts, bro. So try to rehook your AirPods and see if we can get it back.
Yeah. Here. I'll just do it from here. 1 second.
Okay.
Everyone seems to think that Queen is going to Washington.
At
The
18
match
or
made
at
is in
6?
heaven. 6.
So, interestingly enough, Kevin O'Connor he did his mock draft today, and he had Queen falling to 18 to Washington. So either he has some bad intel, or because I've heard all day the Queen is going to fall, and typically when you hear that about a prospect, they actually do fall. Like
Yeah,
we were
just
hearing
like
Cam
Cam
Whitmore, exactly. I don't know, man.
Ersin, where's Queen? I love Queen. Where is he on your
I had him as
top
like
12?
5 or 6 range, man. When I'm evaluating these players, I always focus on skill and the physical tools. Those are the most 2 vital ones. And
Are
the
you like
physical
me? Are
tools
you
of athletically.
biased when it comes to guys who just live in the post and they have NBA ready post moves and footwork? I just love that.
It's a combination of multiple skills. If you're only a shooter, you're not gonna fail, even if you shoot 50%, because you're giving away so many other things. But Queen has to be facilitated as a hub. I think that's why teams are maybe careful in drafting a guy like that because of the defensive lapses. But in terms of skill, yeah, he's the most skilled big man in this class, and it's not even close.
Yeah.
And some team is gonna value that. I like the Pelicans fit for him, but they might go another route at 7. He would make a lot of sense because of even if they have Zion on the floor, don't have them on the floor, they have wings all around the place, so they can switch as much as they want. And that's why Queen would fit on that team. But let's say he goes to Washington, yeah, he's gonna play next to Sar, just as the Cavs play as a 2 big man lineup. I would love that idea as well. But if he falls to 18, that's a mess, man.
Rob, don't you think he would thrive under Scotty? Just Scotty would take him to the gym
Queen?
and just do those huge lunges together, and Scotty could just get him into shape. I think they would Queen would feed off of him potentially.
I think they're very similar. I think they're very similar players. 6'8", 6'9", plus wingspan, good playmakers, post hub potential. I just think the difference is Queen's a bad defender, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Now, again, I've never really seen him in a less featured role because he's been the man everywhere he's gone, basically. He's always been featured. He's always a big scorer. He's always, had that. But he's also always had weight issues. I don't like his motor off the ball. When I have motor concerns about a prospect, that to me is just a big red flag. So the talent is there, of course. I see it, but yeah.
What do you guys think about Santi Aldama? I think he's a UFA. What do you think about or maybe he's an RFA? I think he might be RFA. Either way, what do you think about a sign and trade to try to acquire him, and making a trade in that kind of going that route, kind of getting a big that I think is promising and everything of that nature.
And so, what do you think about Dylan Harper to the Spurs? You don't know. What about
Aldama is not going to be traded, man.
What about Noa
please just let
Essengue?
him go.
Okay, you go upstairs, okay, buddy. Good night, buddy.
If I were Memphis, there's no way I let Aldama go, man. I think he makes too much sense to keep for them.
He does. Yeah. There's 3. Am I behind or ahead when I'm watching? Are y'all seeing on TV, I'm assuming? 3 minutes and 26 seconds? Is that roughly where we're at?
I'm at 3:40, 3:30. Yeah, 3:35 right now.
Okay, cool. Okay, so I am I'm good. I can now watch the live reactions. Super cool. I got myself set up. The picks are stuff.
There's one idea that they have for the Spurs at 14. They want to win. They don't draft 2 rookies. I think they are open to to trade that pick.
The 14th?
Let's say with the Celtics. I think that would make sense. They can maybe, the Celtics don't have much to offer other than draft capital, but the Spurs are okay to move the drafts. They did with Rob Dillingham the same thing. They traded to Minnesota for future picks. They don't need 2 rookies, man.
How surprised would you be to see Ace Bailey called third? You actually called it, but everybody else, would you be surprised to see Ace Bailey be the third pick?
I think it's smokescreen. He doesn't fit in Philly, but Philly should go think about their future as well. And if they have a plan for him, just go for it.
I would be surprised if he went to Philly.
Yeah,
I don't think that they're thinking about the future. I think they're thinking about the present. They're trying to pry their Embiid window open as wide as it'll go right now. And I think, I think they're thinking about who's going to help us immediately. Right. And that's either going to be VJ or Trey to me.
Well, this is where
that pick would help him get off of that Paul George contract.
Yeah.
Something to think about.
Yeah, maybe trade back. The Nets can do them a big favor. They have an empty book. They can take any contract they want.
If the Raptors traded for it, okay, is this a fair trade? Grady plus RJ plus 1 or 2 firsts for Cam Johnson.
That's a terribly unfair trade for us.
Yeah.
It's a horrible overpay.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, what's Cam Johnson worth?
RJ and a future first.
Okay.
I'm not adding Grady to that. I'm not adding Ochai to that. Like, I understand Cam's like really good player, like super valuable. The thing that a lot of people don't understand is the value of a Derek White and a Cam Johnson is not the value of Jalen Green. It's not as obvious what they do, but what they do is important nonetheless, right?
Yeah.
So, but he's still almost 30, dude. And he's still got a huge injury history. And he's still on a, defensive regression, I would say. Because like a couple of years ago, I would tell you he's a really good defender. Right now, I would say he's a kind of okay defender.
Yeah, with Bridges at Phoenix together. Yeah, those two were dynamic, man.
Yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at right now. Let's see where Philly goes. Philly is almost on the clock here. Let's see. Well, they're on the clock, but let's see. Their time is almost up. Let's see. I think it's going to be VJ personally.
Yeah,
but if it doesn't go VJ, all bets are off. This could be Trey Johnson. This could be Ace.
My heart says Trey, but my mind says
what if it's Con Knippel? What if it's Carter Bryant? Am I going to look like the biggest genius in the world having number 3 on the board and then Carter Bryant goes number 3? That would be fucking crazy.
Yeah, he's a win now type of guy, so why not, man? But yeah.
I feel like Daryl Morey would value Carter Bryant. Like, I feel like he would meet him and be like, yes, this could be like my son,
Value him more than VJ?
So Daryl Morey values shooting, right? I mean, he has to value shooting. He's always valued shooting. It's like VJ is a good shooter. I don't know, he's a great shooter. This is why, like, I've always sort of prescribed to Ersin's view of having Trey Johnson really high on the board, because it's like, okay, it kind of makes sense.
I was about to say Trey Johnson then if he wants the shooting, or even Con Knippel. Knippel. You could even go that route if you wanted to. If you want shooting.
The pick is in.
Hold your breath.
Okay.
Oh God.
Carter Bryant. No.
This is so fun. I love this. I love that it's like unknown. This is so fun.
Stephen A's losing his mind.
Is it Con Knippel?
Oh, man.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I think it's going to be either Trey or Ace.
It's VJ, right? Okay, cool.
Really?
So far we're good. VJ Edgecombe.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm happy for the young man.
Damn, Rob, you are like literally 15, 20 seconds ahead of everyone else. I'm just hearing it right now.
Cool.
Yeah,
that's good.
That's Pensare basketball, man.
I'm even further behind. I couldn't care less. I'm just enjoying watching y'all reaction. That's hilarious.
I mean, I got the Twitter on the other screen though.
Yeah.
There's one thing that I learned this season. It's all about intel. And with the newsletter, I've had the opportunity to ask NBA scouts some questions as well, and I'm talking to a few of them. I can't tell for which teams they work, but they have one thing in common. They always talk about Intel. We work on, talking to these guys, coaches, family, and we know everything about them more than you and I can ever know. They have resources to know. They value Intel with the combination of what they value as a team. For example, they're more so about analytics, shooting. They combine that, and that's why you see naturally gifted guys fall for
Facts.
for various reasons. With Cam Whitmore, I don't buy the bad person thing that they were throwing at him, but the intel's bad, so teams are going to be cautious and try to buy in low. It's more
Right.
so how much do you pile the price up, and how much are you willing to pay? It's a business at the end of the day. The talent is never prevailing. It's all about the package around it, man. It's almost unfair, but I think that's the value of the agent. If you have a good agent that can really help you develop off the floor as well, those are the best agents to work for, man. And that's why they earn so much money. But you have got a lot of bad agents as well. They're pushing their own agendas. But that's a business that you'll probably never understand 100%. But these NBA scouts are never about the skill, because that's what they see themselves. It's all about gathering intel and building relationships with the people around them. And these AAU coaches, they have more influence than we can assume, or high school coaches. People that have no, gain of talking about a player.
Right. 100%.
Do you think that what Ace Bailey's agent is getting skewered all over the media? What do you
Other
think?
agents are playing him as well. It's competition, man. You're gonna try. If you keep the elite, you have elite agents, and they have to work together. And you're not okay with more people entering that business. And with NIL, a lot of people are trying. A lot of people are trying to get a few clients who can get to the NBA, so they can get their part of the cake as well, man.
Right.
And to earn their money. So these top agencies, they're gonna protect their market share, man. It's a business. It's just competition. Just regular companies compete with each other. These agents compete as well. So I think they are trying to keep him small, Ace Bailey's agent. But I like Ace that he doesn't settle for top agent, but goes with the people that he trusts.
Mm-hmm. Am I crazy? Does that say cleavage? It does, right? Clavage. Okay, cool. So Clavage says, long night ahead, chipping in for Rob's Pizza. Let's fucking go. Thank you very much, Clavage. Appreciate you.
There you go. $6.99. That gets you halfway there.
That does get me halfway there.
Yeah.
YouTube takes like a little bit off that, but luckily for me, I got some good pizza spots. Thank you.
Does YouTube takes points off of donations? Really? How much?
Like 30%. 25%.
30? Come on.
Maybe more. 30, 35, something like that.
Big tip the dealer, bro. The money-making business, brother.
Yeah.
I'm going to stop paying $14 a month for no ads. That's bullshit.
That's funny. No, it's okay. They facilitate the environment for the super chats. Obviously, super chats are more than just giving money. Obviously, people who've wanted to give money have had I'm not bragging here, obviously, but just disclosing, there's been a $1,000 e-transfer at one point, which was very generous, and I kind of had to. I was in an Uber when I got it, and I looked over at my girlfriend. I'm like, "Is this a spam link? If I click it?"
Right.
She said, "No, that's real." So yeah, this community has been very supportive. There are people who send $50 e-transfers every single month. That's very, very nice. It helps, man. It helps a lot. PC pays well. That helps too. So yeah, basketball is actually paying for me to exist, which is amazing. Yeah.
That's awesome, man. That
we got here with the Hornets
from your passion,
You totally deserve it, man.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah. So Charlotte, who are they going with? Trey Johnson? We're going stock here. We're going VJ, or we're going Ace.
I'm thinking Colin Knippel.
Colin Knippel makes a lot of sense for them. So does Trey Johnson. So does Kaman Malawach. So
the best pick in terms of what they need is Malawach, no doubt. But I doubt that they will go for
right?
How big an upgrade do you think Malawach is over Mark?
The health. And Mark
That's
has
it?
some defensive lapses and defensive, issues that he couldn't really address because he's not consistently on the floor.
Right.
So that's a big upgrade. Only on those two things. Durability is the biggest
But he's
need
also
for
18,
Charlotte.
right? So he's going to need a little bit of time to catch up to even where Mark Williams is.
I think they have time. I think LaMelo is fine with the money that he gets, and Brandon Miller should take a leap. I think they are very early in their rebuilding stage, despite rebuilding for so long, man. It's almost malpractice for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is
Okay,
my
the
mic
pick
still
is
doing
in.
stuff?
Yeah, it is. The
Sorry,
pick
dude.
is in. Yeah, it's occasionally. It sounds like a little vacuum cleaner is on about 25 feet away. Occasionally.
Okay.
Boom,
Okay.
there. Okay, the pick is in. Let's see. Who is it?
I think Michael's right, man. But I'm hoping Malwatch.
I think Con Knipple would be a smart move here, but, kind of sucks for Con. I'll be honest. It kind of sucks for him.
Oh, I'm not looking forward to it for him. And what I just think that I don't remember what I read or where I read it, but I heard some kind of connection between him and the team, and they worked him out. They really liked what they saw. So I don't know. I just got a gut feel. This one 100% is gut feeling. I just feel like they're going in the Con.
Yeah, but they're in Carolina, right? Duke is in Carolina. Charlotte is in Carolina. So they don't have to look far.
Yeah.
Well, him and LaMelo Ball can shoot a music video if they want to, right? We've got Jello in the mix, so
Yeah, man.
world's your oyster, brother.
If we do the Dave Chappelle racial draft 2.0, Con Knipple is.
Yeah.
Con man, bro.
Yeah.
And I mean, don't be surprised if we see a pick go off for a certain team, and then we see, okay, well, BJ Edgecombe is on the move to Brooklyn or something like that.
Yep.
But I'm very curious to see how far that Ace Bailey fall is going to come.
Yeah.
And again, I don't expect him to be there at number 9, but if he is there at number 9, it's going to remind me a lot of Rudy Gay, man. Because Rudy Gay in 2006 was not supposed to be there at number 9. I don't know.
But he had a great career, right, Rudy? I liked him. Maybe injuries kind of get in his way. But he was solid, man.
One of the biggest what ifs from injury is like Sean Livingston. That one is like that one. I don't know why it has like real estate in my mind. I just think about that randomly. Like it's just some random. I'm like, what would have been,
Mm-hmm.
Anyways.
Yeah. What would be the most surprising pick here? Colin Murray-Boyles. That would be very surprising. Carter Bryant or Con. It's going to be Con. It is Con. Yeah. So, yeah.
Okay, so far no surprises really.
No surprises. So
this is how my board was so far, but this is where it can go chaos.
No, I thought Con was going to drop a bit.
No, he deserves this. I think this is a fair space for him to be, for sure. Again, this is my big board. Don't go as gospel here, but okay, like so far.
You're batting 1,000. Yeah.
Well, sorta, not really. Four of my top 5 guys have gone off the board. Okay, so that's where we're at right now.
You had Carter at 3. I didn't notice. Okay, never mind. That's ambitious.
But the Utah pick is going to be great right now, man, because they can go multiple ways.
But if Utah picks Carter Bryant, I got the top 5 and might be the only person in the world to do it.
Well, Rob, is this a big board? As if you were the GM, this is your priority, like for what you would want, or is this your prediction for who would go to which
No,
team?
this is my big board. This is
that's different than that's different than draft order prediction.
Yeah. But I guess what I'm trying to impress to everybody right now is that 4 of the top 5 players off my board are now off the board.
Yeah.
Which I think is fair. I think a lot of people maybe think that Ace Bailey should have been 3rd or 4th or whatever. Maybe Come On should have been 3rd or 4th. But I think a lot of people are seeing things with Come On that are not real. I think they're projecting a lot of stuff that's just hypothetical. And I'm a really, really big Come On guy, but you got to be.
People talk about the defense. Well, it's almost the offense, but was great at Duke from him.
Yeah.
So it's all about context.
Cass says, W Rob, W panel, W content, W community. Did Vince sell his house yet? If not, plug it in while there's viewers. Vince, have you sold your house yet?
You guys are so sweet. We did sell our house.
Yes.
We are. Yes. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I can't believe you. That's how you know your community is like about love, man. Right there. I can't believe they even remember that. Thank you.
Yeah, I flashed it.
You guys are the best.
Yeah, I don't remember which live I did it, but I showed people your house and I told people that I wish my girlfriend was more financially sensible so we could buy it. I'm just kidding.
I would have had a studio set up for you down here and everything.
I know. Yeah.
Wall treatments already installed.
Yeah, Shrimple Ma Pimple says Essengue to Phoenix or something. Manifestation donation. Okay. Manifestation donations. Donations might be a real thing, especially if you send $500. That might actually manifest. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Don't someone do that because you're extremely gullible.
Manifestation donation is a good album title.
I will tell you this though. This is my prediction. If we do end up with Carter Bryant, there's going to be a lot of told you so's. There's going to be a lot of victory laps. There's going to be a lot of hours early.
You ride the train like that, you should, take the W.
Dude, I swear to God, my tweet is going to be one sentence. They called me a madman. They called me a madman. They said it wasn't going to happen. Look, I'm prepared for them to pass on Carter or for Carter to go earlier. I'm not setting myself for that heartache, but I think he's going to be great wherever he goes.
You guys got going at 5.
Trey.
Oh, it has to be Trey. Has to be.
That's what I have. That's what I have.
Trey makes a lot of sense here. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah. I think they're going to value what Collier does, but Collier's not a shooter, man.
It's actually, is it unfortunate or fortunate that the recent allegations about Con Knippel's rap career did not derail his trade value? Is that a little bit unfortunate? Sort of weird. Kind of hoping that might slide him to number 9, but
if anything, it upped its value.
Yeah, it really did. he was gonna go 6 before, but then they saw that shit and they were like, LaMelo.
Jello? Like, LaMelo's like, I need him on the feature, dog.
Yeah. Jello chimed in.
LaMelo drafted him, man. The GM has no say whatsoever, man. LaMelo drafted this guy.
Yeah. Troy Knight saying, I have Carter now, can't bet against Rob at this point. No, feel free to bet against me, man. My Carter love is completely irrational and totally crazy. My girlfriend said, she's like, I think it's the Asperger's because you get fixated on one idea and this can be the only idea and it can't be any other idea. And she told me that a week ago. So I was like, okay, let me imagine that Kasparis Yakujonis is as good as Carter Bryant. And all I imagine in my head when I tried to imagine that was Kasparis going up for a layup and Carter Bryant smacking it out to the fucking 18th row and then snarling at him and saying, fuck you, bitch. That's all I could think about. So yeah, my mind is weird. But
hey man, we have to get the 9, man. I can't wait for this man's reaction when it's Carter Bryant.
Oh,
I mean, in fairness, like you manifested Scotty.
I did.
Right?
I did.
So.
I swear I was like speaking that shit into existence. But yep, you know what? Whatever.
Scotty.
If we still had 7, would you still want Carter at that spot? According to your big board, you would, right? So
I would take him 3rd.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. According to your big board, you would. So you'd still be taking Carter Bryant even if we had 7, right?
Yeah, and here's the thing, like, beauty's an eye beholder. I talked about this in our draft video. Like, you got to look at this from the perspective of where would you pick the guy, not where did the guy go. So if the guy that you would have taken at 3rd is there at 12, overpay like crazy. If you trust your intel, you trust your scouting, shit, part out 2 first rounds, 3 first rounds. Who cares what the tabloids say? You're getting a top 3 pick, and he's making half the money that a top 3 pick should make. Like, if you trust yourself. But I think a lot of people need to learn to trust themselves a little bit more. Okay. Troy Knight saying the Raptors should take Trace Bailey, Ace Bailey. I just call him Trace Bailey for some reason. Okay.
Ace Bailey, to me, should fall to the 2nd round. You know why? Because his real name is Arius, which is Arius Bailey is the greatest NBA name of all time. And if you had to shorten it, at least shorten it to Air Bailey.
Honestly, they should pick Ace here. They should pick Ace here at Utah. And they do. Okay, cool.
They did. They took Ace Bailey. You're kidding.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not surprised. No, I'm not surprised. He's got gravity. He's freaking talented.
This sucks for him.
It's not
This
how I
sucks so bad for him.
Thank you, Rob. I was about to say, Rob.
Does
He's
he have
smiling.
Zach Levine face?
No, he doesn't. He's
No, he looks.
you know
looks
what?
happy.
Whatever. He's gonna get the ball in his hands. There's nobody there in his way. He's gonna start from day one. He got what he wanted, but he really wanted to go to Brooklyn. He really wanted to go. You know what?
Washington, yeah.
He wanted to go to Washington. He wanted to stay on the East Coast. Now you fucking go to Utah. Now you're spending the next 6 years of your life. This feels a little bit like the NBA gods kind of playing the karma game with him, but this also feels like Danny Ainge playing hardball. So don't be surprised if this pick is traded. I'm not kidding. Because if they take him at 5 and Brooklyn gets desperate and Brooklyn's like, shit, we want him, or Washington wants him, because if you are Danny Ainge, and I told y'all this like in yesterday's thing, we had a really dope live last night with 400 or 500 people in here, and I was like talking about the process of poker, playing poker with every general manager in the league. You got to take the valuable guy that everybody wants and then negotiate from a position of we're willing to keep this guy. You can't take it from the position of we don't like him. So you can't let it drop that Utah does not like Ace Bailey. No, Utah likes Ace Bailey, but they have intel that Washington loves Ace Bailey. And Brooklyn loves Ace Bailey. So now we can actually trade you. And it doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense to bring in a guy who's going to be super unhappy or whatever. But you know what? One of two things that he wanted, which was a starting role and to actually have the ball in his hands, he's going to get that.
You want to create leverage.
Absolutely.
What would Utah want from Brooklyn? Like, just out of curiosity right now.
Future picks, second. Look,
they have so many picks already.
Well, the other thing that's also there, okay, is you take the best player that you're willing to keep, and then you play a game of wait and see. So now, let's just say I'm Utah, right? And I know 2 teams behind me are super interested in this guy. Let's say Trey Johnson goes number 6 here to Washington, right? And I know that they prefer Ace to Trey. Let's just say. So I know I can potentially trade back with the team that just picked 6 and still extract some element of value. If nothing else, trading 5 for 6 saves me money. So even if I get a second round pick, I don't care. If I value Trey, that's fine. But let's just say I can extract more than that. Let's say I can extract a future first. Let's say I can extract 2 future firsts. Now let's go with Brooklyn. I take the wait and see approach to see if my guy drops to Brooklyn. Let's say my guy, if I'm Utah, is, I don't know, come on Malawach, because they're shopping Walker Kessler and they want to restart the clock on that rookie contract. So the way I would look at it is, if my guy drops to number 8, I'll give you that, plus you're going to give me a future first, or you're going to give me 22 and 8 for number 5. Or 19 and 8 for number 5, something like that. So I get an extra first round pick. I get to pay less money. I still get the guy that I actually wanted. I move back 3 spots. You get your guy. It seems like a good idea. That's kind of what I think the Raptors would do if they pick Noa Essengue, because you know that it's a guy that the Nets are interested in. So you take him and then you wait and see if your guy's there at 19, and then you make the trade. You say, okay, now here's who we want at 19 and 22, and you can have Noa Essengue. That's how these deals work.
Honestly, I agree wholeheartedly, because the thing is, there's players you want and there's players other teams want. And if I have what you want, and I plausibly have a guy who's not going to be irritated with being here, I have no problem building around him and genuinely having him. You're coming to me now. You're coming to me and telling me what you're willing to give up for that, or I'm just going to chill. And that's the beauty in having that level of leverage. So again, I call him Danny Strange. He does what he wants, and people got to pay the iron price.
You make a good point. No, you make a good point. My only thing is, this draft is loaded with wings. There's got to be a plan B. All right, we didn't get Ace. We're gonna run with, how badly could you want him? I suppose, there could be a team where he's desperately needed. That could be Brooklyn, although I doubt it.
If you believe he's going to be a potential franchise cornerstone, your second or third best player on a championship run in a few years when you're projecting out.
Don't tell him that. Don't tell him he's going to be the second or third. Tell him he's the first. He's not okay with the other outcomes.
Well, that too. And when it comes, I mean, honestly, when you look at it, there's a lot of wings, but there's one of this guy. And if you think he's that dude, like, and, I love his confidence, his irrational. If that's what you're looking for, like, you're gonna have leverage on. You don't need everyone to have that level of interest. You need a couple people who are willing to pay too much, and like that's it. You just need one sucker. That's all.
Yeah. I think the pick is in. Is it Trey?
Should be, man. I'm
It's
shocked.
gotta be.
It's gotta be.
It's fierce at
I
12.
had Trey at 5 and Ace at 6. So if this is a swap,
so let's explore some possible outcomes for them. Obviously, Noa Essengue is possible. They drafted Bilal Coulibaly. They have Keyshawn George. Noa Essengue fits their type. This would be a swing for the, oh my God, I can't believe they did it. But I don't think they worked him out. But this would be, it would make sense. Kaman would make some sense here for them as well. I think Carter Bryant makes sense for them, but I think Trey Johnson makes the most sense.
So they go French 3 years in a row, right? Yeah.
But the one player that I think you said was Jeremiah Fears. Why would you pick Jeremiah Fears here over Kaman Malawach or Trey Johnson?
Nah, the NBA
you weren't
values
expecting
rim
Trey to
pressure.
be on the board, bro, right?
It's elite rim pressure and elite handles. I think they can teach everything else. And they have the right context because CJ is on an expiring deal. Brogdon is expendable. He can play off these guys as a rookie and then take an expanded role. And Bob Carrington is not a rim pressuring guard. He's more of a facilitating, scoring. And with Fierce, it's all about the handles and the rim pressure. The easy comparison is Kyrie, but I think it's a fair comparison because Kyrie is creative. He has that, flair and creativity. And Fierce plays in the same way.
Mm-hmm.
And they're both tough, man. They're both mentally tough and, on the floor, vocal. I think they're very similar players, and that's what Washington needs, actually. They could go with another top wing, but why?
Can you teach finishing to Fears? Like, is that like something that?
Yeah, he should be a senior in high school. He's going to grow into his body. With his biggest issue is the lack of balance. The footwork needs to improve, and he has to get stronger.
The pick is in. See who it is. It should be Trey Johnson, but now I'm getting a feeling Trey Johnson's going to fall. I'm getting that feeling. So, again, best available.
Yeah, my heart says Fierce, but I think Trey, man.
I think Trey might fall. Betting odds say Trey might fall if you care about that kind of stuff. But we've decided this channel does not care about betting odds. So I don't know. We'll see. Okay.
Whoever it is lucky, man. This is the best spot to go to if you're a top 10 pick.
Washington is a great spot to be.
Yeah.
I think people really need to.
And their books are clear.
Sir, Trey Johnson.
There we go.
Yeah, man, like
Good stuff, bro. Good stuff. This is the right pick. Man. They made the right decision. It's a good idea for them. And now there were three picks left until the Toronto Raptors, and now it gets really interesting. Jeremiah Fears.
Are you surprised Carter Bryant is still on the board?
No, of course not. If I did a mock draft, Carter would go like 11th. I understand. Yeah. He's third on my board. I'm not surprised at all that he's available. The earliest I could have seen Carter going is Brooklyn, 8. That's probably the earliest I could see him going. But now it gets really interesting because now you got New Orleans. They love long wings. You got Brooklyn, love long wings. Raptors, love long wings. Everybody loves long wings. So now it's like, okay, I'm glad that there's a lot of long wings left. But it's like, now I'm kind of like, okay, which of these teams is going to take Jeremiah Fears and which of these teams is going to take Kaman Malawach? Because neither one of these guys is a long wing. So the Raptors are going to have great options.
I'm starting to think Kaman falls. I'm getting that feeling like he's going to fall.
How surprised would you be to see the Raptors pass on Kaman Malawach? Because I'm not going to be that surprised.
Right now, I wouldn't. Because I'm addicted to your channel.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
He makes sense, but he's not the best pick for the Raptors.
That's my take.
I mean, yeah, it's weird, right? Like you start thinking about these kids and you're like, it's weird because you talk to these kids, right? And you hear from their camps and you hear from their agents, like, my guy's a top 10 pick, my guy's a top 10 pick. And you listen to like 15 or 18 people think they're all top 10 picks. You're like, oh shit, someone is actually going to fall and someone's going to rise. And again, there's like there's surprise risers every year, guys that are picked a little bit higher than we're expecting. I don't think anything that's happened in the draft so far is necessarily surprising at all. I wouldn't say no. I don't think this is surprising. Nothing here is surprising. This
It's
is
fairly
rational.
boring so far. It's it's not surprising.
Dopamine junkie needs a TikTok.
Honestly, my mock, the only swap I've had everything right except for the swap. You got to swap Trey Johnson and Ace Bailey where they went. But I'm looking at that. I'm looking at Trey Johnson right now, and I'm like, that might be one of the first teams that's getting like a he shouldn't be here type of fall. Right, not a fall, but type of a grab. Like, that's a snipe. Oh, you got him at 6. Like that's really good for them. But I'm looking and I'm like, okay, here's who's left. Toronto's in a couple 3 picks. It's like we're getting a good player. We're getting a good player no matter what. It's just like who and can we develop them to be the best fit for what we're trying to build moving forward? Because we've got options, but who is the answer? Because in life there's options, not a host of options, but like there's an answer, and like who's that answer for us?
No,
that is
Scotty's the answer,
Allen
and they have to build
Iverson.
around Scotty.
Allen Iverson.
What do you guys think?
This guy's chat GPT in me right now. I see you, man. Go ahead.
What do you guys think about the theory that the team has more to do with the player's development than the player themselves?
I think it's a two-way street. I think the players, a lot of teams, from what I've heard, they kind of let players be to themselves, right? So they'll just be like, okay, you got your trainer, you got your nutritionist, we can give you some support, we can give you a facility. But for the most part, it's not like the Raptors, it's not like the Nets, it's not like the Wizards where they're like taking a very hands-on approach, or even OKC. Like you talk to trainers and you're like, do you have a relationship with this team that your player plays for? No, we don't have a relationship. What's that telling you? That's telling you the two sides are working two different sides of the coin. You're working on the same player. How do you not have a relationship? This is bad news, right? So if the Raptors don't have a relationship with Scotty's trainer, that's bad news for both sides. It sucks. You should be working together to make this guy better. You're working on the same player. So that to me is like, it's very common in the NBA where players are left to sort of their own devices. And a lot of these players end up on very young teams without reasonable examples set for them. And that can be a bit of a problem. So I like what Washington's doing. I like what Brooklyn's doing. I like what Toronto's doing. 3 teams that quite frankly weren't doing the right things 3 years ago are now doing the right things now. It's great to see. Pelicans though might be the one team in the league right now to strike me as I don't think they know what the fuck they're doing. And they're on the clock right now.
That's why I think things are going to get spicy right now. Because this is the ultimate roll of the dice. What are they thinking? You don't know. This is the wild card of all wild card type of teams right here.
Okay. They traded.
They could take anyone. I'd be like,
they should take Jeremiah Fears. They should take Jeremiah Fears here.
They traded CJ, man. They should trade with Fears.
Yeah, like they need a point guard. DeJounte isn't happy there, from what I understand from his pivot interview. He didn't
the injury, man. He's never going to be the same player again.
That too. They don't have a lead guard. They have a ton of wings. They have Jordan Hawkins. They have Mead Meesey from last year. They have a lot of stuff that is workable and tradable. I think Jeremiah Fears just makes sense. And, you got to now understand who's making decisions for this team. It's a guy who used to...
They don't have a guard. They played Herb Jones, as their guard. So that tells a lot.
Yeah, we got FA joining us. What's good, FA? What's good? Are you here to laugh at me when the Raptors pass on Carter Bryant?
No.
Yeah, he is. Yes, he is. He'd be like, I told you, Noa Essengue.
I just want to be here for the moment that we pick Malo.
Okay, talk to me, man. How do you feel about Con Knipple going to your team or to your city?
Well, it played for Duke, so it's a local kid.
Yeah. So FA is calling us from Charlotte. Yeah. Vince, your audio, bro. It just keeps doing that thing. Is it?
I don't know.
Does anyone else hear it, or is it just me?
Oh, I hear it.
Yeah, I hear it too. Yeah, I don't know what it is.
I don't know what it is. It's weird. Maybe because I have my phone beside me. I have no idea. Like I don't know what's going on.
It might be that. Okay.
I'll try dialing out and then coming back in. Maybe
that might help you. I'm actually going to step off for a minute. Y'all have a conversation without me. Please don't say anything that'll get me canceled.
Well,
Okay. But I need like a minute of fresh air. It's super hot in Toronto, guys.
Oh,
It's so hot in Toronto.
Jeremiah Fear is going to New Orleans, so
Okay,
there we go.
Called it. Good stuff. Okay.
There you go.
I did call it, yeah? That was 2
Yeah,
minutes
you
early.
did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Is it in? Is it big in?
Yeah.
Fears at 7.
Jeremiah Fears. This
Makes
makes sense.
a world of sense, man.
Okay,
It makes
baby.
a lot of sense.
There's one. Oh my God. Okay, so come on, Noah, Carter, and now you understand why the Raptors actually didn't tank. They don't care. They're perfectly happy with any one of those guys.
Yeah.
This is why the Raptors are super chilling right now. Now, here's the crazy thing. If at number 8, the Nets end up going for Yegor Demon or Kasparas Yakushonis, you will have your pick of all of them. Colin Murray-Boyles, Carter, come on. And at which point, I really, really hope you didn't make a fucking promise to somebody. You know what I mean? I hope you can make this deal fresh. Okay, I'm going to go inhale this. Hang on. I'll be back.
I think Carter goes to Brooklyn. That's what I'm thinking.
I wouldn't be shocked.
I heard that. Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. I'm just kidding.
Honestly, I wouldn't be terribly shocked. This is what's crazy is I have a weird feeling that us dropping from 7 to 9, at least here in Toronto, if you're a Toronto fan, it might end up being a blessing in disguise that you weren't like sitting there paralyzed by all these different options. You might just have to go with a guy where you're like, well, this is who we have to go with now. This is the top of our board, automatic, let's go, and it pans out. We don't seem like a team that would not plan to have a plan A, B, C, D, E, F, and like just ready to go no matter what. So I don't think there will be panic, but Brooklyn is a wild card in terms of like they've got so many picks in this draft. Like, what do you guys say? What's your guys' take on where they should go with this first one?
I think they're going with Kasparas Yakushonis. If I look at that team, Cam Thomas is part of the future, but Cam Thomas is not a point. He's more of a scoring power type of 2, and they don't need a guy that's going to pressure the rim. Cam Thomas gets downhill with his craft, with his creativity, with his handles. He continues to get stronger. So the scoring part of the game is already covered. But they need some versatility in terms of role and in terms of defense. And if I like Kasparas Yakushonis' European game at Barcelona, in Europe you always play in a certain role, and he wanted to play in his own way. That's why he went to Illinois. And that's where he struggled, he didn't get down. He's one-hand dominant. He always deferred to his step back. And that's where Brooklyn comes in, and that's where Cam Thomas's fit comes in. I think Kasparas makes a lot of sense. And he was marked as a top 10 pick the entire season. Why should he fall right now?
And this is Jordi Fernandez's first draft, like as the coach, right? Like, do you think that would fit like what he's looking for in terms of his coaching style? Like a guy that'll be an engine to the offense like
fundamentally sound players and with role versatility. I think that's the way he goes. I think one-dimensional players and freshmen and one-and-dones is not a good combination. That's why I think the best thing to do for them is to go with the best case scenario, because the top talent is off the board already. I would go with Kasparas, man. I think that's the good fit for him, because they don't have their number one option yet, and they're tanking heavily. And next year has, AJ DeBonce, Cam Boozer, Darren Peterson. They can draft Darren Peterson next season. There's no overlap because Kasparas can play as a 2-3, can play as a 2 off the bench, just like Ben Mathurin for the Pacers, for example. They can go multiple routes. But I would go for the best case and go for a hybrid one, man, because Kasparas should be a point guard, but he's not really a point guard in terms of NBA, values. I would go with Kasparas, man. I think that's the best pick for them.
To the Nets?
As of now.
If Cam gets traded, though, would you still go with Kasparas?
Yeah. I think they will go for 4 players in this route at least, man, and they're going to address their need at the 5, 4, 3, and the 1. I think the only thing that's certain is Cam is going to be the 2 for them, because they are forced.
Because it's Jordi Fernandez's first one. Who would he want to kind of start building around as an influence from that perspective too, right?
I'm gonna choose to be wrong here, just because I want to be wrong. And no, if I wanted to be wrong, I'd pick Carter Bryant here for the Brooklyn Nets. No, I think Noa Essengue makes a lot of sense for them. I'd be very surprised if that's their pick, but it makes a lot of sense for how they want to play. And Jordy's entire philosophy about basketball, a lot of off-ball stuff. He's really good off the ball, man. So that makes a lot of sense for them. If not him, could see them going. Come on, could see them going. Come on. I don't see Colin Murray-Boyles here.
I would hate it. This is where the board goes off at 8, man. This is where
And this is exactly it, right? For a lot of people, this is where their board breaks. Nothing would surprise me here. What would surprise me is Jace Richardson would surprise me, Derek Queen. And again, a lot of people have this idea that Jordi Fernandez wants another Domantas Sabonis because he coached him in Sacramento. But that wasn't his system. That was Mike Brown wanted that, right? So again, I wouldn't be surprised if it's Yegor Demon, but that's to me like Demon is there. Demon or Essengue makes the most sense to me here. Like if it's Kasparis, I'd be surprised because I feel like they would prioritize Yegor Demon more. So we'll see. It says the pick is in.
Could be, man. They can go multiple routes. I like the Kasparis one.
Just think like the value of a really big playmaker. It just again like, yeah. I mean, and now we're gonna get a moment of truth because if they go guard, if they go Demon or Kasparis, like now Toronto has two players that I don't think Toronto was going for either one of those guys.
Nope.
So we'll see. It says pick is in.
Well, the Nets are high-fiving each other in their war room, so they're dapping each other up. They're happy.
Check. Shams fucking tweet, bro. Last tweet 22 minutes ago. Let's see here. Okay. So, I mean, either way, the Raptors are going to get their guy. I think. They're going to get someone that was way higher than this on their board because I don't know. Okay. Let's see. Oh, we got Vince back. Vince, what's good?
Okay.
Please take Noah.
It's Yegor Demon. Whoopah.
Really?
There we go. Yep. Yegor Demon goes number 8 to the Brooklyn Nets.
Previous Russian owner and now the Russian guard, right? That's top, man.
The conspiracies. Okay. You know what? This is not a bad fit, and this is the best possible situation for Yegor Demon. He wanted the ball in his hands. There were only two to three places in the lottery where that was going to happen, and it was around this range. He wasn't going to have the ball in his hands.
So now we got Malawach or Noah. Wow.
Malawach, Noah, and Carter are all on the board
because they're going to value the playmaking aspect, and that's what Brooklyn missed.
Yeah,
and I believe in Demon improving as a shooter because when he went to BYU in Europe, he didn't get the development at Real Madrid. And one of the things that was spot on was his shot. It didn't fall; the numbers were bad, but the process made a lot of sense, man. And at BYU, I think he tried to do too many things to improve his leverage as a passer. And it helped for a degree, but this combination of playmaking and being a shooter off the catch, he's going to be that complementary one, and that means they're going to bet on multiple guys and go for AJ DeBenzo or something next year.
Yeah, I think he fits perfectly with pick and roll playmaker. Yeah. Good ball handler. Okay, innovation thoughts on rumored Derek White to Toronto trade. I think the fact that it leaked means that it's dead in the water. But if the Raptors were to trade for Derek White, I wouldn't be mad. I value what Derek White does a lot. And I think next to Scotty Barnes and Brandon Ingram, it makes even more sense. It's great. The Toronto Raptors are on the clock. 4 minutes. Oh boy.
This is crazy because it's like wide open. It's like Brooklyn took a guy that we weren't looking at, like at least for the fan base, it seems like. So like, where are we going? What are you thinking here, Rob?
Okay, so my board says Carter, but Kaman is here, Colin is here, Noah is here. So 4 of my top 9 guys are here, and personally, it's probably not going to be Colin Murray-Boyles, and it's probably not going to be Carter Bryant. So they're probably picking right now between Kaman and Noah. And between those two guys, I'm going to be honest, I kind of prefer Kaman. I'm just going to be honest. I prefer Kaman.
I think I'm going for Noah. I'm swinging for the fences, man. Noah.
Oh, I've never been so excited. This is gonna be so fun.
But let's say they
Does
take
any
Noah, they have to trade some guys, man. You have too
does
many
anyone
wings.
have
You can't have
fears
too many
that
wings, but the Raptors have too many wings.
Sorry, say that again, Vince.
does anyone have fears that Malawach turns into a Samuel Dalembert type?
No, totally different player. I think because he's so young to basketball. I mean, look, you're picking right now between two 18-year-olds potentially in Noa Essengue and Kaman Malawach. You're gonna have to be patient with either one of these guys. Neither one of them are at the physical level of a Thomas Sorber or Derek Queen right now or Colin Murray-Boyles, but they can come in right away and hang in the NBA. They're gonna need some G League reps. They're gonna need some 5-7 minute games. They're gonna have some 2-3 turnovers in 5-minute type of games. But you know what? Like, this is not a bad place to be. I have gone as high as 4 with Kaman on my board. I've since cooled off on him a little bit. I've been as high as 5 on Noa Essengue. So really, as long as they pick Noah, Carter, or Kaman, none of these outcomes is as disastrous as Grady Dick, to me, at least.
Right.
They're all fine. They're all good.
Who out of our options has the most trade value? If Masai was like, let me pick. We'll take a guy we can invest in, but I'll listen to offers. Who garnered?
Come on, because if the
so that's what I think we're gonna go with.
If the shooting comes around with Kaman, like if you can early develop his shooting, and by year 1 he's shooting it comfortably 32-33% from 3, and we all know last year that the Raptors were very willing to give their bigs a lot of playmaking and a lot of shooting reps. Colin Castleton was taking threes, guys like that. If they're willing to be patient with Kaman, I think this could be an amazing outcome for them. Like if they pick Kaman Malawach here, I'm perfectly fine. I'm obviously, just so y'all know, Carter FC, stand up, 1031 in here. I'll tell you this right now. Whoever Carter goes to, that team is going to be my 3rd or 4th favorite team in the NBA next year. So this is not me abandoning ship on Carter. I'll be so happy right now if we pick Carter, but Kaman is fine. Noah is fine. Carter is fine. Colin Murray-Boyles is fine. Pick one of those 4. You pick Kasparas Yakuchonis here. I'm going to throw something.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, this is not a comparison by any means, but if Kaman hits, if he goes into his body, I see today's era Tyson Chandler in him, man. That type of impactful player. I think what Tyson Chandler is known as a defender, but what stuck with me the most when watching him is how his footwork creates angles for him to duck in the paint and use his force to finish. Kaman is wiry and long, but he will go get stronger, man. Because
if we
he's
pick
18
Derek,
and
are we
a
going
little
to
bit
pick Derek
skinny.
Queen?
Oh no! I forgot he existed. I forgot he existed. No, don't do that, Rob.
Someone said it's Queen. It's Queen. Are you guys projecting or are you seeing something? Oh my god!
Oh my
I'd
god!
be so happy.
Ignore the chat.
Queen's my guy.
Oh my god!
People
I
are
don't
messing
want
with you,
Dunkin'
Rob.
Donuts, man. We don't even have Dunkin' Donuts here.
The through line with every single one of those players you said is that none of them shoot except for Carter Bryant, and we need shooting so bad.
Okay, I think 70% Noah, 30% Malawach, man. I'm not in for another player. I don't think that's realistic.
The pick is in.
I wonder who would get like the most yield if we flipped it or tried to move it later.
Everyone is saying
I'm hearing a
CMB.
TV in the background, man.
It's CMB. What?
Is it actually?
Ain't no way.
Oh,
Yeller must be like way ahead because I have nothing yet.
I'm reading the chat. I don't know why I'm reading the chat, but it's the same
Yeah,
person.
you did. You're reading the chat, Rob.
Hey, come on, man. This is prime time to mess with you. Don't bite, man. Come on.
Look at Kaman sitting there. He's like, yeah.
Brett Siegel said CMB. Okay, well, if Brett knows something here, it could be CMB. But then don't be super surprised if we trade back as well.
That's a great piece to trade to a team that's contending that might have a later pick and wants a guy who can play defense immediately.
Ken saying, yep, it's CMB.
And that is, to me, if it is, it's nothing official on my screen. I don't know what's going on over there. I'm way behind y'all, so I'm just kind of going with it.
Okay,
But
let's say it's
if it,
CMB, you'll continue
if
to
it,
build around the defensive structure, and the Raptors
that's
were
what I'm
very good
saying.
defensively.
Everyone's
I
saying
would
it's
keep,
not in yet, but then some people saying it's CMB. Yo, stop giving us heart
But let's
attacks,
see
bro.
CMB. The other side of the
seriously.
coin is floor
Here we
spacing is
go.
not good
Okay.
in Toronto, and yeah.
I'm watching in real time right now.
No one breathing.
It is Colin Murray-Boyles. It's CMB.
Okay.
Okay.
He just
There
shook
we
his
go.
head.
Okay.
I think it's a decent pick, but not the best one, man. But I think it makes sense from the degree of if you look at defensive structure and how the Raptors played the second half of the season, that's a good addition. But for floor spacing reasons, you have to think there's another movement that has to be made because the floor is not spaced at all, man, for the Raptors at all. And this guy's not helping you with that. But maybe they will throw in the role versatility and try to
Oh
play in
my,
other ways, man. Who knows? I think CMB is a decent one, but
oh my God.
Me
FA
personally,
is beside himself right now.
Why are you beside yourself?
Wow.
Maybe there's a trade. We don't know yet.
We actually don't know if there's a trade, but I would say safe to say, based on how the Raptors play, Colin Murray-Boyles is a fucking awesome player.
He can shoot.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you
Yeah.
believe that he can, if
It's
you
Colin
believe that he
Murray-Boyles.
will, like there's ways to think about this that are not disastrous. But yes, we did just pass up on Noa Essengue, Carter Bryant, Kaman Malawach
Okay.
for Colin Murray-Boyles. And he's a very, very special player. Like I tell you,
Okay.
I loved this guy last year. Loved him, right?
what was the
Yeah, now
reaction
I
just
think
now?
about it.
When he got picked, he definitely said the F-bomb and he shook his head. I don't know if that's about Toronto or if he's just relieved he finally went off the board or what. What's your guy like that? I don't know.
Okay.
No, he's smiling. He's happy, obviously.
Now wait. Hear me out here. I think if you compare this to Julius Randle's position at Kentucky, he didn't shoot threes at Kentucky, and Julius is all about bully ball. Colin Murray-Boyles is the same player, man. It's all about bully ball, but he's such a terrific defender, man. I think the Raptors
think
see
he's
something in that type of mold that
Yeah.
they think we can develop his shooting. But you need a bully, man. You need someone who can play the angles and use his physicality. I think that's what you're buying here. And yeah, man, he's
I-
one of the best defenders in the draft. I don't hate the pick, but I
I'm
think Julius
absolutely
Randle, that
stoked.
approach would make a lot of sense, man, because Julius was not shooting in Kentucky at all.
Here's the pro, like, and this is a big one. This guy helps you right away, like right away.
Yep.
I think earlier when we were talking, Noa Essengue, Carter Bryant, Colin Murray-Boyles. What did I say? Colin Murray-Boyles is by far the best player right now. Like not close. He can contribute
The
right
defensive
away.
rating gets so much better immediately with him on the floor.
His NBA, like this is OG Anunoby defensively. Like in that mold, like he's that good defensively. I think he's great. I think the Raptors maybe, personally would have preferred Carter for sure. But this is the 8th guy on my board. I love him. I loved him last year. I was shocked that he went back last year. I've said it before. I would take him top 4 last year. Colin Murray-Boyles is a very underrated scorer, guys. Very underrated. Takes bumps super well. Takes contact super well. His analytics are off the chart. I can make a really good case that he was a top 5 player in college basketball this year. And if I take his context out, I can make a case he was a top 3 player in college basketball this year.
Yeah.
He's great. Like, yeah. Like,
I am stoked. Me personally, I can't think of a better opportunity, a better team for him to develop at than us. I love the fit. I love the fact that we could flip it and turn it into something else after, like even tonight or whatever it may be. His flexibility as a trade asset. And if we keep him, I'm stoked as all hell. This is the type of guy where you see the holes, and because it's a scorer first league, everyone looks out. You don't do this, you look at what he doesn't do first. What he does do, he gives you such a unique package. It's not been too long ago since the Warriors had that Draymond prototype and everyone was looking for the next Draymond prototype. And then, the league kind of takes a different, you have the OKC prototype, and we've had different champions ever since. The last ones to kind of hit them on a regular basis was a core with a Draymond style. Me personally, I am really happy that we took a player that was ready to just go right now. If we're looking at this draft next year and we still want to go ahead and have a pick, he's not going to win us a bunch of games, but at the same time, he's going to help us really have a defensive anchor that switches and a little bit more versatility than Mobo. And for me, I'm just absolutely so happy with this. I think this is going to be one of those picks where a lot of people are looking at who we didn't take and what he doesn't do right now. And they're going to let that color their, like, we took an L just now. And my thing is, I reserve the right to obviously be wrong, but I reserve the right to take a look and see what we do with a player of this caliber, plug him into this system, get him to try to shoot some shots, and hopefully he can develop something consistent in any aspect of his offensive repertoire. Not that he can't do anything right, but having that go-to move, we've got such a good player with all NBA upside if we go and capitalize. I'm so happy right now. That's just me personally.
Cool. Yeah. So
looking. I was going to say, looking at things positively as well. If you compare, like the big comparison is Draymond Green, and it's tough to see him reaching the sort of defensive potential as Draymond, but he is
it's not tough at all. Timmy, sorry, go ahead.
You think it's a lock? He'll be as good defensively as Draymond?
I think when I was debating the best defender in this draft class, I was between him and Cooper Flagg. It was like those two. I don't know. How do you feel? How do you feel, Ersin?
If that's the case, then he offensively he looks more fluid than Draymond even. He looks more coordinated. He looks more fluid.
He's more fluid than
comparing
Scotty,
with Hall of Famers, man. I think that's not fair.
Yeah, but that Hall of Famer went 35th.
Optimistically,
Yeah, the type of player.
Yeah.
But honestly, if I look at this game, I see three things. I see bully ball. That's my biggest trait with him. His way to improve his bully ball and get leverage as a shooter, if he can develop that, he's going to be a 10-plus point scorer for the Raptors, maybe even more, and has the defensive impact.
This year?
The switches. This year? He's ready. He's ready, man. He's ready.
Yeah.
But his shooting needs some time maybe to develop. But the biggest thing with college production is it's all about team context, man. With South Carolina, he didn't need to shoot. His place was inside the arc. Why should they take away that? And they were a horrible team this year, man. It's really beyond horrible. And he was the only one standing out. Last year they were good, and he had the same thing. I see the bully ball, and I see a Julius Randle type of development into a shooter, where the bully ball is the prevailing factor. You know, the gravity that you hold on to. And with him, he doesn't really have to make plays with the ball in his hands every time. His physical advantage and switches. The NBA loves to switch him against a guard or a wing. He's gonna eat him up, man. And his touch around rim is incredible, man.
They're saying that the 10th pick is for Houston. Did this not get traded to Phoenix?
It can't officially be traded until July 6th, but they're making this pick on behalf of Houston.
Okay, well, Phoenix just took Malawach.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
This is where I really wish we had another trade to get into the lottery again.
But they didn't need another guard, so that's something.
I want Carter Bryant too, man. I want to get greedy, dog. I want both.
Carter's off the board, man. If you take Carter's overlap right now, if you have CMB and Carter, that's not possible.
Well, I think, so here's the thing. This is from a Raptors perspective, and I just want to speak to Raptor fans directly who might be freaking out right now. Sorry, somebody has not headphones on or something. I'm hearing echo on myself. Anyways, speaking to Raptor fans directly, you're getting a player who can play the 4-5-3 potentially. You're getting a player who can switch 4 positions. Realistically, you're getting defensively everything that I liked in Carter Bryant. A little less aerial attack, more anticipation, positional, hand, bulk in the post. He's also a guy who can, weirdly enough, probably projects to be able to guard 5s at the NBA level competently. He has the length, the girth, and everything to be able to guard 5s, which means if we believe the Larry Brown quote, you are who you guard, then you've technically drafted a small ball center who can potentially space the floor and actually guard some 3s. This is the way the modern NBA is going. Now, the other thing here is, of course, you have a very high field playmaker here. Very high field playmaker who connects very well. You don't need to teach him how to play basketball. He actually intuitively understands how to play basketball better than almost anyone in this draft. So again, when I watch Colin Murray-Boyles play last year, better situation for him. But this year, I saw a very relatively error-free player. He doesn't make a lot of mistakes defensively. He has a super high motor. The other thing I'll say is extremely good off balance. So you can't get him off balance. And when you try to push him and you try to bump him, he still finishes. His touch around the rim is very special. His touch around the rim makes me think that at some point he's going to become a competent shooter. And if this guy becomes a competent shooter, then you basically just doubled up Scotty Barnes. In a lot of ways, you've basically doubled up your entire, wing versatility, playmaking upside. He's also a guy who can handle the ball on the break for you. He's a guy who he's a guy who has good off-ball tendencies. He's a guy who can post hub for you. So if you want to hub big, who can set screens. And he's also a guy who's going to take a lot of load and defensive pressure off of Scotty from having to guard everybody all the time. He's a guy who can actually do a lot of that stuff that you rely on Scotty Barnes to do defensively, which means for your sake, now you have two of them. The immediate benefit of this is if the Raptors are hoping to be competitive next year, this is a player who can actually play with the main club right away without costing you major minutes. This is important. You're not going to be able to play Yegor Demon, Jeremiah Fears, Carter Bryant, probably Kaman Malawach, Noa Essengue for the next year without losing their minutes. They'll participate, but rookies lose minutes. Rookies that don't lose minutes in past, Scotty Barnes did not lose his minutes. He was plus as a player right away. Evan Mobley didn't lose minutes. He was plus. What is the great equalizer here? Defense, IQ. Defense and IQ gets you on the court in the NBA. Your shooting will come. I think the Raptors, obviously, like from a very basic standpoint, people would be like, but don't they need shooting? Don't they need shooting? Yeah, maybe you'll address shooting at 39 with John Tonji. maybe you address shooting the last two drafts with Jacoby Walter and Grady Dick. Right now, what you need is defensive upside and a player who can play right away and a player who can actually play the four. As much as I love Jonathan Mobo, he's a better player than Jonathan Mobo right now. And he's 3 years younger. So, sorry to Raptor fans who are really disappointed. Obviously, I would have preferred Carter Bryant here, but this is not the worst outcome at all. I was so scared they were going to go Kasparis Yakuchonis and I was going to fucking flip. Colin Murray-Boyles, Kaman Malawach, Noa Essengue, Carter Bryant. There was no wrong answer here. And the Raptors have a chance to develop this guy. And he didn't test super well at the Combine, so I think a lot of people were down on him. But if he had tested super well at the Combine, if he was shooting well at the Combine, he'd go top five. Top five, easily.
I want to hear what FA has to say.
What's up, FA? He's disappeared.
He's disappearing
glitching.
and reappearing.
He's glitching into the Matrix. What's up? What's good, FA? You're muted.
Who is FA's guy?
FA was Noa Essengue.
Hello.
Come on. What's up?
Yeah. What do you think about the pick?
I already said it. I'm happy. What do you think about the pick?
I don't know how it fits with Scotty Barnes and Mobo.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a lot of three-man lineups with them on the court together. But that's not,
when you're
not a big deal.
Having fun, if you watch this guy's film, I see how he works as a playmaker. If you use post-entry passes, he's attacking with his balance the foot of the defender, man. Footwork. He's focusing on the footwork. As a face-up scorer, does the same thing. He doesn't need the gravity of a shooter that much with his passing, man.
What?
That's what I like the most when I was watching Colin Murray-Boyles.
What's the breaking news, man?
Suns acquire Mark Williams. So Phoenix reportedly lands Hornets center for 29th pick, first rounder in 2029. So they just doubled up. They took Malawach and then traded for Mark Williams.
They traded for Mark Williams before they did the pick. It was like 5 minutes before they picked Malawach. That's when the trade happened.
So they doubled up.
Yeah.
Did they not know Malawach was going to be there? They're so funny. Okay, so now I am calling Phoenix and offering them the world for Malawach. Man, imagine CMB and Malawach. That would be great.
Maybe that's the plan.
I think with this pick, RJ is gone pretty much.
Yeah, okay, so the other thing that I wanted to mention, which I don't think I had a chance to mention, is Colin Murray-Boyles is a very underrated scorer. Very underrated scorer, man. Y'all don't understand basketball. I'm going to tell you something, and this is going to be very high praise, and this might be the highest praise you hear of Colin Murray-Boyles all day. There are plays where he will legitimately remind you of Carmelo Anthony. There's bits and pieces of it. I promise.
He's being compared to
Draymond.
Randall right now by a lot of people.
Yeah,
but I feel like his handle is a little bit better than Randall, which is a big part of Randall's game.
Right.
So
Yeah,
you know,
he's very similar, but the difference here is Julius Randle is not a good defender. If Julius Randle was a good defender, Julius Randle would be a top 10 player.
Yes, he would.
So that's a big differentiation factor. This is a guy whose main value is defensively. Now, I don't know why everyone is saying he doesn't want to be there. Why does he not want to be here according to everybody?
This is why I pointed out him shaking, because I knew they would talk about it in the chat. Not that I believe this is the case, but I pointed it out. I said he shook his head and he dropped the F-bomb. And I don't know if that was out of relief being picked or if it's people like of him being like upset. I don't think he's upset. I know how other people would see it. And when he shook his head and went F, that was when I was like, people are going to read into that. That's immediately what I thought. I don't think he's upset. But when I saw it, I'm like, hey, and that's why people are saying that right now.
That's cool. I mean, look,
for those
people
who
have
care,
different
Cedric
responses.
Howard just went to Portland.
Dope. Wow. Okay. Shit.
There you go.
Noa Essengue, free fall.
I would have really liked Cedric, to be honest. I really like him.
Essengue going to Atlanta, man, should be 30.
You know what's funny?
They keep it 13, right?
On the panel today, Noa Essengue was my pick. I think I was the one who picked Carter Bryant. I picked Carter Bryant number 9 to Toronto. I picked Colin Murray-Boyles 11.
Cedric Howard is being traded to Memphis.
Oh wow!
Yeah, proposed trade to Memphis. Yep.
So Cedric ends up going to Memphis because Memphis decides to jump Atlanta and everybody else who would have drafted
and Chicago.
Yeah, and OKC. So Sam Presti getting played.
Damn. You won. They're ganging up on him now. He won a championship. They're like,
FA, who did Memphis give up?
They gave up the 16th pick, then 2028 first-round pick via Orlando, and 2 second-round picks to Portland.
Okay, so he was targeted.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just want to quickly let y'all know about Colin Murray-Boyles. In terms of his stat production last year, just anyone who just wants to know this stuff, 16.8 points, 8 rebounds, 2.4 assists, 1.5 steals, 1.3 blocks, 2.4 turnovers, shot 26% from 3 on 1.1 attempts per game, 71% from the line, which is a marked improvement over where he was a few years ago. And he was 59% from the field on 10.6 attempts. And hang on one second. He was 86th percentile in post-ups, 54th percentile as a pick and roll roll man, 82nd percentile in terms of cuts per synergy, 88th percentile in terms of isolation scoring, which is huge, by the way. And honestly, the Raptors don't really have any big wings who can isolate other than Brandon Ingram. This might be a guy who can grow into a really good isolation scorer. And weirdly enough, replaces a lot of what RJ Barrett does, except he's a worse shooter and he's a much better defender. 12th percentile in terms of spot up. So that's terrible, obviously. And that's what you're going to have to fix with him. Good offensive rebounder, 94th percentile in transition. And yeah, like in terms of box plus minus, 11.9 box plus minus. That is some insane shit. 5.0 defensive box plus minus, 6.9 offensive box plus minus.
How many years was he in school?
2. And he's young for his class. Just so we're clear on that. So really good.
I think honestly, his offensively,
you always need development.
I think offensively, defensively, I can say Ron Artest. I can sit there and say Draymond or what. But like offensively, we're talking like you said, Julius Randle's I think a great example. I see a Domantas Sabonis as well, like in terms of him being able to play out of that post and do some stuff there. So I wouldn't sleep on what he can do developing like even more post, because he's already good in the post, but developing even more there. And like guys, like I can't wait to like look back at this and be like, oh wow, he's a top 4 player from this draft, top 3 player from this draft. But that's what I think. But I could be wrong, but I'll take 9th best player in this draft too. He's a really, really stellar player, and I see all NBA upside. One of the few guys you can say that about in this draft if he reaches what he could be.
If we just got an all defense level Domantas Sabonis, that's he could be the best player in the draft if that's the case. But fingers crossed.
Yeah.
I think you should approach it from a Mobley standpoint.
Yeah.
If you look at Evan Mobley, for example, his role at Cleveland, that's the type of dude that you're getting. But he's not a 7-footer. Evan Mobley.
Evan Mobley. Yeah, you know what? That's
Good call.
In terms of how he uses his skill, I think that should be his role for the Raptors. Is that
Yeah.
skilled power 4, but not really the size and the length to play the 5 effectively. But he
Yeah.
doesn't have to.
The pick
Because
is
you have
in
Poeltl.
for the Chicago Bulls. Let's see where they go. They could go
Yes,
Derek
yes,
Queen here, Rasheer Fleming, or they could just go for the hometown
Yeah,
kid.
they have the
Kasparas
Lithuanian president, man.
Yakashonis.
That's me,
Kasparas
Kasparas.
Yakashonis. They love the guards, man.
That's it.
I mean, they were a huge landing spot, but what? Okay, so here's the thing, Ersin. If you're the GM right now for them, do you go Noa Essengue here?
For the
Chicago
Hawks?
Bulls.
The
For
Bulls.
the Bulls, I would go with Noah, man. Noah's the
They got
best player on the board right now.
They got Qatar
But in
Bryant.
terms of fit,
Carter?
yeah, the Hawks make sense.
They went Carter?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Happy for him, bro.
Good
They
spot.
went to Senge, man.
They went Essengue?
The Bulls went to Senge, right?
Is it Zinke?
They didn't win Carter.
Who's saying Carter? Okay, y'all trolling me?
I don't like to troll, man.
No, Carter's on the board. They went to Senge.
So they went Essengue?
I don't know. I'm on a commercial right now, so I don't know where everyone's getting their intel.
Wait.
I'm going old school. I'm going Wikipedia. You always have one crazy guy updating it live.
That's actually really funny.
That's the best thing, man.
I love that.
That's really funny.
There's a world full of flowers, man. You have one guy updating it always.
Okay, so Atlanta
Wikipedia.
Hawks are trading the number 13 pick to the Pelicans for number 23 and an unprotected 26 first rounder. That's 15 seconds ago via Shams.
Okay, then Derek Queen goes to Pelicans. There's no doubt about it.
Okay, that's 15 seconds ago.
So Atlanta is trading to the Pels for number 13?
13 goes to the Pelicans, 23 and a 2026 first round pick unprotected goes to Atlanta.
Okay. All right. I mean, let's see who their guy
That
is.
unprotected pick is crazy, man. Let's say the Pelicans
That is
have a bad
insane.
season. You're
Thank you,
potentially
Ersin.
getting a top 10 pick game, man. That's crazy.
Yeah.
The Hawks are getting a big win with this. And the Pelicans are getting Derek Queen. They should go Queen, no doubt. If they go other than Queen, I'm flabbergasted, man.
Queen
Unprotected
and
2026 is tough.
Okay, well, let's just be clear for 1 second. Shams Charania is known to maybe erroneously tweet out some details that aren't always the truth. So we'll see. And also, it's an unprotected pick, most favorable of New Orleans and Milwaukee.
Yeah,
So,
he just deleted the tweet and amended it to that. Yeah.
okay, there we go. So let's see here. The Atlanta Hawks are trading. Okay.
Derek Queen, man. It should be Queen. Come on.
Mhm.
If they go another route than that, nah, man.
Okay, this is the Bulls pick right now. It's
think-
coming up live for me.
I think Queen and Kasparas could fall if neither one of them go here. These are both Queen and Kasparas spots. You know what I mean?
Essengue.
It is
Noa
Noa Essengue. Okay, there we go. Noa Essengue number 12. That's
Okay,
fun.
there you go.
I picked him number 13 in our mock draft earlier today.
Wikipedia, bro. Wikipedia always wins, man. Come on.
Did they already have him on Wiki?
Yeah, 5 minutes ago, man. Not 5, 4 minutes, man.
Man, the
Shit, no
Wikipedia
way.
is, man. The Wikipedia is out here. I'm following Ersin's lead, man.
So whoever's updating
Go
it
to that
is in the building right there.
No, trust me, bro. This is gonna lace up your life, man. Really.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Okay, Noa Essengue goes to Chicago. I like this fit
Queen
for
goes
them
to,
a lot.
13,
I like this
man.
fit for them a lot because they finally have a player who's not a guard. It fits perfectly, by the way, with how Josh Giddey wants to play, how Kobe White wants to play, and they're pairing him with one of my favorite players from last year's draft, in Montes Buzelis. This is a great pick for them. This is an incredible pick for them.
Jumbo wings, man. The initiator is Buzelis. You know, the potential power for skill for is Essengue.
Yeah. So number 13 will be, according to Jake Fisher, it will be Derek Queen.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So that means
Why does
Carter
he make so much
is
sense on
available.
that team?
Oh man. I mean, they need him, and he fits really well next to Yves Missi that they just drafted last year with all their competitive wings. But also, like the Pelicans, Zion.
So New Orleans is taking Derek Queen.
It's just like, have y'all not had enough problems with people with weight issues that you're gonna take Derek Queen too? Like Derek Queen and Zion is crazy. So, Ersin, why do you like it so much?
Queen is not a 5 in the NBA.
Yeah, no, he's a 4.
And they have a 5 with Yves Missy. Yves Missy is a big part of their future. But Yves Missy has not have the skill that Queen has. And the Pelicans can, facilitate his need to play as a hub, post entry passes, plays off the dribble, as a hub from handoffs, plays out of handoffs. He can pop to the rim. He's heavy footed, but he's skilled. He can get way downhill. They buy multiple offensive versatility that they didn't have from that position. And Yves Missy is their 5, that's no doubt. But Queen is not a 5 in the NBA. That's the biggest misperspective about him, that he's a 5. Yeah, he wasn't.
Yeah.
He was bailed out by Julian Reese at Maryland, and now he has Yves Missy to do the dirty work for him there. Yeah, he makes a lot of sense.
I think well, so my favorite player in this draft obviously is Carter Bryant, and Carter Bryant is on the board right now, and I believe that this is great for him because if the Pelicans go number 13, then 14 and 15 are Spurs and OKC, which are both competitive teams where he will have perfect environment to develop. I will be so fucking happy for him. I'm gonna message just people.
So Dan Tosman said they pick CMB because of his defensive mindset and mental toughness. That if you watch the playoffs closely, those are the teams that win basketball games.
He's not wrong.
He's not wrong.
It's not wrong.
I think if Colin Murray-Boyles, if I had to debate Colin Murray-Boyles versus Carter Bryant, I think the advantage for Carter is slightly on the youth, athleticism, jump shot. But Colin has the shot making, touch, and most importantly, the playmaking and passing. We got Kevin calling in. Kevin, what's up?
Hey, never been on live before, so is my audio working?
Yeah, your audio is good. What's up?
All right, hi. I'm a Spurs fan. That's why I joined right now. I'm guessing most of you guys are Toronto fans.
Yeah, some of us are, yeah. Ersin is non-denominational.
Gotcha.
Yeah, man. I'm not tied to the US at all. I can switch teams. I just like man.
I'm a huge Spurs fan too. Who do you want? Who do you want for your team?
Your favorite player, Carter Bryant.
Yeah, that would be great.
I wanted
to rub it in your face, Rob. Come on, man.
No, I wanted Cedric Howard too, but he went 11th.
Yeah.
And I knew he was getting hyped the last week or so. He was just climbing up boards from 20 to 16 to 14, and I know now they were even talking about 11 and 10, and I was like, dang it, he's going to go too high. They see the potential, so I see it. I wish it was Carter Bryant. I'm waiting for the Shams tweet. The worst case scenario is they trade this to somebody else.
Yeah,
well, if y'all feel like trading it, we'd be happy to take it. Like, I mean, honestly, I don't know. I mean, would you have been happy with Colin Murray-Boyles in 14?
Yes, I would have been delighted. I think we need one more wing to round out the defensive side. We got Jeremy Sohan, we got Steph Castle, you have Wemby, of course. You need one more guy to defend the wings, whether it would have been CMB or Carter Bryant or Cedric Howard, which he's a little smaller. I know he's still 6'6", but he's still small now at today's age. Mm-hmm. But I would have been ecstatic with any of those guys. But I can't wait. I'm nervous. I'm so nervous.
Yeah, that was me 20 minutes ago. I'm perfectly fine, obviously, now. I thought I was going to have a crash out if we picked Kasparas Yakuchonis or, Yegor Demon obviously went off the board before us. I wasn't entirely sold on Noa Essengue, but everything the Raptors were saying about we want to be competitive right away. We want to go for it next year. Get a player who has upside who can also do that for you.
Yeah.
That's what the Raptors love, man. And I think the Raptors have adopted a lot of the same philosophies when it comes to the draft and team building as the Spurs and OKC anyway. So it's just really interesting to see how often those three teams agree on players.
Right. And that's the tough part. They all talked about how OKC loved those guys, the same guys. And you're like, they have so much ammo to move up. It's hard for even the Spurs to do that because they're not really aggressive. They will just stick there and take their pick. And last year you had the 8th pick and they traded it away too, which I was fine with. You ended up getting De'Aaron Fox because of that pick. So it works out, but I'm hoping it's Carter Bryant. We need another wing. And I know the stats aren't anything. I keep hearing you talk about it at the panel. because I watched the panel because of you and Mars mostly. I'm not just saying that because I'm on your show and trying to kiss your butt, but yeah. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Derek Queen is going to New Orleans.
Yep. Saw that coming.
Wikipedia was updated 3 minutes ago, man. Come on, you guys stick to Wikipedia.
Oh my gosh.
Go to Carter Bryant's Wikipedia page right
okay,
now.
but for the Spurs, why wouldn't you go Nick Clifford? I think that's maybe even a better fit for him.
Better
Nick
fit than
Clifford
Carter?
makes a lot of sense.
He's 23 years. He's almost 24 years old, man. I think that's part
but
of
the
it.
Spurs are competing, man. They need some guys that can.
I wouldn't be mad at Nick Clifford.
Go right away, but Carter Bryant is maybe the outlier there. You would go for youth for him, but I think Nick Clifford is the second best pick for them. He would make a lot of sense.
I wouldn't be mad at that one either. I forgot about him. Either or, it works for me. And
Josh Hart type energy there.
Yeah. And I do have some ties to Toronto. A lot of my family's in Toronto. If you could guess, I'm Indian. So, Toronto has a decent amount of Indian people up there. And yeah, I've driven up there multiple times from Kentucky. I'm from Kentucky, by the way.
Dope. Yeah. I grew up in New York and New Jersey for a long period of time. We were in Nashville for a bit, Pennsylvania. So yeah, moved to Toronto. Very cool. Very cool. Someone saying, I will give dude a chance, but how is he better than Malawach? He's a lot better than Malawach, but
They wanted people who can play this year. Right? Malawach was a project. He would be behind. Oh crap. Sorry, my mom's calling.
No worries. Yeah. Someone's saying Rob likes mid.
If Malawach is a project, then Noah's a project.
Oh, seriously, yeah. Noa Essengue is a huge project, and I think a lot of what he does just does not translate to the NBA level right away. It's a very weird player in terms of the transition stuff that he does, and just not going to be as available. I think maybe the Raptors, if they considered Noah, they probably just saw him as being like 2-3 years away, and maybe they just didn't feel like they had another roster spot that they could devote to a developmental guy. Like they just needed a guy to come in and just be solid right away. And I think Colin can really, as I said, he fits the 4. You don't have a 4. You don't really have a 4. You have a bunch of 3s who can play 4 on your team.
Yeah.
Who's the real 4?
Yeah.
And they went for Ingram, so they want to win. Otherwise,
They do want to win, and the cool thing is you need somebody who can impact the game without having the ball in their hands, and he can do that, right? And that was the beauty of Carter as well. Carter can do that as well. Cedric Howard can do that as well to some extent as well. Carter Bryant to the Spurs.
Carter Bryant to the Spurs, probably one of my favorite spots you could land. I would absolutely love that.
I know. I think it's either him or Nick Clifford. I would like Nick Clifford.
I'm gonna be so happy for him.
Is that confirmed?
Yeah, it's confirmed.
Let's go. I'll take it. I was nervous the whole day.
The chat is saying confirm. We'll see.
Yeah, it's in. Yeah, it's Carter Bryant. Congratulations.
Thank you.
The Spurs are so loaded. Like
I love watching the Spurs anyway, so let's just add more reasons to watch the Spurs games, man. That's awesome.
Oh my god, they have like so many good players now.
And I've been a Spurs fan since 2012 when they lost to the Heat in Game 7. Ever since then, I've been a diehard Spurs fan, and I was 12 years old at that time. And ever since then till now, we've had our bad days, and now we're looking up. We're definitely looking up.
Because you hit a home run with Castle. Like yes. I thought he would be good. I didn't think he'd be that good.
No, and I was high on him too. And a lot of times, if you notice, there's always trends. You guys already know this, but some teams like those 5 stars. Carter was a 5-star. Castle was a 5-star. If Wemby ever went to the college, he would have been a 5-star. There's some teams that like the little prestige of a 5-star All-American sort of a guy, and they like those sort of guys. So there's more potential there, to be honest, too. And I like what Penn said about Arizona basketball, where they try to hide Carter to come for him to come back next year. And I was on that live in the morning. I wasn't in it, but I listened to it. And you said that, and that was a big deal. Like a lot of times, teams do that sort of stuff to try to keep a player one more year because they know he will be so good next year.
And if you guys play it smart, it's another Oklahoma situation potentially. I really believe that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah.
Like the most talented team in the West, and that's saying something. I mean, like, well, the top, I'd say like the top four,
Right.
top two, top four.
Yeah. And if Penn's right, we get the number 2 and the 3rd player in the draft at the 2nd and 14th pick. That's a big deal. That's a big win.
Yeah. Okay. His mom's right there. Honestly, I'm gonna just say this because I know there's a lot of Carter fans watching this. Obviously, I'm very, very happy for him. You're getting the best person in this draft by far. You're gonna fall in love with this kid. He comes from a great family, great bloodlines. His dad coached Kawhi Leonard. Y'all had Kawhi Leonard. We had Kawhi Leonard. Go figure that. He is an incredible defender. He is a player who's going to lock in next to Wemby. He'll do whatever you ask him to do. If you ask him to stand in the corner and shoot threes, as long as you're winning, he doesn't care. So Carter Bryant's ultimate team player. I think he has a lot of room to grow. I think if the best case scenario this works out, you get a cross between Jason Tatum and Trey Murphy. If the worst case scenario comes out, you get a 14-year-old pro who makes your practices beautiful every single day, loves his teammates, connects with his teammates, supports his teammates. This is a player who wins championships. This is a player who wins multiple championships in his lifetime. And you know what? It's funny. I wanted Wemby so bad. If y'all remember my channel, I built this entire channel on we need to tank for, Wemby, because I felt a lot of the same things about Wemby as I did about Scotty, as I feel about Carter. These are the 3 prospects that I've loved the most in the last 4 years. Dyson as well. Those four, like I would bet 100% they're going to be successful. Y'all got a great one. Congratulations, Kevin. Enjoyed watching him. It's going to be a slow grind for sure. The on-ball creation can be a little bit wonky at times, but he's great, man. He's going to be great.
And I would have been concerned about the on-ball creation if we didn't have 3 starting level guards. Like you have 2, like 1 all-star point guard right now, and then you have 2 others that can help with that on-ball creation. Then you have Wemby, and I expect him to take another big step next year. I know he keeps taking steps, so you keep thinking like, when is this going to like top off? But his ceiling is so high, you don't know what it really can be in year 6, year 7.
Absolutely.
So,
that's huge, man. That is huge. That was one of my favorite spots for him. I mean, I messaged his dad like a few days ago, and I said, if the Raptors get Carter, I need you to do a podcast with me. But if he doesn't get, I really don't want him to go to these spots, these teams. I don't want him to go to Phoenix. I'm gonna hate it for him. He's gonna hate it. They're a terrible organization. I'm like Spurs, Nets, Raptors. Those are the 3 teams. Those are the 3 teams I want him to go to. He's not getting enough of an opportunity in OKC. This is a perfect situation with Carter. I'm very, very happy for him. Yeah, I'm happy. Honestly.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Whew, big load off my shoulders because man, that was a rough one.
Yeah. Zeno Fox saying, let's just make this a Spurs channel. Shit, 2 of my 5 favorite players in the league now play for the Spurs. Go figure. Yep. Might as well do some Spurs post games. Yeah.
I'm down too. I mean, hey,
that'll be this channel's unofficial West Coast team or official West Coast team.
Our unofficial West Coast team is OKC because of
I know.
But we will dabble with the Spurs. There, you know, it's funny. Like I was thinking about like the teams that I really want to root for next year, and I was like, okay, we got Toronto, we got we got OKC as the number 2, we got Denver because of the Nikola Jokic stuff because I'm Serbian, and I'm like, man, like I love Houston because of KD now and Amen and stuff, but man, Wemby, I hope he gets somebody that I really care about on that team. I love Steph Castle last year too. I'm pretty sure Steph Castle was my number 1 pick last year. If I'm not mistaken, I think he was number 1 on my board last year. I would have to check, but I'm pretty sure he was number 1 on my board last year. So yeah, the Spurs like the same guys I like. That's good. That's good feedback for me.
I got a question, Penn.
What's up?
If Spurs would have hit you up and said we want Scotty Barnes for the number 2 pick and the 14th pick in the Atlanta unprotected next year, would you have done it?
I don't trade.
Let me hear that again. Let me hear that again.
Scotty Barnes for number 2, number 14, and the Atlanta's next year's pick, which is not worth a lot now because of how good of a team they have now, but it could have been worth a lot more, I'd say 2 weeks ago.
I'm the only person in Toronto who would say no to that, but most people would say yes. I think almost everyone would say yes. I'm sure some people up here might say yes. I say no. And I say no. Yeah. I mean, I love Dylan Harper. think he's great. Carter Bryant, if I knew he'd be there at 14, that's basically my top two picks. But yeah, I just have an irrational thing with Scotty.
Mm-hmm.
But I have the same thing with Wemby. I wouldn't trade Wemby for 500 first-round picks. You know what I mean? Like, there's certain players you just don't trade. I understand people are totally cool when you say Wemby's one of those guys. They don't feel that great when you say, you know, Scotty Barnes is one of those guys I won't trade. But that's okay, man. I'm happy Scotty has some help, you know, in Colin Murray-Boyles. That's gonna be a lot of help.
Yeah.
I think no one would accept that trade, man. 214 and is 3 picks for Scotty? Nah, that's not.
No, I wouldn't either. No, I wouldn't think
Rookie of the
twice.
year, and he's their number one option, and they build around it. Why would you settle for?
I totally understand from a basketball perspective. You don't do that, but it's very difficult to get teams to actually trade their franchise player. They have a, you know, there's like a 30 to 40% tax, and obviously like Dylan Harper plus Carter Bryant is a lot. It's not nothing. That's a lot. That's like that probably gets you a franchise player in most situations. But yeah, I wouldn't do it.
Well, you wouldn't have known you were getting Carter Bryant anyway.
Yeah, you would have to wait.
Right?
Yeah,
you wouldn't even know. So
yeah, that's true. Jeremez Curry Bro said, I really hope CMB said fucking relief and not disappointment. Toronto fans, chill the fuck out, bro. I want to say this, like, this city has this defensive idea that nobody wants to come here. So they look for everything because I think they're scarred by like guys wanting to not be here. Like, honestly, man, like, whatever. You don't want to be here. It doesn't matter. You're picked. You're coming. Whatever.
guess what? I'll be here. A lot of people didn't want to be here. They get here, they're like, oh, this is a great city. Oh, this is actually a really good team. Like, oh, this is a good culture here.
You gotta listen how DeRozan talks about Toronto. At first, he was like, "What I'm going to do there," but right now he's only positive.
Yeah,
and
for
Sorber
sure.
went to OKC, by the way, which is the most likely pick. Yeah, that one was already known because they can't pay Harstein anymore.
Did we pick Sorber
and
in our mock draft? Did we pick Sorber?
I took Sorber at the Nets. I took him later.
Oh shit! Yeah, he fell.
Yeah, but they have, cap issues, and they can't pay Hartenstein. They need a center. It was almost written in stone. Either Behringer or Sorber that would go to OKC. It makes a lot of sense, man, for them.
Yeah, for sure. Arkin Sam saying, don't brush aside his reaction. Come on. I mean, this is the same fan base who's still like talking about Goran Dragic giving one fucking interview to Slovenian television saying he has higher ambitions till today. There's someone in Toronto who's like, Goran Dragic, why didn't he want us? Like, shut up. You didn't want him either. You know what I mean? Like, there's just, it's a very
like
weird...
my main thing is like, like you react to facts. Like, we don't know what he was thinking. So why project the worst case and catastrophize what his reaction and read into it in that way? That's just a choice that you're electing to project the, oh, we're not worthy thing into it. I don't know. That's just not where my mind goes.
You know what would be
okay,
amazing?
But where would he want to go? I think this is
amazing right now. You know what would be amazing right now?
One?
If Toronto called up San Antonio and said, you want CMB for Carter Bryant and stuff, that would be very interesting. Because CMB next to Victor Wembanyama might be like the future greatest front court of like the NBA. Like, that's insanity. And you know how well they pair on each other? That would be crazy. A shot blocker like Wemby next to a post defender like CMB, that is some next level insanity. I don't know.
What would it take to get Castle?
From the Toronto Raptors?
Yeah, anybody.
I love the same thing Penn has for Scotty Barnes. I have it for Stephon Castle.
Yeah, I bet.
He was my number one pick last year by far. Reed Shepherd went 45 minutes away from my high school. He's from here and went to Kentucky 30 minutes away from where I live. And people were saying third overall pick, second overall pick. And I'm like, what? We knew he wasn't that level of a talent. We knew about the shooting, but we knew he was a bad defender. They kept saying he was 6'4". I'm like, no, he's not. He's 6'1". Like, can we stop? Can we calm down a little bit? But then when Steph Castle kept falling, and I was a big Reese Shea fan too, that was just because he paired so well with Wemby, just floor spacing in general. A guy that's 6'9", 6'10". But I love Castle. I have a affinity for Stephon Castle. I'm not giving him up for anything.
I love the guy too. You know what? I'm so tired of people like, oh yeah, no, trade for Giannis. Like, don't bail out the Bucks. Like, just do your own thing. Like Oklahoma did it. Just like
At first, it seemed very cool to think about Giannis and Wemby together because the regular NBA fan, I try not to think that I'm a regular NBA fan. They think of two guys that can just take you to the championship. That's not how this works anymore. You're looking at it the last 3-4 years with these teams. They're 9 deep. They're 10 deep. You do not get there with just Giannis and Wemby. Yeah, you have two of the top 5 players and two of the most unique talents you would ever see come through the NBA, but not anymore. And what you would have to give up for them, the second pick, Stephon Castle, Devin Vassell, you're talking about maybe even Jeremy Sohan too, in 17 first-round picks in the next 7 years. That's just too much.
No. I don't think it would even take that much, but it would still be a mistake because then, you have this organic thing going on, and the timeline's really good.
I would have been, if I was the Spurs GM, I know I'm not, but I would have tried everything in my power to get to the number 1 pick this year. I would have loved to pair him with Cooper Flagg.
Yeah. But I mean, defensively, at least, I think Carter does a lot of what Cooper Flagg does.
Yeah.
A lot. So it is still a really great fit for y'all.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Colin Murray-Boyles girlfriend thing, that is real. I didn't look at the video, but people saying oh, I think that was at least part of the reason why he didn't come out in the draft last year. I think it might have been a girlfriend thing. So I'm actually a little bit curious about that. I'd heard some stuff about that. I never followed up or confirmed it, but he could just be really in love with this girl and maybe she don't want to move or something like that. So that's always something. But he got money now. He's got $8-9 million. So he can pay for them to travel. So yeah, but I do know he has a girlfriend, yes, that he's very into. That was very clear, and he's very smitten by her. That was very clear. 900 people watching, only 250 likes. I read this. Yes, definitely hit the like. Clavage or cleavage, whichever way you want to say it. Jacoby looked upset last year, was not the case. That's true. And Jacoby was very happy to be here now. Yang at 39 tomorrow. Love to pick. CMB is a dog. I like that. For sure.
I just wish I watched more of his games. I've only seen 2 of his games, But
this is a fact, by the way. Yeah,
boys, I gotta head out. It was a slight, but I got people calling me from several different parties.
Okay, busy guy. All right, talk to you later.
It's not that I want to be. This is what I want to be busy with.
Okay, I got you.
All right, we'll catch you on the next one. CMB Cope sessions.
It's not a Cope session.
I know. I'm kidding.
This should be a celebration. This is cool.
I do. I know.
Yeah. Okay. There is a proposed trade. Oh, the trade is already done. Okay, never mind. Okay. See you, Vince.
See you, boys.
Cheers.
Okay.
Who has 16? 16 was the Pacers, right?
Yeah, it was. It is Memphis. Memphis has 16.
They traded it to Portland.
They've traded it to Portland now.
So Portland has 16, right? Okay.
Yeah, they traded it for the Cedric Coward trade.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So who should they go with here?
I think Nick Clifford, man.
Nick Clifford is totally their type of guy, but I'm wondering if they would opt for something a little bit more high upside.
Maybe potentially. Harris, just because they might
either go crazy with Ben and Jay and then add another 5.
I'm like, you know what I'm really curious about right now? And I mean, now that the Raptors and the Spurs and the OKC Thunder are out of the way, at least, I mean, I'm curious about who the Thunder go with their next pick, because Thomas Sorber is great. They cooked up with that one. That was good. And they're probably going to be able to get a guard or wing with the next one. I'm very curious what the Nets do. They got 4 picks in 12. You know what I mean? That's a lot of picks, right? And if you can start stringing together those wins on, maybe guys dropping, whatever. Yeah.
I wanted to ask Ersin a question. So I saw you guys on that live when you were doing the mock draft, and then you offered Ersin a trade, and Ersin was representing the Nets, and he went for it. And I'm just trying to relive that. And I was wondering, I thought that was an interesting idea. I realized you explained it then, but if you could like re-explain it, like if
what?
Wow,
No.
Yeah, they took Ersin, man.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah. No, but to answer the question is, why wouldn't they go for it? Why punt the season? Keep punting the season. They need a rebuild right now.
You
and they need
already
everything.
have Donovan Clingan. Okay, cool. Wow. I guess they really love him. I didn't realize he had anyone this high on him, but that's dope. That's dope for them. They better be right. Wow.
That's like 10 spots from where I had him.
Bro, that might be 20 spots from where I had him. I was not
like
impressed.
44 spots from where I had him, man. I didn't have him drafted at all, you know?
I mean, someone's going to be very wrong, but I do trust Portland. They picked Tamani Kamara at 52. Interesting. I mean, look, you know, size, skill, but this is the first player to really go that is very surprising, right? And when I say very surprising, bro is up in the rafters. Okay, he is up in the rafters. Holy shit, that is nuts. Good shot blocker though, good touch, weird movement patterns. 4.4 box plus minus, and he can smash it off the glass like Tracy McGrady. I don't know. Why didn't you see him getting drafted?
Doesn't make sense at all.
Nah, he's nothing similar to Clingan. And we see more teams play with 2
Look at that passing.
But I do just a tiny bit of scouting, but I don't see any foot speed at all with him at all.
Nah.
He's bad on his feet, and kind of the same thing with Donovan Clingan on the defensive side at least. But I don't see a 16 at all. I was looking at him in the 50s and the 40s, if anything.
Mm-hmm.
If drafted. Yeah.
But there's one thing. I saw him 2 years ago, and if you look at his body then and right now, it's unbelievable, man. He got so much stronger, so much more strength. It's almost looking at 2 different players.
Yeah.
And, you know, that type of intel always matters, man, because these teams are only going for intel.
Yeah.
And he's from China, man. It's natural pride. China doesn't send a guy to be a second-round pick, you know, so there's a lot of influences in that way. And he's represented by Clutch as well. Clutch is not crazy, man. If they want a guy who is tough to get to, of course you have to have a plan. But if you're going to watch him from 2 years ago and now, you see a lot of difference, man.
Mm-hmm.
And China's a bad league. They don't defend at all. It's worse than the G League. So it's
Yeah.
easy to fall in love with flashes. But I think there's some substance there, but I didn't like him either.
Yeah. I don't see 2 big lineups. I see him as a backup for Clingan. I see a backup.
There's nothing similar from each other. I think Clingan is more of a rim deterrent, as a true rim protecting 5, and Yang is more as a hub, as a playmaker, as a scorer. I think they're gonna do what the Cleveland Cavaliers did with 2 bigs, something similar to that, because they have an undersized backcourt. They must do something like that.
Yeah. Johnny 8, thanks a lot for the super chat. He said, "Let's go." Got here late, was watching on TV. How does CMB fit into this roster? How does he fit with Mobo? Well, I don't think the Raptors are drafting to fit around Jonathan Mobo. I think they just have a type of player and things that they like, and they want to take a lot of swings at that type of player because that type of player is actually insanely valuable around the league.
Yeah.
And that's what we're seeing with Lou Dort, Alex Caruso, multi-positional defenders. You know, if you can get the jump shooting to work around, it could be very valuable. So yeah, I don't think it necessarily, and he's just a much better scorer than he's younger. He's a better scorer. He's got a lot of advantages. So I really hope he takes this opportunity. Seems like a very hardworking kid who takes a lot of pride in his craft and just really tough, really mentally, emotionally tough kid. So I hope coming to Toronto and being away from his girlfriend doesn't break him, you know, for sure. But, you know, if it does, Scotty take him to a club, meet some new girls.
Well, that's what Scotty did to his ex in Florida. He just moved on. You know?
There you go. Okay. Rayan Abad said CMB did a short interview. He seems happy.
Berenger goes to the Wolves, man. So another Frenchman. I think that's a good one, man. Him and Rudy, he's gonna help him out. And Berger is another interesting case. I remember
Are you
writing
on
about
Wiki?
him in May, June. John Berger is already picked.
Okay,
to the
dope.
Wolves. And with him, if you look at him from the free throw line, it's horrible, man. But with him, the upside is the athletic switchable five, that mold. I think Rudy is one of the best defenders in the game, but he struggles on that end in the playoffs. And the Wolves just address their need on that end, man. And they have the guard play to set him up, as that vertical lob threat as a five, and that's something that the Wolves didn't have. Rudy was finishing lobs, and of course he's athletic, but that's not really his type of game.
Bad hands.
I like this pick, man. I like it, but he just came out of nowhere. I was surprised he even got a green room invite because I was liking him as a 2026 guy when I wrote about him in the summer. And then
Weren't
didn't
there
look
like
at his
25 guys like who got green room invites?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But Berger worked for a lot of teams that pick in the teens. And if you look at his block, if you're into stats, he has the best block rate in the ABA league, man, with Cervida.
Yeah.
And that's where it all starts for him. He's a utility player, and that's what the Wolves needed. And they have the guard play to set him up as a vertical lob threat.
For sure. And they like this type of player, right? Like they always have liked this type of player. And, just take a look here. Getting drafted. Berger. He looks miserable. Raptor fans, please extrapolate his thoughts and emotions right now. Oh, I'm going to Minnesota. Minnesota's a great
Rudy's
state,
going to
man.
help him out. Rudy's going to help him out, man.
Rudy will be great for him. Absolutely. I think that would be great for him for sure.
A lot of the Spurs rooms were talking about him going to San Antonio too at 14.
Yeah, but Pop likes screeners, and this is the best screening five in the class. I'm very confident in saying that. He's that traditional European screener, man. But if you look at his body throughout the years, it changed so much. I think he was like 6'8", 6'9" a year ago, something like that. Man. But he looks like a true 7-footer. It's crazy, and he's still young. He's one of the youngest players in the class.
Absolutely. No, he's interesting. I didn't do as deep a dive on him in terms of tape study because I wasn't expecting him to stay in this draft for some reason, but then he ended up staying. So I was like, okay, cool. Guess he had a promise. And, this is interesting because there are some guys who are falling, and Kasparas Yakuchonis is falling.
I think the Wizards. Nah, the Wizards don't need it. They took Trey.
So if the Brooklyn Nets get Kasparas and Diego Demon, that would be great. So best players available right now: Ersin Newell, Kasparas Yakuchonis, Rasheer Fleming, Walter Clayton Jr., Nick Clifford. These are all guys who are available. And you know what? The Nets are going to be able to get somebody there. But I'd be very curious to see if somebody free falls. There's always a guy who maybe the intel on him wasn't as good. So maybe a guy like Drake Powell, Liam McNeely, someone like that falls to 39. I doubt it. I very much doubt it. But again, certain people rise up, other guys have to fall down.
Wasn't Ersin Newell mocked like top 13 less than 30 days ago?
Ersin Newell was mocked number 9 2 days ago, and I nearly lost my mind. Sam Vecini was like, I'm hearing a lot of Ersin Newell to Toronto stuff. I was like, no, please God.
Well, because he's a Monteverde guy and whatever. I mean,
no, I
the classic tweener athletic 4. Yeah, it's the allure is there if you look at the stats, but I don't see it in the NBA. And I'd hope that the Wizards don't need him. I think the Nets will take him by default. It almost looks like that, man.
Mm-hmm.
Got a question for y'all.
For the Wizards?
What's up?
Yeah.
Who is y'all's guy that you're like, I am not as high as consensus seems to be? Like you actually think like this guy's shouldn't even be close to the number he is at right now.
Well, when Kasparas Yakuchonis was picked, mocked top 10, it was Kasparas for me. Okay. I didn't get it, but yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna say VJ. I think VJ is not. We'll see. I could be completely out of whack, but top 3,
and he ended up going 3rd too. Yeah.
Nah, I have Kankanupo, man. I don't see how it's gonna work in order for Charlotte with him. And in terms of what he does, and I'm basing it when I watched him early in the season.
Yeah,
they took his shot away so easily, man, and that's something that he improved. But I see a lot of potential star talk in him. It's not the
Yeah.
player comparison, but they talked the same way about Johnny Davis a couple of years ago. And it's all him all
Yeah.
over again.
I
I'm
want
gladly dying on that hill, man.
Yeah, I want to just share because I wrote this out 2 days ago or a day ago, and I said, "Here's my expected reaction to each possible pick at 9," and I wanted to make sure that I wrote these down just so that people don't accuse me after of being like, "Oh, he's just coping because the Raptors picked him." Cooper Flagg, wake up, Rob, you're dreaming. Dylan Harper, I guess Barack Obama owed Masai Ujiri a favor. BJ Edgecombe, Valdez is a cool name. Welcome to Toronto. Jeremiah Fears, we got a dog. We'll get to work. Darko, Ace Bailey, I hope we were sure about him and explored every trade back possibility. That's as kindly as I could put it. Con Knipple, I guess we don't care about wingspan anymore. Cool. Noa Essengue, I see the vision. I get it. Good luck, Noah. Welcome to Toronto. Colin Murray-Boyles, look at that enthusiastic ass response. One of my favorite players in this draft. We desperately need a shooting coach to figure out that jumper, but our defense is going to be lit. Come on, you're mine. Masai Ujiri voice. Kasparis Yakachonis, I don't get it. Queen, I get it, but I have questions. Thomas Sorber, this feels short-sighted. Neat Clifford, come on, man. Cedric Howard, I hope you're right, but I think you're probably wrong. Rasheer Fleming, y'all could have traded back for this. Danny Wolf, please fire Darko. Ryan Cockbrenner, fire everyone. Yegor Demon, well, this should be funny. And Carter Bryant, praise the Lord, thank you, I believe in Masai. So those, that's pretty much around what my reaction was. So I'm glad that I got that on record. And yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to share that. Okay.
I have no idea what the Wizards are going to do, man. That's a fun one. They should go with a wing, with a 3, but more depth. An older player. I think I'm saying Nick because this is his range, man, but he makes sense for them because you can't go freshman type of ages, 18, 19 years old. You can't continue doing that. So they should go with an older player.
I think the Wizards are trading the pick, someone said.
Okay, makes sense. Dawkins is OKC guy, right? So it's all about adding the picks, man. More picks.
Yeah. Y'all remember that Simpsons commercial where it's like, are you saying boo or boo earns? Y'all remember that? I don't know. Does anyone remember that? So Legend of Oxperiment said CMB said fook when he got drafted to the Raptors, not fuck. So there you go. Stand corrected. Fook is a new word. It means go fuck yourself. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Best player available, man. I don't know. 18. Is this pick getting traded? Someone said this is getting traded. Mark Tavares said, I was saying Boo Earns. Thank you. I'm glad someone caught that reference.
Back to that question I said, I don't see it with Derek Queen at all. I see him.
I don't either.
I see
Walter Clayton, man, to the Wizards. Or to whoever picks 18.
No.
Wow.
Are you fucking kidding? I love him. I love him a lot, but wow. I was sure he was going 20 to Miami. It's good stuff, man. Maybe Miami traded down 2 picks to the Jazz per Shams. Okay, question. Isaiah Collier or Walter Clayton? Who you got? Who's better?
Walter Clayton.
Shooting,
you have.
I like Walter better.
You have shooter already. You have somebody that can play off the ball. Isaiah Collier can't play off the ball right now. He's a terrible shooter right now. Way better passer, I'd say, because he averaged almost 7 assists a game last year.
Yeah.
But I think it's almost by default because they didn't have a point guard.
Yeah, that's true. Again,
Walter.
Yeah, somebody has to score and pass the ball on the back.
Yeah, exactly. There was a buy low type of guy for them, and he was lucky with opportunity.
Yeah,
Pardon, man.
Someone's saying this
I think
Ari
I'm going
report
Clayton
guy.
by default.
So someone's saying this Ari report guy. Shout outs to Ari if he's actually breaking this. Ari's a really cool dude. See here. Okay,
Walter
the Wizards
Clayton
are trading number 18 to the Utah Jazz. Lee close to say Walter Clayton Jr. to Utah. So that's according to
I was
the
shocked if
Ari
he went to
report.
Washington, man. I wouldn't be shocked because it makes no sense for them. Yeah, but the Wizards, they can't draft multiple rookies every season, right? You have to make a step, man, eventually.
Yeah.
And this might be their season where we're going to try to win some games and not go for the number 1 pick anymore.
Yeah.
CMB's court awareness is like
scary.
Are you watching highlights right now?
Yeah, like he sees the court really well.
He's the closest guy to Draymond Green I've ever seen since Draymond.
Yeah.
Like, the way he passes out of
check
the
the
post,
angles,
like
man. Yeah, the amount of angles he creates with the physicality.
Yeah.
And if you look at him as a face-up scorer, how he attacks the defender's footwork is insane, man.
Mm.
I think that's why all these, the not the analytical guys, but there's a few guys who had him top 3, and this is the main reason. But again, man, I think it's a good pick, but it wasn't my favorite for Toronto. But nonetheless, man, the Raptors won. Yeah, they didn't win the draft, but they have one of the best picks, no doubt.
who was yours again, Ersin? Who was your guy?
For Toronto,
Yeah.
I had the Essengue, man. I liked him a lot. But again, if I look back in hindsight, everything is easy, of course. But they went for Ingram, so they want to win some games. So you need some ready guys, and Essengue is not ready.
I think the thing with Colin is there's that same thing with Scotty, where there's physical tools to be able to contribute and like the IQ and the physicality and the strength to contribute right away, because that's usually the huge adjustment for rookies, right? They're usually very skinny, physically just getting outmatched. I think they went through a nightmare with Grady Dick over the last 2 years, just trying to get him on the court and he's just getting beat up. It helps to have a guy who can get on the court. And weirdly enough, it also helps your development to be able to get these reps early, right? It helps Cason Wallace to be able to get on the court for the OKC Thunder because he's physically strong, right? And last year, Jacoby was skinny. So it's like back-to-back years, the Raptors have drafted these very skinny guys who've had tremendous amounts of difficulty guarding their position because, I mean, they might be talented defenders, but guys that are going up against them are 30, 40 pounds heavier than them. Colin Murray-Boyles is not the problem. It can seem to some people that that's a short-sighted move of like, oh, they're trying to time a window right now. But I don't think his potential is that far off from some of the guys you're comparing him to either. So it's a sort of win-win in a situation where you get a guy who can come in right now, he can play for you. The jump shot is farther away, but bro, if he could shoot, he'd be the second player in this draft. If he could legitimately shoot, I actually think he would have been the second or third player selected in this draft. Maybe not second, probably third. I think he's the third pick. If he shoots 30% from 3, 35% from 3 on decent volume, he's the third player in this
What's
draft.
his free throws like?
69%.
And it got better.
Didn't he shoot 70?
I heard 69.
Well, that changes everything.
1%, man.
Fuck. Okay, let's see here.
It's a nice percentage, man. Come on, 69, right? Okay, man. Where are we at? We are 19, right? The Nets.
I would take Nick Clifford. Ersin, I'm taking your line again. He's probably your best player available right now. Why would you not take him?
Ersin, I was asking you the question before, and then we got the trade for the Nets. So your opinion was they need players. They need players. So what do you do if you're managing the Nets right now? Are you just like drafting a bunch of people, developing everybody, or are you like making some deals? Like what are your
I think the Kings want to draft in the first round. I would leverage that late first round picks that they have. But 8 and 19, that's for yourself. I think that's where you need to swing for the fences. And with the Nets, they need everyone so they can buy low. And then you don't have to pay a premium for a guy like Dylan Harper. And maybe you can, pick lower and take another player. And for them, nothing is written in stone. They can say goodbye to these guys in 2 years again and try something new. Because they are not close to winning at all, because that roster doesn't make sense. They have an empty book, so they will continue to take on bad contracts for future picks. I think they are 3 years away before anything happens. So taking them in here makes sense. He's young, and you have Cam Thomas by default. Yeah, he's the best player there, so he will get extended, and he must have a role. But there are not 3 players that I can say, okay, these guys are the future for them, because that's not the case. Yeah,
What's your intel on Demon? Do you like him?
I don't know. I don't have intel on him. I talked to Demon a few times before he went to BYU. And then I asked him, what do you think of your game? And he said, I'm a point guard, but everyone at Real Madrid disagrees with me, and they don't want to give me a chance. And it was all about the Spanish guys. He didn't say that one-on-one, but that's something that I understand between the lines. And that's why he went to BYU, to be the point guard. But his game is, if you look at his shot, It was pure, man. If you Google how he played for Real Madrid at the Adidas Next Generation, for example, the shot makes too much sense, man. But I think he tried to be too much of a playmaker. But you have to leverage something to be a good passer, you know.
Right.
And he was a great passer despite having no leverage. And I think that's the bet that they are making. I think it's a long-term swing, and that's why it's good that he goes to the Nets. Let's say he goes to a team that's trying something. Yeah, that's not gonna work, man, because
Yeah.
he's not good, reliable on something offensively if it's not setting up others. And
Yeah.
he
So
got better throughout later on in the season, but that's a small sample size, man. It's all about the context, and he didn't really have a fair chance at Real Madrid, and I think that's why he went to college. The money, of course, but also to show this is the guy that I can be, but someone has to believe in me.
yeah.
I was wrong. 71%.
Someone said I'm delayed, but Tumani was part of the Suns trade.
Yeah, you said he was drafted by the Blazers, but the Suns drafted and then traded him away. I
Oh,
think
that's
get off
irrelevant.
Aiton's contract.
Yeah. No, I get it, but
No,
he
that's
was traded. He never played for the Suns.
yeah.
Okay.
It was right
these
after he traded.
yeah, these numbers on Colin Murray-Boyles are insane. If you understand some of these numbers, his free throw rate of 55.6% is madness. Okay, 63% true shooting is madness. 27.8 PER is madness. Okay, when you're talking about 26% usage with the context that he was playing in, 6.9 offensive box plus minus, 11.9. Do you realize how much better his team was with him? I mean, let me show you his team and show you their analytics. It's not good. He was not the best player on his team. He was the only good player on his team. He's so much better than the second best guy. It's not close.
Nick
And
Pringle
yeah,
was
they didn't win a
back on
lot of
five.
games, but I got news for you. They weren't that much worse than Rutgers. They weren't that much worse than Rutgers. And Rutgers had two of these guys.
Yeah.
So in terms of impacting winning, yeah, he didn't quite impact winning the way Cooper Flagg impacted winning. But apart from Cooper, players under 21, I can't think of another player that impacted winning more than this guy.
Okay, look at this turnover numbers, the turnover rate. This is the number one guy in the scouting report. A team is, if you take him away, you win the game. And if you look at his turnovers, okay, 2.4 a game, that's not bad. I think
It's
it's
not
even
bad
good
at
with the amount of
all.
touches that he had.
Yeah.
But the turnover rate, in advanced, it's about what, 15%?
Sure. And you know,
That's
and
incredible.
you know what's encouraging
Incredible.
for me, and I know, and I don't know if this is encouraging for the Raptors, but he upped his 3-point attempt rate by 400%.
Yeah,
If you think about
wanted
it,
to
he
shoot.
attempted 0.5 per 100 possessions, so he basically didn't shoot. He went up to 2.1. So you might look at 26.5% and say, well, that means he's not a shooter. But you know what? You know what a 400% increase in that department and a 4% increase on free throw shooting tells me?
Yeah,
It tells
and
me
who's the
he's in the
second
gym
guy
and
on
he's
that
working
team?
on it at least.
Basically no one. So there's no one to play off of as well. So I think that's even making it much better.
Nolan Traore goes to the Nets, and one of my big predictions of this draft was that the Nets were going to destroy this draft. Like they were going to do a great job in this draft. I think if Yegor Demon works out, they're on track to do that. But I'm really interested. I'm surprised that Nolan Traore was considered a better prospect than Kasparas Yakuchonis. Yeah, dude, I just was not a fan of Kasparas, and I didn't understand.
Why did they need 2-point guards?
Bro, like they're trying to model themselves after the Chicago Bulls.
They already got the Giddy of their team.
There you go. No, I mean they value playmaking, and obviously like Jordi Fernandez, he's a really good coach. He coaches from the guard position, from his mind. He's a guard, so I think it'll be really interesting. And also, young guards lose you games. Young guards and young bigs lose you a lot of games. So these are high consequence positions. So if you really want to lose basketball games, start a rookie point guard who's not ready. It's a great way to lose. Isaiah Collier is a perfect tank commander. Especially like guys who really can't play. I'm not talking about like the Cole Anthonys, Greg Anthonys of the world. I'm talking like, guys who have a lot of development reps, a lot of errors that they're going to make, guys who still have no idea how to set guys up. If you want to win a ton of games, bring in Chris Paul.
I wish they would bring him back next year, the Spurs, the Chris Paul, but he just doesn't have a role on the team anymore.
I agree with you. I don't think he's going to be back.
They said he wanted to go back to the LA area where his team family is because he never brought his family down to Texas.
That's interesting. I was thinking today on the panel. I don't know if you watched it. They were talking about Dallas.
Yeah. They talked about the mid-level exception with Dallas, but I think he gets more than $5.5 million. There's a bunch of teams that want Chris Paul on their roster to mentor people.
I would love him in Toronto to mentor Jamal Shed. Yeah, he's great. But actually, we have Kyle Lowry for that. Let's get Kyle Lowry back. That would be great. Kyle Lowry just come in, be like, "What the fuck y'all doing? Y'all ain't win shit since I was been gone." And then just throws a tantrum and leaves.
Yep. Gets his 1 or 2 charges a game, got to do that.
Has to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Where's Miami going now that their 2 targets just went off the board right before them?
Ersin's favorite player. They're going to need Clifford. I can see it. They need a wing. In all honesty, they do need a wing. And he's a mature guy, 23, 22, 24-year-old. They took Jaime Jaquez 2 years ago. Kind of the same player. Overall,
you don't think the team took Jaime, the team that took Tyler, would take Kasparas Yakuchonis here? I feel like they should. Yakuchonis sliding out of the top 20 was not on my bingo card. I thought I thought he might go down to 16, 17, 18. But this is nuts.
I thought Brooklyn would have taken him by now.
This made me happy because I now know that RJ is staying just to make y'all mad. Antoine, I don't think this trade signals anything about RJ, to be honest. If nothing else, this actually signals that the Raptors prioritized a 4 at this position, and he has a lot in common with RJ, to be honest. But no, maybe RJ is staying. Jay said, Rob, would you say CMB is a bigger Thompson Twins? Hell no. Those guys are athletic freaks. That is a completely different situation. No, CMB is more like a ground-bound positional defender. He's a decent athlete. He's not a Men Thompson, though. You know what I mean? Like, he's not OG Anunoby either. He's not Carter Bryant. He's not that type of springboard athlete. But defense is about position and angles. And he is just a master of angles.
Tony Allen, how Tony Allen played, brute strength, using brute strength. I think that's the type of game that CMB is.
Yeah.
Not one-on-one, but Tony Allen, that was his MO, brute strength and create advantage angles that way. I think that's more of this game for CMB.
Dave Kaufman, great conversation, guys. Very happy for the Raptors. Good for you. Thank you, Dave, for that. MJAT said, how many minutes games do you think CMB plays this season? 82. Every night, I need this guy playing for me 15 minutes of off the bench of just wreak havoc, just destroy other teams. There's an actual consequence of playing against super physical guys like this. They tire you out. They wear you down.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm gonna need him to play all the time. If he's available, he's playing. Number 9 pick, he is playing. CMB can play the power forward, small forward, center. Vision is Barnes, Boyles. As a defensive terror beast duo in the front court, run versatile lineups like Quickly, Dick, Ingram, Barnes, Boyles. Very fun and intriguing thoughts. My thoughts are the Raptors love to pick it up off the glass and go. They need guys who can handle the basketball off the rebound. He's a great rebounder. He can actually initiate your break. Scotty can run the break. They can invert it. It's a good transition player. I think he was 92nd or 94th percentile in transition. He's really smart about understanding how to play basketball. The Raptors really liked Bruce Brown just as a player type. I think he has like a little bit of Bruce Brown in him too, you know, in terms of just the understanding of how to fit into different things. He is what I think. This is what I'll say. When the Raptors drafted Scotty Barnes, I thought they got a franchise player. What y'all thought he got is what Colin Murray-Boyles actually is. That's how I would say it. Kasparas Yakuchonis, 20th. Let's go. Called it. Okay, cool.
Ken, doesn't that seem like CMB is a supercharged version of Mobo from last year?
He has a lot in common with Jonathan Mobo. I think the difference here is touch in the paint is totally different. Totally
bigger body, same height, but just bigger body.
Mobo is the twitchier athlete.
but CMB is the more. They're both exceptionally coordinated.
Mm-hmm.
Running a lineup with Scotty, Mobo, and CMB is a freaking cheat code defensively. You can switch everything. You got 3 guys who can guard 5 positions potentially.
You win the rebounding battle. 100%.
And they can rebound, and they can run, and they all know how to play, and they're all super high feel. Like, fuck Vision 6-9, go to Vision 6-7.
Yeah.
So yeah, I see the overlaps with Mobo. His upside is a lot higher than Mobo though. But if they both pan out for you, holy shit, great. Yeah. And honestly, my entire takeaway going into this draft process was the Raptors need to replace OG Anunoby. My entire hype train around Carter Bryant was, I need a player who's going to come in and do all the stuff that Scotty is getting tired doing, because I need Scotty to have more of a role offensively. I don't want him chasing guys around. I don't want him guarding the toughest matchup every night. And Carter could do that, but CMB can do that as well. And, the difference is CMB, better scorer, Carter Bryant, better shooter. What do you want, scoring or shooting? I guess the Raptors prioritize passing and scoring over shooting. It's perfectly fine. They're both going to be really good players. I'm positive. Yeah. We have lost Ersin. No problem. 18 was... Okay.
We're going to have to revisit the Durant thing. Well, not now, but...
Durant?
Yeah.
What about it?
Like the KD trade. Like, if it was the 9th, and is that something we're going to regret, or is it something that we're going to be relieved that we didn't do? Because I like CMB's archetype. I'm liking the pick, right? But now I'm thinking, so what did the Rockets what's Phoenix getting now? Who did they pick?
They took the Come On My Watch.
Okay.
Which is like a kick to the balls for everyone who wanted Come On My Watch, by the way. But yeah.
Yeah.
And they traded for Mark Williams.
Yeah.
Which is a kick in the balls to nobody.
So if we unloaded RJ and the 9th, and for KD and Pirtle, it's like, now I'm thinking we're probably better that we didn't do it, but I could end up.
We're better defensively today because of this.
Yeah.
For whatever it's worth. I think as much as I understand that rookies have an adjustment, he's a better defender than KD out of the box. So that's something. It's not something I probably could say about most defenders. It's just something I could say about him and Cooper Flagg and maybe Carter Bryant.
Can you keep KD? That's the big question. Houston can keep him. They are in win now mode.
That's a huge
He's going to resign there, 100%.
Yeah.
With the Raptors, they can't resign him, man. But if they resign him, then it's someone else not getting their money.
Yeah, also think of this from a team building perspective. Typically, these rookie contracts are so valuable. There's a reason why. Okay, so here's the thing. Like, if you just look at this straightly from a mathematical perspective of win shares for dollars spent on, like, I'm totally taking this to Billy Bean Moneyball. Straight up, how many wins do you produce? Yeah, like, how many wins do you produce for how many dollars do I pay you, right? What's the worst idea in the league? Jalen Green. That's a bad idea. Not going to win you a lot of games, going to sell a lot of tickets, give you a lot of false hope, he's going to give you 25 points on one end, he's going to give up 25 points on the other end. It's not how you win basketball games. However, there are archetypes like Carter Bryant that produce typically, at least analytically, a lot of wins, right? They're error-free, relatively error-free. They do valuable things around the court. They help everybody around the court. So if a guy like that can produce for you by year 2, then he's very cheap throughout the course of the rookie contract. Whereas I think Colin Murray-Boyles is exceptional value for 4 years, partially because not only does he have the potential to maybe grow into something more as an offensive playmaker, but also because he's out of the box ready to play. He gives you actual value at $6.5 to $7 million next year. And I think he can give you rotation player value. Not starter, not star, not all-star, fine. Actual value. He's better than probably 90% of the players you could sign with the money you just paid him. And he's 21. So it's like you kind of get in the best of a lot of worlds. I understand this perspective from the Raptors. I'm not mad at it at all. I think most people were expecting me to be really, really pissed off. I'm not pissed off. I think I would have been pissed off if they picked Kasparis or Nolan Traore or something like that. But Colin Murray-Boyles, I can't be mad at this.
Yeah.
I liked him last year so much. I was talking him up last year. I'm like, actually, it was before the draft last year. I need to go back to that video where before we knew that the Raptors lost their pick, I was like, man, I hope we get Colin Murray-Boyles. I hope we get Colin Murray-Boyles. I hope Colin Murray-Boyles there. But if we move up to 4, we can get Colin Murray-Boyles. There was a time last year where I legitimately thought he could be the number 1 pick in last year's draft. Like it was him, Steph Castle, and I was arguing between him, Steph Castle. I didn't like Alex Sarr, so I was wrong about that. And Matas. Those 3 guys. Just kept like cycling through those 3 guys. Talked about Reed Shepherd a bit. So I like him, man. I think the Raptors got a good one. Summer League is going to be fun.
Will Riley went to the Jazz.
21?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
And now it's whoever owns 22, man. Who does own 22?
That's the
Hawks traded this, right? To the Nets.
The Nets. Yeah. The Nets. Okay, so the Nets already got
2 point guards.
Fears and Traore.
No, Fears went to Pelicans.
Oh shit! Sorry, my bad. Yegor Demin and Traore. So 20 is Yaku.
I think they going with Noah Penda, man.
That would be a great pick for them.
Yeah.
What do you like about Noah Penda?
I like if you look at the mold of today's, wing, you want to play fast, so you don't want to play with heavy players. Mm-hmm. He's light-footed, can put the ball on the floor. He's a good screener. That rover still that you get with him, and he withdrew at the deadline last year, and this year he kind of run the show for his team, and he's so reliable inside the arc, man. Whether he's created plays for himself or finish the play as a cutter or as a screener, that all-round game. He's more of that, power 3-4 type of mold, but with quick feet. But the other side of the coin is defensively. The idea is okay, but he has to prove it, man. So, let's say he's a great defender, this guy goes in the lottery, no doubt.
Penda versus Rasheer Fleming. Make the case for Penda. Why do you like Penda more?
I think I like Rasheer more than him because of the defensive value Rasheer brings.
Yeah. And 7'6" wingspan helps too.
If Fleming can play as a 5, despite him not being tall, but he has the length. Noah Penda is more of a 3.
When you see talent.
Sorry, what would you say, Efe?
Well, you should not be placed on people that play very racist. Very, very.
I'm pretty sure Efe is talking to himself at this point. Efe, are you talking to yourself? I think Efe might have forgotten he's on a live.
Yeah, man.
Okay, we're just gonna mute him until he figures it out. Efe, like, he just went off on a different tangent. That's funny. Okay. All right. He'd be like, yo, I'm on the stupid live stream. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Crazy, bro. I left.
He's pissed because I guess he wanted Noah.
Yeah. That's okay. Okay, so Josh Lundberg tweets out, Colin Murray-Boyles, I've been a role player. I've been the guy that's come off the bench. I've been that guy. So I've done it all. Whatever the coach needs me to do, just find my role early, help the team win. Cameras caught Colin Murray-Boyles dropping the F-bomb when he was drafted. He clarifies, just disbelief. Toronto is the first team that I worked out for. What I said was not a bad thing, just very thankful. That was a surreal moment. This organization has a good history. All right, so y'all can fucking chill. Okay? Please. And if you remember, if everyone can go back to that video that we were talking about Dan Tolzman when he was talking. I don't know if anyone caught that video. I don't know if dude, if you caught that video. Yeah. Do you remember how many times I stopped the video to say, this sounds like Colin Murray-Boyles. This sounds like Colin Murray-Boyles. Oh my God, that sounds like Colin Murray-Boyles. They're Queen, Colin Murray-Boyles, Carter Bryant. So yeah, like they were letting us know the truth, right? Covering his tracks now. I've been saying for 3 days, they're not going to draft Carter Bryant, bro. Like, relax. I'm just happy for Carter that he ended up in a great space. Yeah. Legend of Oxperiment. What is he going to say? He's not going to say anything negative? Are you crazy? I've had some very negative things to say about Raptors draft prospects in the past.
I think he's talking about CMB talking about the Raptors.
Oh, okay. My bad. I mean, yeah, that's true. That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
He's not going to talk shit about it. I mean, look, man, like for most Americans, this is the furthest thing from home. Like, I'm just be real about that. That's like, you just got to be real with yourself on that. Like, you're going to a different country. That moment that it sinks into you, like, it's like a minefield, right? There's like 29 teams in the first round. Granted, the Nets have, 5 picks. There's like 20 teams you can go to, and one of them is in another country. You know what I mean? If you're not an international player, you're an American player, and the Raptors have drafted back to back American players. The only international player they've drafted in the last 3 years is Ulrich. Everybody else has been American. Colin Fitz, man. Like, I don't know what to tell y'all. Colin Fitz with Jacoby. I'm curious to see like what intel I get back on how happy he actually is. But yeah, man. A lot of people have been tweeting me like, y'all got a good one. Y'all got a good one. So absolutely. Colin saying CMB can play all small forward, power forward. I thought you sent this before, man. Did you just send it twice? You did. Well, I appreciate you for sending this twice. Runs versatile lineups like, okay, so CMB can play all small forward, power forward, center. Vision is Barnes-Boyles as a defensive terror beast duo in the front court, plus run versatile lineups like Quickly, Dick, Ingram, Barnes-Boyles. Very fun and intriguing thoughts. Well, my thoughts are the same as they were 5 minutes ago, but I really appreciate you for sending a super chat. And unlike L host Ron, I do read the super chats. Oak Tree 34, great live, Rob. Excellent panels. Thanks a lot for your in-depth analysis. Well, thank you guys all for being up here with us. FA, do you know that you are still on alive? FA? We're just going to remove him because he's forgotten that he's even on. That's cool.
I think Ron forgets he's the host half the time. I think he gets involved in it too much, and he forgets that my job is actually to work this and not just be
he's managing a lot of really difficult personalities. I empathize with him. I would probably just lose my mind trying to do that. So, yeah.
Doesn't help. He's one of the difficult personalities, too.
He didn't have a difficult personality, yes.
Quick shout out to Will Riley from Kitchener. He got selected by the Jazz.
Dope.
Kitchener,
Canadian, right?
Kitchener, Ontario, right? Yeah.
Oh, one more thing about the Toronto thing. I know, like, a lot of Americans aren't really hip to this Toronto thing, but they're literally 3 hours away from Detroit and in New York. It's not a big deal that you're that much into Toronto.
New York State.
Yeah. Sorry.
Not the actual New York that everyone's stated about. Yes.
Yeah. I've driven there twice. One time through Detroit, one time to the New York State, and I'm like, it's not that big of a deal. You're still just basically in America. I hate to say it. I know Toronto. I mean, Canada has its own feel completely. I get it, but you're not really too far away from here. Come on.
Absolutely not. And I mean, look, it was a culture shock for me when I came here for the first time. We came here in June, and I swear we were wearing jackets. We were expecting it to be cold as hell. People are like, it's not that different from New York, bro. And then you get here and you're like, this street could literally be one of the streets from Washington Heights. It's not that big a culture shock. And I think the people who really embrace it, like, so from 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, I was sure that I was like, no, I'm going to go back to the States. I don't want to stay here. And I just fell in love with it. And now my girlfriend tells me all the time, you want to move to this place, that place? She was actually worried because of how much I love OKC. She's like, you're not going to make me move to OKC, right? I'm like, nah, we're good. No, I want to stay in Toronto. I love this city. It's a great city. And if Colin Murray-Boyles gives it a chance, he's going to fit in perfectly. This is the best situation for him. I think this would have been a great situation for a lot of players, but he's going to, whatever he's supposed to be, he's going to be the best version of it here. He's going to like it. Drake Powell to the Nets. They cooked. All right. If that is in fact what has happened, that is a good idea.
What's one guy over the years that you would pound the table for and that you were completely right about too? Like underrated guy, of course.
Dyson Daniels.
Even though he went 7th overall?
He went 8th overall. I would have taken him 4th. I was pissed that he dropped that far. I wanted the Raptors to trade for him when they were exploring trades with New Orleans. That's one guy. Scotty as a 3rd pick. Obviously, he went 5th. But back when the draft started, before his draft cycle, he was supposed to go 7th, 8th. And I was like, oh, my God, this is stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Peyton Watson. when he was supposed to be a second round pick, I was super high on Peyton Watson. I was really high on Jordan Hawkins as well. I had him as a top 5 pick, which is crazy, but I saw him working out with Ray Allen and I couldn't unsee it, man. I just it's going to be 6'4" Ray Allen. Plus the national champion. That was a huge thing. Thinking about other guys that I was really, really gung-ho about, Jabari Smith, Scoot Henderson. Granted, those are all top guys, but you're talking underrated guys
like somebody that went
sleepers.
like 30, 40 that you were like, I would take this guy with a top 15 pick right now.
I mean, I can't prove it, but I was big on Jermaine O'Neal back in the day. I thought he was going to be a beast.
Yeah,
that's dope. He went.
His son is going to college.
Hey,
Ersin,
Jermaine O'Neal's son. No, I said Jalen Wells.
Oh, Jalen.
I wrote about him in December before the draft. I was like, if this guy does this and this and this, he's a no-brainer first round because of the archetype. And then he hits, man. But the crazy part is he was very bad defending away from the ball, and in the NBA, that's his strength. I don't know what happened, but that's one of the craziest things.
Coaching, probably.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things. And more so understanding angles better when he goes to the NBA. Well, we spoke about Jermaine O'Neal, right? But his son goes to college. I don't know which program. I think he committed to one, man. His son is a decent high school recruit.
Yeah.
Jermaine O'Neal.
Yeah, I mean, Drake Powell, another freshman with not a lot of production, but a lot of upside and a lot of talent and a lot of defensive upside and versatility. A player that I think smart people had inside, their top 35, but there was a wide range for him, and 22 is on the higher end of that range, for me at least. But I think his on-ball 3-and-D potential is enormous. I definitely see between him and Rasheer, I see role players though. I definitely see role players. I don't see stars. With Carter, I saw a star. That's why I was so much higher on him, because a lot of people compare Carter to Drake, to Rasheer. People are like, why you like Carter so much? I'm like, because unlike those guys, he has enough in his game that I can see from the high school level to say he could be a star too. So the floor is the same. The ceiling is different. Red Salute said, can we make Ersin an honorary Raptors fan or perhaps an occasional co-host on your streams? Pensare equals the best Raptors content creator. Thank you very much. Oh, that's so nice, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, cool. Y'all,
let's do it.
Yeah. You are officially an honorary Raptors fan. We knight you. We salute you for liking the Raptors from the Netherlands. So this is official founder of the Raptors in the Dutch for Raptors, club. Nice.
Maybe I will switch to the Raptors, man, because I'm not tied to a team at all, man. I can
also, we got 666 people in here. Someone get the fuck out or someone get the fuck in. I don't like this bad open, bro. I don't like this bad omen. Okay.
By the way, guys, I think I'm gonna check out, man. It's almost 5 a.m. here. I have to go to work, man, in 3 hours.
So I got you.
Rebel have a little bit of sleep.
Ersin, where in Holland?
Again, man.
Where in Holland do you live?
It's a small town called Beverwijk. It's you use kilometers, right? In Canada.
Yes.
Not like these crazy Americans with their miles and everything else. No offense, Kevin. It's about 25 kilometers, man. So 25 minutes.
12 miles.
Ersin, what's that in miles for the rest of us? So we can
Kevin's
understand.
at 12, man. I think
My
12
bad.
to 15 miles. And then I'm in Amsterdam, man. So I'm here, born and raised, very close to there. But the funny part is, if you go to the city, you only see the tourists. And when you leave the city center, the life is different, man. So it's,
I lived in
very
Tilburg.
good.
I lived in Tilburg for a year with this Dutch chick.
Yeah, it's a good place, man. But
Cool. University town.
It's more of the countryside. The people there are a little bit different. I think the people of Amsterdam is more big city people, multicultural, everything. But the countryside is more, more only Dutch, if that makes sense. Not a lot of people think that, but the mindset. But it's a great place in the garden.
Definitely not a lot of NBA fans, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's very few. I think the NFL is a little bit popular, but it's all about football, man.
Ajax or PSV Eindhoven?
Nah, I don't know. I have Turkish heritage. I don't support Dutch clubs, man. So for me,
Who do you
they're all
support?
the same, No, Galatasaray.
Okay.
I went to games.
The Pelicans
Leroy
pick to the
Sané.
Hawks is in. Sorry to bother you guys. The Pelicans pick to the Hawks is in.
This will be this. Yeah, it's the Pelicans, right? The Pelicans are doing this. This is traded.
Right?
It's been traded to the Hawks. 23. I'm not mistaken. It's traded to the Hawks, right? I'm reading this right.
I don't know, man. Wait, let me check. I know they traded the pick. Yeah, the Hawks pick. I think the Pelicans traded up with the Hawks, right?
I'm inclined to say that this pick is in and it is going to the Hawks. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, and I mean, look, there's a lot of players that are really good players that have gone off the board. Maybe a couple risers that I could have seen in the second round. Ersin, before you leave, is there a player that you really think fits the Raptors that you're really hoping falls to 39 tomorrow?
Yeah, we talked about John Tonje, but it should be a guy in that mold. I think they need to add shooting depth. That's the only bet they should make because they have all these swings with forwards in previous years.
Mhm.
I'm going with Bryce Williams, man, from Nebraska. I like him a lot. He's an older player, more of that microwave scorer type of mold, where
Mhm.
you know that the physicality will translate.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's a guy that had to carry the show there. If that makes sense. And he's consistent. I think consistency matters. I think Bryce is going to be one of the earlier picks tomorrow, man.
I'm really praying that one of
Williams.
Maxime Renault or Yannick, someone like that falls, because it would be really interesting for the Raptors to get an actual center prospect at that place. But if not that, Hugo Gonzalez or Ben Seraph, if they actually fell there, someone's going to fall. I just have a feeling 39 is just making me think like over tonight, would the Raptors do something like trade up to 33 and 34 with the Hornets for those back-to-back picks? What would it take to move 39 plus something to get 33 and 34 and then just go swing for two really good high upside picks?
Would you trade OJ, and then
in a heartbeat? In a heartbeat. Yeah, I would.
Yeah. Because you have to send someone away.
Sorry,
it's not just.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just wondering, why don't you like Ojai so much? Because I know you keep talking about his 3-point percentage. How he's 42%, but what's the bad deal with him? Because I know he also plays pretty good defense too. What's going on?
He's okay defensively. He's good. He protects the rim. I like him. Good kid, good player. Problem is, you have Grady, you have Jacoby, you have Scotty, you have RJ, you have BI. I don't want this guy to get squeezed out of the rotation. Partly that. The second thing is you also have Jamison Battle, so he fills that 3-point shooting need. The thing with O'Shea Brissett, well, I'm saying Ochai Abaji, is that he will need to get paid very soon. So I don't know. 43% 3-point shooters might get paid, right? Ace Newell, 23. The pick is in. That's a good pick. That's a good pick, man. I'm not gonna lie. They were talking about Ace Newell at 19. At 9. But at 23, this is a no-brainer. That's a good ass place for them.
I think KP is not an athlete, and he's
KP
with injuries. Porzingis.
Yeah.
Yeah, and right now they adding some more because they I think they missed that type of athlete, man. More of the vertical lob threat for Trae Young. I think that makes a lot of sense in that role.
Yeah, I mean, this is a flyer on total upside here, right? Good athlete, good mover.
Yeah.
Again, this is a role player. This is not a star.
They needed the vertical lob threat off the bench.
Yeah.
I think that's the primary need.
Yeah, people need to identify the guys that win in the lottery have some level of prime upside. Like they can be a primary or secondary creator on the most levels, unless they're a complete defensive specialist. The guys who are taken after that are flyers on one-way talents, like all offense, no defense, or role players. This is a role player, and he could be a really good one. Just like last year, Yves Missi was a role player. Could be a pretty good one. So, yeah, it's really interesting. Okay, Ersin, you got to go. My bad. Sorry for keeping you.
No worries. No, but I think it was a lot of fun, man. And I want to thank Raptors Nation, everyone tuning in. It was just a couple of guys talking hoops, man, and it was a lot of fun. I think we really got something rolling here. Posted 4 hours. And yeah, man, it might be good that they switched it to 2 days. Let's say the draft takes 8 hours. It's crazy.
It would never be 8 hours because the second round goes quick. But I think tomorrow's draft will be like an hour and a half ish, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay. Ersin, see you, man.
Peace, guys.
See you.
Cheers.
Take care.
See ya. Okay, we're gonna bring Michael back. Michael is back here. Michael, what's good, man?
What's going on, guys? In these moments, I like to just take a beat, let you guys talk, and collecting my thoughts. And I come up with the, I don't know, my brain, the way it works, I try to think of words as themes. And the word, I was just thinking about the reaction to our like looking at CMB's reaction, and the word that comes in my mind is belief. And I forgot who it was that I was listening. I think it was James O'Keefe. He was doing an interview, and he said, the only thing you believe in is something that you're willing to die for. That everything else is just an unction and a feeling. And what I'm thinking is, I believe that there's only one thing I believe, and that would be where I place my faith. But there's things I know. Toronto is a top 4 populated city in North America. I know where my mind was at when I was 20 years old, 19 years old, making assumptions about places that might be far away land. Let's just assume it was, oh, I can't believe I'm going there. Let's just take it the worst case scenario you possibly could. Where do we go from there? I didn't know the world when I was 19, 20. I had assumptions. I had guesses. I had, oh, is that really, how far am I going to be from my girlfriend, my family? That's why it's a different country. Like, what, isn't it just cold up there and freezing? What are you doing? So we got to think about things from a different perspective and put ourselves in their shoes and stop assuming that they're rejecting us when they might be rejecting the notion of what the city or whatever the fit or whatever it might be. But when you actually get to certain places in life, that's where you realize things about a city or a place or a culture, and you ingratiate yourself and you become infatuated with certain places. And I really feel like Toronto's got that charm to it, especially when you've got resources at your disposal as somebody who's making a multi-million X, Y, and Z per year.
Mm-hmm.
And don't ever shortchange the city because of a couple naysayers and whatnot that make you think that the vocal minority is actually the majority.
Right.
That's a falsehood. And just be careful what you buy into, because you might be buying ish and you don't want to be buying a bunch of shit. Like, don't ever think less of yourself, your city, or what it could sell in terms of, wow, I never knew Toronto was like that. We've heard so many more players come here, say that, and walk away thinking more of this place than less of this place. So even if it was a negative reaction to where he was going, I have all the faith in the world that he's going to love the place.
Cool. Yeah, absolutely. I think, it's definitely not for everybody, but it's for a lot of people. And, I think you gotta just go with this idea of we're going to be who we are, and people who like us, like us. I think the Raptors have a really great style of basketball that suits smart basketball players. Clifford, number 24 to the Oklahoma City Thunder. They pass on Rasheer Fleming, which is very interesting to me.
No, this is the Kings pick.
This is a king. What?
Look down at the bottom.
Oh, it's going to the Kings?
Yeah, there you go.
For what?
Wow.
They said next year's first, I think.
Oh, damn. Okay. So I guess OKC needs a 5th first-round pick next year. They're smart.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Please tell me that pick is very protected, because the Sacramento Kings are very likely not going to make the playoffs. Is it their own pick?
Sorry. I thought Shams had put it in there. No, they don't say what gave there. What's going back to OKC? Just said 24. Sorry.
Okay, let's see here. Okay, OKC trading number 24. Yo, could we not have used Rasheer Fleming here? I think a lot of people here would be enamored with the idea of Rasheer Fleming. But I think we're finding out what's real and what's fake. Look, I'm going to say this. Early in the draft process, there were a lot of people saying Yegor Demon might be pushing Cooper Flagg for, the best player in this draft. I say cap. That's not the case. When we started to bring up Carter Bryant, Noa Essengue, a lot of people wanted to put Rasheer Fleming in those conversations. We nixed it. We're like, nope, that's a role player. That's going to be a role player. I think we find out, you get really high on certain guys, but at some point you do need to drink, some reality on it and just say, okay, I get it. The numbers are this, but once you get really deep into the tape, now we see how you put those numbers up. That's different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I looked into Rasheer Fleming a lot because I really liked him for us at 14. If I didn't think Carter Bryant was going to be there, I thought he was going to be gone by top 10. But for Rasheer Fleming, he cannot dribble, is what I've heard. There's no self creation at all. It's the turnover rate is abysmal when it comes to him driving, and maybe it's just partly because he's so long. It's hard to be that coordinated.
Mm-hmm.
But you never know, and he's also at a small school, so it's just he's the focus of every single team he's there playing against. So that's also another thing too. But yeah, there's a lot of self-creation problems with him. Plus, he's a tiny tweener. He's not really a 4, and he's not a mobile enough to be a 4, really, a switchable 4, and he's maybe just a hair too small to be a 5.
I think he has a chance to be an exceptional 8th guy.
Yeah.
That's the sell. But like a multi-positional 8th guy who can shoot a little bit, which is not valueless. Like Aaron Wiggins exists, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. Trying to think here. One of my favorite content creators, Ben Pfeiffer. I think his name is Ben Pfeiffer. Sorry, I follow him and I don't really look at his name here. Yeah, it's Ben Pfeiffer. He released a video one day ago. It said Colin Murray-Boyles is a future star hiding in plain sight. I'm actually going to turn it on for like 2 seconds just so everyone can get an idea of what he's talking about, just in case some people are still freaking out that Colin Murray-Boyles is not a good player. Okay, hang on. I'll pull this up.
Prospect made this entire cycle. Colin Murray-Boyles, I'm just going to let you watch this play because you're going to need to watch it again.
Did you see that? Like how he ripped it?
Yeah. If you haven't seen that clip before, like he steals this ball before this player can pass the ball out of his hand. Like he just rips it with one hand out of this player's hand. Are worrying. His like center-ish defense is, I don't think he's like can be full-time center because of the rim protection issues we talked about. He's a mixed drop defender where sometimes he just gets caught in no man's land and doesn't seem to know where he has to be. He can generally hold up though, just kind of forcing Mark Sears to the baseline here. Ends up getting his hands in there, forcing a tough shot. But
yeah, so I mean, that's a great video. I checked it out earlier today. I really suggest y'all watch it after this live if you want to get a little bit more in-depth about Colin Murray-Boyles. Apparently Colin Murray-Boyles presser is out. Definitely going to go check that out as well. Jace Richardson is going to Orlando. So if y'all remember our mock draft, Muhammad picked Jace Richardson to the Orlando Magic at 16. He is now going to the Orlando Magic at 25, which is actually pretty incredible, and he fits perfectly.
What are his shooting splits?
Jace?
Yeah.
Let me look it up real quick.
But they're really good. I'm pretty sure he's close to 40% on his threes.
He is exceptionally. The only thing with Jace is that he's 6'1". That's it.
Yeah.
That's really the only thing that comes back. He's an okay defender. His analytics say he's a great defender, though, right? I'm actually not too surprised to see Danny Wolf falling. I'm kind of glad the teams are smart enough to see through that bullshit. He had, I spoke earlier about Colin Murray-Boyles and saying box plus minus. Jace had an 11.6, 5.1 defensive box plus minus, 62.4% true shooting. He shot a crazy 41.2% from 3 on decent volume, 49% from the field, and he shot 84% from the line. That's a decent shooter. So, you take all of that.
I'm not surprised he went there. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a great pickup for them. I think he's going to learn a lot from Desmond Bane. Fits really well with Paolo. Jeff Waltman cooked. That's a great pick for them. Mm-hmm. They like this type of player, but typically they pick bigger versions of that type of player. And now they've back-to-back gone with Desmond Bane and Jace Richardson to add to it. So I guess they're just kind of getting over their fetish of 6'7" guys, which is
6'10" guys too.
Yep. Yeah.
Are they just playing an accelerated version of the Toronto Raptors trajectory? Just get their defense and then figure out the shooting afterwards. It's just funny.
Seems so.
That's funny. That's a great pick, honestly. I'm excited to watch some Orlando games. Actually, this team is really being well put together, and I love the defense first approach. Then you add the shooters in, it's gonna be lethal.
Yep. And now I am looking at. I'm going to look at my board real quick before we get to the Colin Murray-Boyles interview here. But hold on 1 second. Pull up my board. Let's see how we're doing so far on this board. Cooper gone, Dylan gone, Carter gone, VJ gone, Con gone, Trey gone, Kaman, Colin, Noah, Jeremiah Fears, Ace Bailey all gone, Thomas Sorber gone, Derek Queen gone, Cedric Coward gone, Yegor Demon gone, Maxime Renault remains on the board. That's one. Kasparis Yakuchonis gone, Nick Clifford gone, Jace Richardson gone, Rasheer Fleming. Is Rasheer still on the board? Or he just went? Am I crazy? No, he's still on the board. Rasheer and Rasheer and Ace and Newell gone. So it's pretty close. Pretty close. Joanne Beranger gone. Noah Penda's still on the board. Nolan Traore is gone. Adu Sierra is still on the board. Oh, damn. Drake Powell is gone. So, I mean, and no one from our red zone has gone, right? Oh, wait. Yeah, someone did.
Hanson
Yang. There. Fuck. Okay. I
You're
mean,
the last player in your yellow one, too, Will Riley.
Will Riley is gone as well. So Walter Clayton's gone. So Ryan Kalkbrenner. So right now, best available. Let's just go through it real quick. Best available is Maxime Renault, according to me. Maxime Renault, according to me. Also, Rasheer Fleming, still on the board, right?
Yeah.
Yep, Rasheer Fleming still on the board. Beranger gone. Danny Wolf, Adu Thiero, Hugo Gonzalez, Ryan Kalkbrenner, Ben Seraph, Markovich, McNeely. Holy shit, I forgot about him. He's falling. And I expected this, but okay. Like, there was a lot of top 20 buzz with him. Like, people were like, oh, man, this might be good value. I'm going to be honest. He is a really good shooter in in high school, and he just had a really bad year last year, but he's big. He doesn't do a lot else, though.
They said he was hurt, though. They said his shoulder or hand, was it? One of those things that was really messing up his jump shot.
Absolutely. So, you pray on the recovery, but a lot of people, they do cope. But he wasn't exactly in the greatest situation either at UConn, right?
No.
And then we got Yannick Niederhauser, we got Janai Broom, Hanson Yang gone, Kobe Sanders, Rocco Zakarski, Jameer Watkins, Shaz Lanier, Cam Jones. I'm gonna tell you this: that's a lot of players left.
Yep.
That are pretty decent players. The Raptors might actually get someone really good.
We're gonna get somebody. We're gonna get somebody.
I mean, yeah.
Like, I honestly would say this when it comes to drafting.
Sorry, go ahead, recruiter. Did you say something?
No, never mind. It's okay.
Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. All right, yeah.
No, I was just saying, like, when I usually see Masai doing some of his damage, it's usually those second rounders, late firsts, like the guy that everyone's like, oh, he's like, I think like it's almost like the pressure comes off, and he's just like, oh, that guy shouldn't be there, and I'm just gonna take that guy. That's a mistake. Like, I think someone's gonna fall down to 39, and we're gonna be sitting there being like, yeah, maybe he should have went in the 20s, and that might be the case. You find out later. I don't know. I like what we do in the second round usually, so we'll see. I think there's a lot of players there, and I think there's some serviceable guys that will help us out, and Lord knows we need some help. So,
yeah. Okay. So I can't. If someone wants to link me the interview to Colin Murray-Boyles, I want to listen to our guy Hayes from PC talk about why the Bulls should avoid drafting Colin Murray-Boyles in the 2025 draft, and see if Hayes might have a point. Let's just see.
That drafting Colin Murray-Boyles at number 12 is going to be like renting an Airbnb in O Block and then wondering why shit goes wrong. I really think that, right? Now, if you're drafting more like 18th, 16th, something like that, makes a little bit more sense. If you're already a team that's a winning team and you need to add a defensive specialist, it makes a lot more sense. But for what the Bulls need, as much as we've talked about defense, at the center position, you need more than just that. And you can get more than just that. And Colin Murray-Boyles is probably going to end up being a center at the NBA level. I don't think he's going to end up being a power forward. Well, he could end up being a power forward, but if he ends up being a power forward, you're going to have to commit to playing a very specific type of offense in the half court, unless he's just not part really of your offensive game plan. Maybe he just lives off cutting to the basket, things like that. But even then, he's not necessarily quick enough. He doesn't have the hops enough. He doesn't have the athleticism to really do that. So you're looking at Colin Murray-Boyles as basically what he brings defensively. That is the thing that you're looking for, and that's the thing that if you're looking for him as a prospect, that's the thing that you're focused on first.
So yeah, I mean, respect to Hayes. We squashed our beefs. This is obviously not me saying anything, but I disagree completely. I think he has a lot more offensively than people might maybe believe that he has. Let's check out Draft Stacks.
If you're in Canada
little
and have
video
over
on him.
10,000
And yeah, I don't have YouTube Premium. My bad, guys. My bad. I'm just like Ron that way. Be not investing in YouTube Premium. Someone's saying Ben Seraph. Did Ben Seraph go? Fuck. Okay.
Made a name for himself as one of the most physical, high motor front court prospects in the country, putting up big numbers and shoving his way into the NBA draft lottery conversation out of the University of South Carolina. Murray-Boyles is a 6'7" forward with a...
Sorry, my bad, guys. This is not my vibe. Okay. Yeah. I mean, let's see here.
No,
I recommend using Brave browser for what it's worth. It's pretty good.
Brave browser?
Yeah, it's like the Google Chrome equivalent, but it's good with ad blocking.
Okay, I got you.
But I use YouTube Premium.
Okay. Coach Allen,
Okay,
NBA.
so Toronto Raptors fans, including myself, this is why the Toronto Raptors picked, of course, I would say probably one of the better forward/center options. Now, Colin...
Also not my vibe, respect, but seriously, you can't start a video out with an obvious thing. Where's the fucking interview, bro? Sorry. Interview. Can someone tell me where the interview is? Ah, no. Oh, okay. Media availability from our guy Ciro. This could be good. Okay, let's go.
Thought it would be as a kid? Probably more. Everybody that I've been around, I've been able to see a lot of guys that I've watched on TV multiple times. Been able to talk to them even. It's crazy. Not everybody can do that. So just having an insight from guys that have been through ups and downs, had successful careers, it's unmatched.
Anybody particular to talk to?
I've talked to Klay Thompson, probably. Yeah, he was really, like, he's been through a lot. He knows about the game. He's obviously been on one of the best teams in the history of basketball. So getting into him to see how he works, how he goes through workouts, even as a successful veteran, something I want to add to my game as well.
As you're going through these workouts, how do you balance leaning into your strengths versus showing you're improving, areas of weakness?
Just an equal balance, like while working out, there's a lot of aspects to basketball, so not really putting one to the side, and obviously keeping that got me here, keep it in my rotation, obviously to stay sharp on it, and then obviously going from my weaknesses and trying to round out myself as much as possible.
What do you feel is your most NBA ready day one, like bringing it to the table? Skill.
I don't know, just overall aggression. That's something that I know is beneficial for rookies on the defensive end and offense. Is just to have a supreme confidence, and that's something that I'll be bringing in.
Gotcha. And if you get drafted in the lottery tomorrow, you'd be the first in South Carolina history. What does that mean to you in the history of the program?
I'm just happy to get drafted, like in general. Like even in South Carolina, not many people have gotten drafted out of South Carolina for us. So just to even be in that group of guys, it's amazing to me, and it's special.
Colin, what part of your game do you think is underrated or overlooked that people should take more, pay more attention to?
Probably my creation.
That's a dope question for my guy Ciro. Y'all remember Ciro? Give Ciro a sub up.
I feel like that's something that wasn't my my number one role at South Carolina, but my creation on the perimeter is something that I've been very good at. And obviously with the more spacing, shooters, it'll be way more visible in the league.
I completely agree. Y'all can definitely go check out the rest of that video. It is on Ciro's YouTube. Just going to quickly flash over to William Liu's. I'm told that this is where the interview is. And apparently Carter is getting roasted. Sorry, not Carter. Colin. I'm gonna do that a lot, by the way, over the next few days. Just so y'all know, I'm gonna call Colin Carter like 400 times, but I'll get used to it. Drink more copium. Drink more copium. Okay, here.
Just disbelief, you know. Toronto was probably my first team that I worked out for. But that, what I said was not a bad thing by any means. Just very thankful for it. That was like a surreal moment, like to hear my name called, and by this organization that has a good history and have really good players as of right now. It was just a crazy moment. Obviously thankful for the opportunity that they give me, and taking it full on. I'm ready to do whatever it needs or whatever they need me to do.
That's dope. Okay. I mean, nothing out of the expected, nothing that I wasn't expecting him to say. That's pretty cool. Someone saying Danny Wolf to the Nets. That's happening right now. Okay. Cool. Pull this off.
Nets going back to back here, so Danny Wolf, and they're probably gonna take somebody else again right here.
Did they take did they take PENSARE as well?
Yeah, that's it. That they went back to back. Never mind. But yeah, that's PENSARE and Danny Wolf there with those back to back picks.
Okay, that answers the question of which team is going to take the two Israeli guys. It's the same team that took both Israeli guys. That's actually pretty. That's a bold decision by them, and I hope that the media does not do what the media often does with that.
Well, it's Brooklyn. It's not Portland.
Yeah. I would just say the same thing.
Yeah. Pepper Jack saying NBA YouTube has the post-draft press conference. CMB is about 30 minutes from the end. I'll check it out for sure.
Hey, Penn, I'm going to head out. Great
All right,
talking
man.
to you guys. Great talking to everybody else up here. Yeah, have a good one.
Peace, Kevin. Good luck. Good luck, and keep my and please root for my favorite player.
Oh, for sure.
Peace.
He's now my favorite player.
Okay. All right, peace.
Yeah, congrats on getting. Oh, he's gone. I mean, that's the Spurs made out really well. They really
they did. They really did.
That's a hell of a team, man. Oh man.
Victor Wembanyama. They got Carter Bryant, Victor Wembanyama on the same team. Jesus Christ. Wow. What are the Spurs doing? They're a great team. I'm somehow on one bar, apparently 2 bars as well. Dan, Wendy called Toronto fans sensitive. Well, I also called Toronto fans sensitive, so y'all can, get on that. Yeah, man, like I don't know what it is, man. The city is like scarred by, and I think it's the media. I think it is the media that gives you this idea of an inferiority complex, and you shouldn't have an inferiority complex. The whole We the North movement was built on the stability of strength. We the North, take some fucking pride. It's such a weird thing to me that Messiah has to be like, believe in yourself, believe in your city. Like, yeah, you should believe in your city. You live in one of the best cities in the world. It's not just one of the best cities in North America. It's one of the best cities in the world, period. It's a great city, great place. And today, great weather, so shit. Colin Murray-Boyles is going to come to Toronto, think he flew to Hawaii.
Hey, man, I was gardening today in that weather, so, I just pretended I was in Jamaica.
Seriously, it's crazy. Okay.
So it's almost the first round wrapping up here. Go ahead, Rob, what were you saying?
Who are you guys rooting for tomorrow to be there? Is there a guy that you're like, man, I really hope that guy's there? Rocco Zakarski fan club? I don't
know. If anything, what I'm hoping for is another big. Like, I think we just need somebody that's like, in addition to when it comes to someone along the lines of like Ulrich, who we're waiting on and everything like that. So we've got some options here. There, obviously, I don't know who's going to go in these last couple picks. Plus, there's going to be another 9 picks ahead of us, or 8 picks ahead of us in the tomorrow. But the Maxime Renault, that would be like mind blown, a great opportunity. But Ryan Kalkbrenner's not bad. Obviously, I wouldn't mind him at all. I mean, when it comes to Rocco, do you have like any injury concerns there, like anything like that? Like that
No,
kind of is one of the. You don't have any injury concerns whatsoever.
no, not really. No, I mean he's 7'4". There's no injury concern beyond the fact that he's 7'4", and 7'4" is 7'4". That's a scary height to be and a very unnatural height to be for a human being.
Well, he
But
did have that knee injury in the NBL, right?
sure, I mean
So like that was the only thing. I'm not saying he's going to be injury prone. I'm just saying that was kind of one of the things that made the buzz kind of fall off. So I think obviously you're not buying into it much. So that might be a good opportunity for us to have someone fall in our lap, I guess. Right.
Absolutely.
Plus like a Pirtle there to kind of, who is I guess, traditionally oversized center in that way. Wouldn't be bad for him to take some understanding from him as well. So that I want like that's like a should be there type of guy in my mind. Like still should be there type of. Obviously, if Renault is there, like we're laughing to the
Yeah.
bank. But
Yeah, cool. I mean, that those are all solid options. I don't think any one of them will be there, but if one of them is there, we take it and run. Recruiter dude, any thoughts on final guys that you kind of hope fall
I
tomorrow?
thought Saraf. I thought Saraf was gonna drop.
That would have been
like
cool.
it,
And now Hugo
and
Gonzalez just went off the board.
Also, like that the Kitchener kid, I was just sort of lying to myself, like maybe he'll be skipped, maybe he'll drop. No, I don't have a name right now. No.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we're almost done here. We're gonna actually take some time to do some reflection on this draft as a me solo, and we're gonna listen to Carter Bryant, Colin Murray-Boyles interviews. I want to thank y'all for coming on,
It
hanging
was a
out with us
blast.
for a few hours. Super cool. 4-hour live. These lives are always cool. We're gonna have you guys covered tomorrow as well. Shout outs to the 1,000 plus 2,000, 3,000. I don't know how many people came on to this live at some point to check out our reaction. Sorry to disappoint to all the people who were thinking I was going to throw wine on the friggin' TV screen when we passed on Carter. I'm a happy Raptor fan right now, but yeah, I'll be lying to you if I didn't say that. I'm a little bit envious that the San Antonio Spurs got Carter Bryant and Dylan Harper in the same draft, but it's cool, man. I'm rolling with it. Let's see what Colin can do. He's going to be really good next year. All right, man. Take care, guys.
All the best. Cheers.
Cheers.
Thanks for having us on.
See ya. Okay, so board's pretty much cooked. Let's tune in, see what Carter Bryant had to say. I'm gonna step out for a second. This is gonna be Carter solo, and then we're gonna find somewhere in this stream. We are gonna find the Colin Murray-Boyles, and we're gonna listen to what Colin Murray-Boyles had to say too.
Playing basketball at a time where, Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, and LeBron were pretty much solidified to be the top three, but he was really making a statement that he was one of the best players in the world as well.
First row in the middle.
Hi, I'm Leska Zalogo, the Daily Wildcat. Congratulations, first of all, on being drafted. How do you see yourself fitting in with the San Antonio Spurs, and who are you most excited to play next to?
I see myself, like I said, being a guy that can bring energy, toughness, physicality, somebody that's just going to show up on a consistent basis and just work his ass off. So in terms of that, I feel like that's what I bring, and I'm looking forward to playing with my guy D Harp. It's been a long time coming. We had a lot of conversations throughout high school, whether I was trying to play together in college, just maybe playing together at some point. So for him to be my draft buddy and being able to both go in the lottery and be able to represent San Antonio is dope.
Third row on the right.
Hey, Ben Koch, NBA.com. What do you feel like you learned about the Spurs and what they're looking for you from the draft process? And then, with their history of developing players and where they are, what's the forward opportunity look like for you?
I think the first thing I immediately noticed is just top to bottom, they just run different. I think that's something you notice immediately with that organization. They're very clean. They get things done very quickly. They are very precise, and they have intention behind everything they do. And I think the clear message I got behind everything is they're trying to get back to the top. So being able to win games at a very high level and being able to compete for a championship. So that's the first thing that I really got from the whole staff.
First row here on the left.
Could we possibly be back? Is it possible? I have no idea if we're completely back. We're back. Okay. I am currently hotspotting off my girlfriend's phone because I'm an idiot and I don't know how to do it off my own phone. I apologize for that complete delay. I take this opportunity to once again remind you, please do not use Roger's internet. It sucks. How, man? I was like, man, please don't do this during the draft. I've been through this like 6-7 times. Assholes. Okay. Okay. So we were at a point, and I mean, honestly, it could have been worse because I'm gonna be honest, like streaming that entire press conference with Carter, I was like, uh-oh, copyright again. So thankfully it wasn't that. Let me try to get to Colin. Let me get to Noa Essengue. Nope. Henson Yang. Here we go. We're going to get to Colin Murray-Boyles right here. And we're going to hear what he had to say. Here we go. Here's the man, the myth, the legend himself.
All right, third row on the right.
Hey, BenCouchNBA.com. Heading into the draft, there was a possibility that you could be the first lottery pick in South Carolina history. Now you're here. What's your reaction? How's it feel?
Thankful. That's the biggest thing. It's crazy to be here. It's a real moment for me and my family. I mean, for South Carolina history. You know, I'm from South Carolina, so that's really, really important for me is really staying home. And, you know, that's something that has grown with me since being there. So I'm thankful for that accolade of being the first lottery pick, but I want to be one of the best. So
second row on the right.
What's up, Colin? How you been?
I'm good, man.
Congrats, man.
Appreciate it.
So I know you got a lot of priorities going into the season, obviously, and you know, a lot of goals in mind. But how high on the priority list is the goal to become boys with Drake and have him rock your uniform?
We about to find out that Colin Murray-Boyles is a Kendrick fan. No.
I guess it is on the list, but it's gonna obviously take a lot of work. So we'll see.
It won't take very much work.
I know I'm ready to work, ready to, you know, rep the city. So we're gonna see.
How dope would that be? I mean,
that would be amazing.
Rocking your jersey courtside at a
Oh
game.
my God, that'd be crazy.
Crazy.
Yeah.
And
Colin Murray-Boyles might be a bigger Drake fan than me. Cool.
one more real quick. DeMar DeRozan went 9th overall to the Raptors. T-Mac went 9th overall to the Raptors. How does it feel to be, you know, amongst the 9th overall pick royalty?
I did not know that.
I'll tell you one person who did know that, Carter Bryant. Sorry.
Oh, that's crazy. Now that you said it, yeah, that's a great group of guys, great talent. Hopefully, I can live up to that hype.
And Jacopoto.
Yeah, for real though. Dang, that's great.
But there's something about that number, so.
There's something about number 9 for sure.
Facts. Congrats, though.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions for Colin?
All right, Colin Adeshina-Koiki, a lot of sports talk. You had Chloe Kitts with you, University of South Carolina, standout, national champion. What has it been like, that relationship with Chloe? And also,
That's funny.
how has being around the South Carolina women's basketball team helped your mindset and outlook in your game?
I don't know. She's amazing for me. She knows the sacrifices that this comes with of being a basketball player, especially professional basketball player. So she understands that and she fully embraces it. And she never takes anything for granted. Never takes my time for granted. So I never take her for granted as well. So enjoying each other's company as much as possible. She's been really good for me. And obviously she plays on the
What? Why are we getting an ad in the middle? What? What? Oh, I get it. I'm bad.
watch Dawn Staley a lot and see what she does, and that'll be what it is for me at the next level. So,
any other questions for Colin? All right, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
I am aware that Carter Bryant's interview did not finish.
Very clean. They get things done very quickly. They are very precise, and they have intention behind everything they do. And I think the clear message I got behind everything is they're trying to get back to the top. So being able to win games at a very high level and being able to compete for a championship. So that's the first thing that I really got from the whole staff.
First over here.
As good as I expect Colin Murray-Boyles, Kamal Malawach, Noa Essengue, I'd be very, very surprised if this guy does not go top 5 in a redraft.
On the left.
Hey, Carter, congratulations. Something you mentioned yesterday is that basketball is kind of weird, like a constant striving for perfection.
Right.
You know, joining a young team like the Spurs, how do you see that kind of helping you as you guys are all kind of learning this thing together?
I think the biggest thing is there's so many guys on this team, obviously with myself and Dylan, but along with obviously Wemby and Steph Castle and D Fox and Harrison and all these guys. There's so much room for growth for this team, and I think you're gonna look up and we could definitely be one of those dynasties that you look back on and you're gonna be like, man, this is a hell of a team.
I'm not going to project that. I'm going to guarantee it. I'll guarantee you. Steph Castle, Dylan Harper, Carter Bryant, and Victor Wembanyama are going to win championships. You're going to be seeing this team play for a really long time in the NBA playoffs. And it's going to be a little bit bittersweet because you could have tanked for Wemby. You could have had a draft pick in the draft in which, Steph was drafted. I think it's funny that the team that traded with the fucking Spurs twice, Thaddeus Young once, and then, they say 3 times a charm. Maybe the first time was the charm. Kawhi was the charm. Thaddeus Young, Jakob Poeltl, not great ideas at the time, not great in hindsight. You kind of helped rebuild and restock this team. And now they are really going to be a dynasty. I really, really believe that. They're going to be a really damn good team, and they killed this draft. Dylan Harper plus Carter Bryant in this draft, regardless of what they do with their second-round pick, is crazy.
First over here on the left.
Yeah, I'm first of all, I'm just wondering if you know how much this makes Sean Elliott's day, having another Arizona Wildcat around.
Yeah.
Do you know why he laughed? Because he knew that Sean Elliott went to Arizona. This dude is like a walking basketball encyclopedia.
And then just also, how did you and Dylan meet?
Oh, wow. Dylan and I actually met playing AU tournament. We played the New York Rens, and I'll never forget, he was killing us. And, I was the biggest dude on our team, so Coach had me guarding the 5-man. I was like, Coach, I promise you I can stop him. And I remember he came and walked over the bench, and he was like, I promise you can't stop me. So it kind of being a full circle moment for us to be on the same team now. I love that dude. He's a great dude, great family. His father's always been great to me, always provided me with great I don't even know the word I was looking for, but along with his mother, there's a great people, great family.
Last row on the left.
Carter, congratulations. Adeshina Quickie, a lot of sports talk. We talked yesterday about uplifting and highlighting the deaf community, knowing yourself, knowing sign language, and your mom being deaf as well, being deaf. Now that you are a professional player officially, how do you see your role either changing or growing in terms of highlighting the deaf community? And do you see a lot of those people in the community who are NBA fans now being Spurs fans?
No, definitely. I think I just want to bring more attention to whatever organization I was blessed to be drafted by. But obviously, San Antonio just has a rich history of having a lot of intention behind everything they do. But I don't think my mentality towards it changes in terms of the deaf community. It's something that's always going to be important to me and always has been important to me. But, I had my family, the Valencia Bascupiacs, up in the crowd, and I saw them when I was going to do my interviews, and I looked up and they were all up there signing I love you. So I'm more than grateful for them and just everything they've taught me.
First row here on the left.
Yeah, I had a chance to talk to several players yesterday about the idea of playing next to Victor Wembanyama. What is it that excites you most about playing with a guy with his skill set, his size, his range?
I'm gonna just start off defensively because that's what I love to do. I feel like I can just be ultra aggressive. Obviously, you got to be smart, but just having the mental stability of knowing you kind of have a monster back there behind you that's going to deter everything from the front of the rim. It gives me an opportunity to just be an elite defender and kind of push my limits, especially on the ball. So I think with that being the case, I'm just ready to be active and be able to contribute defensively immediately and offensively. He's a guy I like to use the word gravity. He's takes
Me
all the
too.
gravity in the room. So him being that type of player, I mean, it's going to open up so many opportunities for myself, Dylan, and so many guys on this roster for us to grow. I'm just looking forward to picking his brain.
Second row.
How much run are you going to give Dylan on the race for Rookie of the Year?
I mean, one of us going to get it. So whether it's one or two or whoever gets it, it doesn't matter. I'm just trying to win basketball games at a high level.
Second row on the right.
Carter, not the most important thing in the entire world, but you did rock number 9 in college.
Yes, sir.
You can't rock 9 on the Spurs. It's retired by, obviously, the legend Tony Parker.
Yes, sir.
What number are you going to rock?
I don't know. I got to look at who has what numbers on the team. I don't know. That's a great question.
Is there like a number that stands out in your mind? Like,
4.
might be meaningful to you?
I know Steph got 5. That's my dog. I'm not getting that off him. I don't know. Does D Fox wear 4? Yep, I can't get 4. And then I had the 4 plus 5 for 9. Wemby got the 1. Dylan for sure gonna have 2. If nobody has 2, I'm gonna have to figure something out.
Figure that out. All good.
All right. Thank you, Carter.
Thank you.
With that, we conclude the NBA draft. First round. Shout outs to the 470 people who have stayed here. We'll take some final shout outs or call-ins. Let me just make sure I got to all the super chats and I'm not being an L host. Nope, we did. Shout outs to Jonathan Convoy. CMB seems like a absolute dog. Loving this conversation. Love it. Thank you very much. That was awesome. I think we need a stretch 5 now. We'll see. I actually, in this internet fiasco, was not able to see who went in the final end of the draft, so that kind of sucks for me. But let me just see if I can pull up the draft order here and see who went where. Hold on. NBA mock draft. Okay, let's see here. Is there a great place to just see who went where? Yeah. Okay. So pull this off. Let me just get back to where I was before. Apologize. Give me 1 sec here. I told my girlfriend I wasn't gonna take too much longer. That I wasn't gonna take too much longer because her phone does not have that much and we did not plug it in. So yes. Look, man. Okay, there we go. So Liam at 29, Yannick at 30. Who went 28? So Adu is still there. Am I correct on that? Okay, so let's get the final order here. 1 sec. So Hanson Yang, 16. Joan Berenger, 17. Okay. Walter Clayton Jr. Went 18th. Where are we going here? 1 sec. And Yannick Conan Niederhauser goes 30th. Okay. He's a good player. They picked well. That does mean that Rasheer Fleming has dropped to the second round, which is crazy, actually, when you think about it, but also somewhat expected. Did he not interview well? Was there something in his tape that people just kind of fell out of love with? Analytically, wasn't the greatest, but he's young. For a 3-year player at St. Joe's, he's young. So again, Nick Clifford, 24. Jace Richardson, 25. I think both those players can contribute next year and actually be like positives. Ben Seraph, 26. Danny Wolf, 27. The Israel kids go back to back. Just to those people who don't know, Danny Wolf is American, but he does have Israeli citizenship. Hugo Gonzalez, one of my favorite players in this draft, goes 28. And 29 goes Liam McNeely, and then 30 goes Yannick. So to look at my big board very quickly, pull this up for a sec. So everyone off my big board here is gone except for Maxime Renault. So Maxime Renault at 16 is still there. Am I wrong about Maxime Renault? Very possible. Rasheer Fleming also there. So those 2 guys that are there. So Maxime Renault, Rasheer Fleming are the 2 best available to me. Okay, moving on beyond that, Adu Thiero, number 3. Ryan Cockbrenner, going to the second round. Now, I would never bought that early first round hype for Ryan Cockburner. There were some people who legitimately were putting Ryan Cockburner in the lottery. Those people should probably, go touch grass right now, because that was very wrong and very silly. I've always kind of had him in that 28 to like 35 range. So I'm not really moved by him. Like, his shooting is okay. The shot blocking is good, but I could certainly see some value here at the beginning of the second round now. Markovic is there. Liam McNeely's gone. Sion James, Niederhauser gone. Janai Broom, Anson Yang gone. Kobe Sanders. Okay. I mean, if this draft board breaks the way my draft board breaks, you're not going to get your guy at 39. You're probably going to miss him at 37, 38. But maybe Cam Jones, Chaz Lanier, Jameer Watkins go 31, 32, 33. And now we get into a very exciting place where the draft board breaks a little bit differently. Okay. Ben, do you think the Raptors move 32 with RJ in a trade? 32? You mean 39? We don't got 32. I wish we had 32 right now. That'd be great. Let me see who else here. So the guy that the Raptors seem to be mocked like the whole way through is John Tonji. Now, I'm going to go check out a lot of John Tonji because I watched him 2 years ago and I was not impressed. I watched 3 games from this year thinking, I don't think the Raptors are going to draft him. I don't think anyone's going to draft him. But that's where we were with Jonathan Mobo early draft process last year. Weren't thinking Jonathan Mobo was going to get drafted. Then suddenly he rises up draft boards. Raptors pick him. Turns out to be a pretty decent pick. So I'm going to watch some John Tonji. I'm going to do a Raptors best available second round tomorrow. Can I share my honest thoughts with y'all before I get accused of being, super negative and whatever? I understand the Carter Bryant, see, I did it again. I can't help myself, guys. I'm sorry. I understand the Colin Murray-Boyles pick. I totally get it. I understand what the Raptors are doing. This is a good player. I think there was a better player. But you know what's funny? Last year, the same thing happened. So right now, Colin Murray-Boyles, when we picked, was the third player left on my board, right? Last year, when Jacoby Walter was picked, he was the second player left on my board. So the Raptors have gone in a very different direction the last 3 years. Obviously, Darko's play style is influencing changes in how the Raptors see the draft, right? And I was really hoping that would not result in potentially Kasparas Siakachonis or, us reaching for Jace Richardson or something crazy like that. Just Derek Queen. Like, I would not have been thrilled about Derek Queen. So that all being said, Colin Murray-Boyles is the lesser of 6 bad outcomes, but he's not the best outcome for me. I'll be very, very, very happy if Colin Murray-Boyles turns into a better player than Carter Bryant long term. I'll be happy if he turns into a better player than Kaman Malawach long term. But that was not my research on him. My research on him said he was the 8th best player in this draft. You get him at 9, you can't be too unhappy. You cannot be too unhappy getting the 8th best player on my board at number 9. I do think this board will, in hindsight, have mistakes. I think maybe I'm just super wrong about Carter and he ends up being the 12th best player in this draft. But I do think he's going to be I'd be surprised if he's not a top 7, 6 guy in this draft. He does too many things well, man. I love his upside and his mental makeup for, all that stuff. But, who knows, man? If he turns into Harrison Barnes 2.0, I'll still say to the end of time, it's a valuable player. But does CMB have star in him? Does he have star dog in him? Well, according to me, right here, Colin Murray-Boyles has a 2%, according to me, again, superstar upside, 15% star upside. That's 17% that he's going to be a hell of a lot better than you think he is. A 30% starter upside. Now, look at that bust tag, right? There are 6 players actually, that have a single-digit bust. That's Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper, Carter Bryant, Con Knipple, Colin Murray-Boyles, and Jace Richardson. Those are the guys that I think are bust-proof in this draft. That's where I am on Colin Murray-Boyles. He's going to be a 12-year NBA player. If he learns how to shoot, this trajectory changes very much. I don't agree with that Hayes video that we showed. You know, where Hayes was talking about like, oh, he's going to be a 5, maybe he's going to be a 4. I think the 5 stuff is actually a positive. That you have a wing who can legitimately guard 5s is actually a positive, right? So the Raptors like multi-positional defenders. The Raptors like playmaking. The Raptors like guys who, you know, can play within the team concept and understand how to play basketball. This is a guy who satisfies a lot of that criteria. If Carter Bryant's shot making stuff like the dribble, creation, passing stuff does not translate to the NBA level, Colin is the better player. So I was wrong. Masai was right. If Carter does figure out the shot making stuff, his athleticism and shooting alone make him better than Colin Murray-Boyles. This would be a good debate to have in a few years. Was Penn right? Was Penn wrong? Was Rob right? Was Rob wrong? Whatever. But I've been high on Colin Murray-Boyles for 2 years. CMB is an awesome player. You're gonna love him, I think, if he's bought in, if he's locked in. I would not be super surprised if that fuck was a legitimate fuck. Like, shit, I'm going to Canada and my relationship, you know, is going to be that. But I wouldn't read too much into it. It has nothing to do with you, is what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with Canada. It has something to do with his personal expectations in that moment. Maybe he had a promise from the Spurs at 14 and the Raptors jumped the Spurs, and who knows? We'll see if trades will be made, right? The Raptors obviously interviewed him when he was here. They worked him out. He was one of those guys they identified early. Maybe this is why they didn't work out anybody else. They knew he was going to be available, and they just said, shit, we'll reach 2-3 spots and just take him. I don't know. Look at this way. Scotty is still a crown jewel. CMB takes defensive pressure off Scotty in return. Scotty should have higher offensive output. Yeah, I agree. And defense and offense are very linked. And also, Colin Murray-Boyles is another plus-size playmaker. You know what's funny? Again, people comparing him to Draymond Green, once again, are going to piss me off the same way that people comparing Scotty Barnes to Draymond Green piss me off. Go watch Draymond Green play basketball, bro. This is not Colin Murray-Boyles, not Scotty Barnes. Draymond is a very unique archetype. It does not exist in this draft. I understand undersized playmaker, you know, who can run the point a little bit for you. But if Draymond could actually score off the dribble the way Colin Murray-Boyles could at 2021, he wouldn't have slipped to the second round. He would have been a lottery pick. If he, like, CMB, again, he reminds me a little bit. And again, a little bit. At times, I'm not comparing him one-to-one to this player. But there are moments where he reminds me in his scoring package of Carmelo Anthony. Syracuse, Carmelo Anthony, a player that I wanted for the Raptors so badly. Oh my God, the Raptors walked into the draft lottery with the 3rd. I was so sure Carter plus Carmelo. Oh my God, that's going to happen. Didn't happen. And I loved Carmelo, loved Melo at Syracuse. And I just see a lot of that in Colin Murray-Boyles. Melo is also a great offensive rebounder, super physical, super tough, super assertive. So don't sleep on the scoring upside because the numbers are not gaudy. I promise you he's a good scorer. He's not a good shooter. He's a good scorer. If the Raptors can figure out the shooting part, you really do have a top 5 pick. I'm not kidding. No joke. And you know what's funny? I'm going to tell you something. You know, 2K is not to be relied on for accurate basketball simulations. But there was like 6 drafts in a row that I did on 2K. And the reason that I had to fucking keep not like, I think y'all remember last year I did like a 2K sim, and this year I tried to do one. I tried to do like 7 or 8 different versions of this, right? And every time I would let the draft play out and I would let to see who fell to Toronto at 9. And I got to tell you, every single time Colin Murray-Boyles went top 6. Means nothing. Means nothing. It means the version of him in 2K is really good. But it means, you know, at least to me, that the way I designed my draft class, I made him a very good player. And for good reason. He is a really good player. I think he might be a top 6 player right now. If we were to run a pickup game right now, I think he's a top 6 player in this draft right now. He's like a top 5 player in this draft right now. Right now. What he becomes in the future, anyone's guess. Could be great. Could be absolutely great. I think the come on stuff, you know, to the people who are bumming out about come on, I understand there's probably people bumming out about Noah. These are all really difficult decisions. But if you are somebody like me who has at times over the last 24 hours, 48 hours, and perhaps 2 weeks, questioned the decision-making of Masai Ujiri and Bobby Webster, think about what they did at the end of this year, right? Think about what they did at the end of this year when they started losing a whole bunch of games and, you know, they started winning a whole bunch of games. People were really upset with them and whatever, right? They kind of proved to be right. They ended up being right. You move down to 9, and you get a guy that you probably would have taken at 7. I don't think they would have taken Jeremiah Fears. I don't think they would have taken Fears or Jaeger Demon over him. If someone ever shares the Raptors big board, I wouldn't be surprised if Colin Murray-Boyles was 5th. Wouldn't be surprised at all. At which point, you got your 5th guy at 9 as opposed to your 5th guy at 6. Maybe that's a good thing. You pay him a little bit less money, clears up a little bit more cap space. Hopefully, CMB can be good for the Raptors. And again, you need guys who do things other than score, but don't sleep on this dude's ability to score, and don't sleep on his ability to impact the game without the basketball. He does a lot of fantastic things without the basketball. He's not going to be a bust, guys. He's not going to be a bust. Too tough, too smart, too good, too physical, too good to be a bust. Cares way too much to be a bust. He's not going to be a bust. I don't know if he's going to be a star, though. And it's going to be really fucking weird to watch Essengue or Kaman or Carter become one. So I guess y'all just going to have to square away with the fact that your organization made a choice between these 4 players. There was no real wrong answer. There was a wait and see approach with Noah. There was a wait and see approach with Kaman. There was a more plug it out of the box and just plug and play and get something right away from from CMB. He's by far the best of those players today. I would be very pissed off if I realize, or if I find out later, that because they want to be competitive, they chose the more NBA ready player. That would really annoy me. But he has a lot of upside too. So don't sleep on, oh, well, he played 2 years in college, so boom. I was actually looking back at historic drafts like 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004. Y'all don't realize how common it was to have lottery picks who were 22 years old. Kirk Heinrich, Nick Collison, 22, Kenyon Martin, 22, Stromile Swift. These guys were older, man. It's weird now that it's almost unheard of to find, oh my God, they're picking 21-year-olds in the lottery. Wow. You know? Bobby told CMB, welcome to Toronto at dinner. Cool. I'm not gonna let my personal thoughts on this until we see them all play. I'm not gonna let my personal thoughts on this ruin your evening. I'm not gonna be that dude. I'll just let you know my board. This was my board. And if I end up being wrong, I'll be the happiest Raptor fan ever. I want to be wrong. Trust me, I do. I'll talk to y'all later. Thank you very, very much. I'm going to flash these super chats on, starting with Marion Booth, Christian Burton, Kihan Baria, Clavage, Gregory, Cass, thank you very much. Innovation, thank you very much. Christian Burton, thank you very much. Pepperjack, appreciate it. Clavage again. Christian Burton again, thank you so much. Yang at 39. Bro, your take aged like milk. You went first round. You almost went lottery. Johnny A, thank you so much. Dave Kaufman, appreciate you. Colin Mjad, thank you very much. Colin Nivisi, thank you very much. Oak Tree, always appreciate you, guy. Colin, thanks for giving us the same super chat 3 times. Yo, that's dope. I thought it was twice. My bad. I didn't notice it was 3 times. I hope that was not a mistake on your end. Thank you very much. Jonathan Convoy, always appreciate you. CMB seems like an absolute dog. Thank you very much. Red Salute, thank you very much. And Pepperjack, appreciate you again. Carvin Chung, thank you. Dan Tolsman said the teams draft and develop assets for the future. CMB can play now and be a future trade asset for a superstar. If he can shoot, yeah. I'm sure if he can shoot, then you're talking about a very, very unique and different player. I think his shot creation, he was right. I mean, that interview with Ciro, where Ciro said, "What's one thing that teams sleep on with you?" The shot creation. I agree with that. The shot creation is very slept on, and could he? He's kind of like the most Raptors-y prospect if you think about it. Questionable jumper, multi-positional. The Raptors love flexibility. Like, they always love to hedge their bets. They're like, when I think about the Raptors under Masai Ujiri and Bobby Webster, is like the chronic indecision, right? They don't like to make decisions. They like to kick the can down the road. CMB is like a make your own adventure type of player, right? Like you want a point forward? He's one of those. You want a wing? Yeah, he's one of those. You want a center? Yeah, he's one of those. You want a power forward? Yeah, he's one of those. Okay. Well, we're finding out with OG Anunoby, Jalen Williams, Aaron Nesmith, guys like that, how valuable those guys who are multi-positional toolsy defenders actually are. And so if he does turn into that, I think at worst he turns into Jaden McDaniels, right? At worst, I think that's the that's the player type, a Jaden McDaniels without a jump shot, but with maybe more of a scoring package than Jaden McDaniels. Like is that negative value? No, Jaden McDaniels has value. What you didn't want was an inefficient shot creator who can't defend. That's what I did not want. Okay. So we get defense. I wanted defense. We get the OG replacement. I wanted the OG replacement. It's not the OG replacement I would have taken, but it is an OG replacement. And, Scotty should benefit the most from this. I'm going to be honest. Absolutely. Don't be too sad about this one. Don't party too hard, but definitely. Dan, another great live. Thank you, bro. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much, guys. CMB have a higher upside than OG had. His ball skills and basketball IQ are on a completely different planet than OG as a prospect. His shooting, however, is not. Now, I do want to say one thing. I know that 26% shooting on 2 attempts per 100 is a very depressing stat, but it used to be a lot worse. 1. 2, it's a very small sample. 3, he's actually not a bad shooter everywhere else. Like the free throw percentages are kind of like meh, whatever. But I see his form. I compare it to something like Derek Queen, where I'm like, oh my God, the jump shot needs to be completely restructured. I think there's tweaks that can be made, but the Raptors obviously really loved us. They loved him. They met him. They loved him. Leave it to the pros, guys. Bobby Webster is live. Where? Let's listen to this. Where we at? Raptors YouTube. Is he live there? Oh, there we go. Cool. Let's tune into that. This should be interesting.
Yeah, I think you'll find very quickly. I think he'll take. Yeah, back before. What's up, everyone? Thanks for staying late. I can't believe we used to do the second round after this. Right? It does. I don't know if they were definitely playing. I felt like it was more than 5 minutes between each pick, right?
Yeah. So what about Colin Murray-Boyles made you decide he was your man at number 9?
Yeah, I think as a sophomore, we had 2 years to evaluate him. So someone that we identified last year, he decided to stay in school. But sort of had our eye on him going into the season. I think for those of you who watched him, I think, very obvious elite defense, really versatile, great hands, a lot of stocks. So I think for us, it was the defense versatility, but we felt, he has a chance to be a really, really good defender in the NBA. I think sometimes we forget, Brandon's coming onto this team. And so, you sort of, think about the offensive, defensive, balance of the team. Shooting's at a premium in the NBA. At the same time, I think we saw in the finals sort of Oklahoma City defense. There's something to be said about these type of defenders that, can really disrupt, the other team. And then shooting, something we've always tried to work on here. I think, we've taken a lot of kids with this profile in the past, and, it's a lot of work out there. It's a lot of, testament to these kids' work ethics and sort of our evaluation of how much he can, how willing he is to work. He's not running from it. He knows, obviously, it's something that he wants to work on. So, we'll go there, but we know sort of the baseline on the defensive end and around the rim on offense. I think that's, he is effective around the rim, and he's been, productive on that end as well.
Obviously, with every rookie, there's some degree of patience required, but it does seem like with his body and his skill set that he's a little bit more NBA ready than some of the other bigs in that range. How quickly do you think he can make an impact even at the back end of a rotation at the NBA level?
I mean, it's tough for any rookie. You've been through enough rookies here. It's hard to be productive as a rookie. I do think the one thing that gets you on the court as a rookie is your defense. And so I think that gives him a leg up. But no, expectations will always be managed as far as, listen, he's not only adjusting to coming to the NBA and playing basketball, it's the lifestyle stuff. It's off the court. There's so many more requirements here. You're not in school anymore. What are you doing with your time? So I think we're always cognizant of the other stuff that they're adjusting to as well. So, we'll have the realistic expectations for him.
Positionally, do you see him like, obviously he's got the bulk to play anywhere really, but do you see him tall enough to be a center, or is he more like a 4, or you'll see how it goes sort of thing?
I think in the defensive end, he can guard all over. So I think that's fine. Yeah, probably what's the natural fit on the offensive end. But I think we'll see it. I think he handles the ball well. He does a lot of things that you see sort of Darko does in his offense, dribble handoff, sort of operate from the top, pass well. So we think he fits sort of on both ends.
On the offensive end there, I know he played a little bit of kind of like point forward in South Carolina. Do you think that's potential for him in the NBA, or do you think he's more like a connector at the pro level?
I think both what you said, right? He grabs and goes sometimes. He kind of plays that elbow, top of the key dribble handoff. So I think, a lot of the stuff you see in our current offense, I think he is suited for on the offensive end as well.
There was a lot of trade rumors and speculation about what you guys may do with the 9th pick, in addition to picking, maybe trading it. What was that actual volume of interest when you guys got to the?
I understand that he is not going to come out and say that Colin Murray-Boyles is going to be a really productive player at the NBA level. I will tell you, my projection of him is that he will be a productive player as a rookie. Like, he's not going to be that guy that you have to hide. He's a better player right now than a lot of rookies last year, man. I'm going to be honest with you. If this guy came out last year, he would have gone top 5. So
I think a couple of things were at play. I think we were one of the few teams in the top 10 willing to deal it. And so I think that's probably where a lot of the noise came from. And so we had a lot of those discussions because of that. I think some people thought it was sort of a 7-8 player draft. So the draft really started with us. So a lot of teams that were trying to move into the draft, they felt like, right around where we were is where it kind of was unknown. And so if you wanted to move in there and get your guy. But yeah, I think probably the first part, which was just a more active year than normal for us with this pick.
So with Colin in particular, would be confident for you to yes, there's a lot of interest in this pick, but we see Colin and there's an opportunity here. I guess I'm asking, did you guys have him higher than 9, for example?
Yeah, we had him higher than 9. I think
as I said, they had him probably 6, 5. I would be surprised if I had to do this from the perspective of the Raptors and not myself. I would assume it probably broke. Now that we know Cooper, Dylan, VJ, Colin, it probably broke like that. Or maybe Cooper, Dylan, VJ, Trey, Colin, something like that. Like I wouldn't be surprised if they had him higher than Ace Bailey. Not at all. Ace Bailey just does not feel like a Raptors player.
Defensive stuff, versatility. If we've seen a lot of players here be successful in that role, and I think that was high on our list.
You guys have talked about needing like a backup center, a young center for a little while now. Is that no longer a need? Is that still something you guys want to address? How does he sort of fit into that equation?
You probably have to talk to Darko. I think he's played some small ball 5, so I think there'll probably be some of that. I think as we've seen, you can't play that the whole game. I think he probably feels comfortable 4 or 5, maybe some 3 if you've talked to him. But I also think, big picture, we're still in talent acquisition mode. I think we're not so worried about position as we try to find, these players. Obviously, teams change a lot and you can trade. There's a lot of different movement there. So for us, it was just more, who do we think is the best player?
Colin said Toronto was his first workout. Did you sense any nerves from him, and maybe what stood out in the conversations you had with him?
Yeah, I think he was excited. He did his homework. He told us he went to, I think he was with his family. He said during the holidays in New York. So I think there was a road game, and he said, Scotty's defensive energy is what stood out to him on that team. So he knew a little bit about us. He had watched us play.
Yo, what is this weird thing that YouTube is now doing where they're playing ads while dudes are talking? I don't appreciate this. This is fucking weird.
I think he said his first workout here, took him to dinner, really professional, hardworking, has a bit of chip on his shoulder. You know, I think you'll probably get that. He wasn't the most highly recruited kid coming out. I think he transferred, went to a prep school at Wasatch, which is a pretty well-known prep school, then goes to South Carolina, so doesn't sort of follow the typical, you know, path of a top kid. And so I think he's, you know, put in a lot of hard work to get here.
So you weren't spooked by his first word on the broadcast when he was announced?
You know, sort of you all see it, and then sort of we have to like we sit back. My take on it was,
I can't believe you have an answer for this. This is great.
no, it was, you know, we don't tell the, you know, a lot of teams will tell the players that they're getting picked, and so I don't think he knew. I think maybe, you know, I think it was truly like sort of a reaction to it happening, and so maybe we should leak to them more. I don't know. He knew we had. My point is, he knew we had interest. He wanted. I think that was sort of like that was our reaction.
Yeah. You said you're still in talent acquisition phase, and rosters can change. You know, it seems like there's, with the reported trades, I suppose at this stage, there's been a lot more going on early. Do you still anticipate that level heading into free agency, with all, you know, so much focus being on teams looking to shave money or whatever? Do you still think a lot of trades are coming?
Always, but I do think that the draft is the sort of second, you know, unofficial trade deadline or first unofficial trade deadline, I guess you'd call it, mainly because of the value of these picks. And so many of our conversations around 9, and so now 9 goes away, and so I'm not sure there's as many talks. There's probably more just typical player for player trades. But no, I think we've had a pretty active offseason to date, you know, for NBA terms. So.
Do you feel pretty good about who might still be there at 39? Or do you have a sense of if you'll make that pick or it might be up for grabs?
I'm pretty sure we'll make it. You know, it's our second year doing this 2-day NBA draft. So I think we're trying to get a sense of, do we sort of re-rank tomorrow? Do we just sort of go according to the board? Is there more information that'll come out? I think last year, you know, we went through it at 31. And so there's just more things tomorrow that's going to come out. Who fell, why'd they fall? So there's going to be all the sort of gossip. So you have to sort of sift through all of the information. But now I expect us to take 39.
A lot of the time, these top prospects come from winning programs, and we look at that and talk about that as a feat.
I really hope they're not about to try and insinuate that because his game is, wow. Okay.
Sure, look how much they won and all that. South Carolina lost a lot last year. Do you take anything from that in terms of like informative?
100% a Josh Lewinberg question. The laziest question. Great.
For you guys in evaluating what kind of a
It's not the worst question. It's just, I think I have a bias.
both player and person Colin is, having gone through that and handled it the way that he did?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's, you know, it's our job to sort of see through that. I think a lot of the on-off stuff for him when he was on the court, they're obviously better. So you're trying to find the winning players within, you know, those situations. Most of you probably seen it. He has really, I think, sort of poignant interview where he talks about it, you know, sort of like, you know, I think either they had lost a bunch of games in a row and they finally won one, but you guys can probably find it where he sort of talks about being a winner on a losing team. And I think that sort of perspective stood out to me. Also, SEC is the best, you know, basketball conference in the country, so it's not necessarily a detriment that you weren't great in the SEC.
You do have a team very together.
I think they were 12-20, if I'm not mistaken. He was by far their best player, by far their best player, and they were actually a pretty decent team when he was on the court.
They talked about for years. What makes you think he'll fit in personality-wise with your guys?
You know, I think, you know, you just think of that second unit, sort of second half of the year. I think they thrived on defense. I think, you know, they sort of rallied around that. I think that sort of became, you know, one of our, you know, top attributes or identity towards that. And so I think he'll fit in with that, which is who's going to play really hard on defense. Darko made a huge emphasis on that. And so playing together on defense, I think, is sort of infectious. And I think that would be the initial one.
That's stuff not matter.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, great kid, personable, like all of those things, you know, it's kind of, I think sometimes you think too hard to mush those guys together. Whereas I think, you know, you probably saw this year, it wasn't, the personalities fit, not necessarily because we were so, okay, this, you know, Jamal is going to be best friends with Jaco, you know, like they sort of just, they fit together in their own way. And I think we're not trying to puppet master it too much, you know.
Past 4 or 5 years, you guys have obviously gotten a pretty massive roster overhaul. How do you think Colin will kind of embrace just kind of the chaos of the NBA, you know, the competition, you know, going into summer league, going to training camp and all of that?
Yeah, I think you'll find very quickly. I think he'll take that challenge on. I think in talking to him and getting to know him, sort of his path to here wasn't easy, and sort of the challenge of the NBA feels to me like something that he's been building towards. Even his decision to go back to South Carolina was, I'm not quite ready. I know I need to have work on things. So I think there's a realistic expectation, a realistic perspective of what he can and can't do. But no, I think he's up for the challenge.
Last year, you guys drafted Shed 30 or 45th, and that was a trade that you made. Is that something that you're open to do tomorrow? And was last year's again that like second day you kind of reevaluated where things were?
Yeah.
Are you open to making a trade? Okay. He's not going to tell you the truth, but okay.
That's a good one. I don't think we went into last year on the second day expecting we'd end up with, I think, 45 and 57, right? And so, yeah, I think that opportunity presented itself. Similarly, we'll be ready for that tomorrow. You know, we were ready for.
I have my doubts that that opportunity will present itself again. I don't love the end of this draft that much, but in fairness, I didn't expect Ulrich to be there at 57.
For that tonight is, do you move back? Do you move out? But yeah, it's a good point. Tomorrow last year I didn't tell you that on Wednesday night.
How do you see Colin and Scotty fitting offensively together?
Oof.
I think high IQ, both can handle the ball. I think we always feel like, you know, we say, you know, you can stack IQ. And so I think that feels to me like, you know, they'll play well with each other. You obviously have to worry about the shooting, but I think we have some shooting that you can package with both of those guys. I was thinking at defensive end, you think about maybe front line of Colin and Scotty and Yak, like it's, you know, formidable on the other end as well.
Play those three guys offensively together with their spacing issues?
I think there's probably two good enough shooters on the team that you could, but these are Darko questions.
The concept of like best player available and picking that, do you think that's like best player available career wise, what they're going to be in their career, or do you look at it more in like a shorter window? And does the modern NBA change the way you look at it because it seems like there are shorter windows with the aprons and all that?
I think, you know, sort of Josh's question, it's hard for rookies to be productive. So I think you have to say, okay, who's really, you know, realistically, okay, can, you know, Cooper come in and, you know, like, so I think.
I'll once again say I'm not the general manager, although on a day like today, I fucking wish I was. But I will say I'm really, really want our community, even if, you know, he's speaking to the Raptor fans, I'm speaking to PENSARE basketball community. Y'all should be I'll be very surprised if Colin Murray-Boyles is a negative at any point in his career, straight up. He has a ton of utility as a multi-positional defender right off the bat. He's a good screener, good finisher. He can finish. He has good hands. He can play make out of the post. He already does like things at an NBA level. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it's this thing we said with Kawhi Leonard. You know, when he was picked 15th, like, what's your NBA skill? Well, he's an NBA defender. Well, it was the same thing with Scotty Barnes. How do you get on the court? You know, Scotty was all hustle. Colin is very Scotty-esque. I don't feel the way I feel about Scotty, about Colin Murray-Boyles for sure. But he has a lot of Scottyisms in him, which is to say he just kind of gets it out of the mud. He finds his opportunities. He's kind of creative about fitting into different lineups and different situations. He helps everybody. He's going to help RJ. If RJ stays on this team, he's going to help Yak. He's going to help Scotty. He just kind of fills in. And, you know, I've heard some mixed reports on why he went back to South Carolina. I always thought it was the girlfriend, but hey, man, I mean, if he legitimately prioritized his career to that extent, there is so much like baked in DNA to how the Raptors think about prospects, going back to Fred VanVleet, OG Anunoby, Pascal Siakam. So, okay, let's take Fred VanVleet's backstory of not being highly recruited, Pascal Siakam's backstory of going to a small school, maybe that doesn't traditionally produce lottery picks. Take OG Anunoby's sort of multi-positional talents, right? Take Scotty Barnes plus size playmaking, jam it all together. You pretty much get Colin Murray-Boyles, right? So this obviously was a player that they would like a lot. And it just kind of makes sense for them. I think the reason that I was a little bit lower on CMB than Carter is because I really do value shooting in this pick. And I don't know if he's going to become a good shooter. I definitely don't think at any point I would expect him to be a better shooter than Carter. So I think it just kind of comes down to what do you value? And, you know, the thing that just always stuck out to me in all of my time watching Colin, and this is going right back to last year, this is going back to some of his pre-college tape, was just he's so tough. Like, he's so physically tough. He picks you up. He kind of gets into your body. You know, when you're on the block, he'll bump you. You know, he takes contact exceptionally well, and he dishes contact exceptionally well. He's just a very physical basketball player. So, you know, so there's enough room in his game to grow, but there's like a real NBA skill that he has, which is to say that he can actually guard like a lot of players in this league. You can unleash him for like 6-7 minutes on a Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And I'm not saying he's going to shut him down, but he's going to do a better job than just about anyone on your roster right away. He's going to do a better job than Jacoby. He's going to do a better job than Scotty, probably, as a point of attack defender on that matchup. And then you start to think back to like how basketball is being played today, especially defensively, where, you know, you have all these switches and stuff, and you want a guy who can cross match. You want a guy who can pick up a guard in full court. Let's just say, you know, you're playing against the Pacers, right? Let's just say Tyrese Haliburton is back to being healthy. This guy can guard Tyrese Haliburton, but he can also guard Miles Turner, but he can also guard Pascal Siakam. And I guarantee you he's going to guard them all at like the 85th to 90th percentile effectiveness. So I'm not joking. I have routinely, if you go back to, you know, pre-draft, I'm actually going to go back and check what I said about Colin Murray-Boyles. Yep, did that thing again. My bad. I'm a little bit tired. Been talking for 5 hours. I'm gonna go back and check what I said because I want to make sure that, you know, I was correct on it. But, you know, it always came back to overlap. Scotty plus CMB. How do you see that working? There's so much talent overlap. Jonathan Mobo, Scotty Barnes plus CMB. Like, what are we doing here? Like, you don't want too much of the same thing. Now, I'll tell you something that I kind of don't love about this interview with Bobby Webster is like how often he defers the decision to Darko Rajakovic. Darko's a good basketball mind. I think he should have an input. I don't think he should be deciding who's getting picked. And there's back-to-back years where I've preferred a different guy. And I'm gonna probably look back on this in 3 years, and we'll ask the chat, would you prefer the guys that I wanted in that situation? You prefer the guys the Raptors took? I'm really hoping, as a Raptor fan, that I'm wrong about every single one. I'm hoping that Grady turns into a significantly better player than Jordan Hawkins, Cam Whitmore, and all those guys. I'm hoping that, you know, Jacoby turns into a significantly better player than Yves Missi, who I had above him. And I'm hoping, you know, praying, at least at this point, you know, as a Raptor fan, that CMB turns into a better player than Kaman and Carter and all those guys that I had above him, the two guys that I had above him, really. But I don't know, man. It's not that far off. They're not picking the wrong player. Let me put it this way. They're not picking, like, they're not making stupid decisions. They're not making the right decision that I want them to make, but they're making good decisions. These are good, smart basketball decisions. Jakob Poeltl, you know, for instance, at 9 was a good, smart decision. Was it as good a decision as Domantas Sabonis at 10? No, I don't think you can make that argument with a straight face. But it was still a good decision. You got a good player. I wonder if Colin Murray-Boyles would be a little bit like
that's sort of there. No, I think best player available is you're assuming the guy's going to stay on your team for a long time, so you want him to be great. If he so happens to be productive early, great. But I think it's always much more of a long-term view, which is, you know, in Colin's case, we know he's going to be really good on defense. We know he's really good around the rim. If he turns into a really good shooter, then that sort of changes the trajectory of his career.
Thanks, Bobby. Thanks, Bobby.
Black Nubian saying, does this pick show the Raptors' confidence in Ulrich? I love Ulrich a lot, actually. I like him a lot more than some of the players who went in the first round today. Nolan Bambury saying, Penn, it sounds like you're trying to convince yourself this wasn't a bad decision to save your own sanity. Rob, I remember how many times you have been wrong. How many times have I been wrong? Go ahead, light it out. How many times have I been wrong? Let's see here. I don't think picking the 9th player, I don't think picking your 8th player on my board at number 9 is the end of the world. I don't think that's the end of the world. and I'm saying this, Kasparis Yakuchonis, Yegor Demin, Cedric Howard, Derek Queen, Thomas Sorber, all of these guys, Noa Essengue, all, in my opinion, would have been worse players. And they were all technically slotted in that range. You can add Nick Clifford, Jace Richardson, Rasheer Fleming, and Ersin Newell to that as well. They have all been mocked. Rob, you had him going earlier. Earlier than who? Earlier than what? What are we talking about? Does this mean we're going to win Summer League? Does not mean we're not going to win Summer League. I'll bring you back to one of my favorite draft memories. Hang on. I hope I don't get copyright flag for this, but hang on one second. Just since everyone is bitching and complaining about Colin Murray-Boyles draft reaction, so I want to bring you back to my favorite draft reaction, probably of all Raptors history, just to give you a nice, warm, happy feeling going in. Hold on one second. You know what I'm going to do, right? You know what I'm going to do. Back to happier times when the Raptors and I were in perfect harmony.
Toronto Raptors select Scotty Barnes from Florida State University.
You heard the crowd. This is a surprise. Scotty Barnes, a guy that...
Why didn't they show his reaction? Yo, this stream is cooked. This version of the video doesn't show him getting up and exploding. He was so happy. He was such a happy guy. He didn't say fuck. Instead,
go at number 4, and you see the energy that's...
hang on.
And then he wants to go at number 4, and you see the energy that's...
What you know what I won't miss? COVID masks. That's what I won't miss. Okay. I actually want to check something out. Give me one sec here. I'm going backwards. Hold on one sec. I need to check one thing. I'm actually going to see our stream, and I'm going to see what we did with... No. Let me not do that. One sec. Fuck. No. I'm going to pull up our mock draft video, and I'm going to see who picked Colin Murray-Boyles, and I'm going to see like what happened with it. One sec. I have to see it. Let's see. Let's go back. Let's revisit 4 days ago. Who the hell picked Colin Murray-Boyles? Okay, so where did Colin Murray-Boyles go in our mock draft? I think, if I'm not mistaken, he went... Yeah, where the fuck did he go? Oh, this is why timestamps are good and important. Hold on one second. Now I got to deal with ads on my own video. Is this what y'all have to deal with? I'm sorry. I promise you, if there was a way to make money off of YouTube without ads, I would do it. I hate ads. Just so y'all know, I'm in the same boat as you. I do not like these ads, especially on these long ass videos. Okay. So Essengue in our mock draft, he went 11th. If my memory serves me correctly, did Colin Murray-Boyles go to the Spurs? Ironically. Let me see. Okay, pull this up. He hit me with a couple of those balls, like side of my head. He just knocking me out, with the shooting form. It's not great. Okay. I'm working on it, but it's not great. So adding another non-shooter to that. I am the Oklahoma City Thunder. He hit me with a couple of...
Sorry, a guy like Wembanyama?
No. Damn it.
You're not going to take the top 3 now that I consider...
You know what's really interesting? In our mock draft, I picked Carter for the Toronto Raptors. Muhammad picked Colin Murray-Boyles for the Spurs. That's funny, right? It's opposite. Okay, let's see how we got to that decision, and let's listen to where we were there. So thanks to Ersin, I got rid of that defensive liability, and I got 2+ defenders, probably 2 of the 5 best defenders in this draft. And now I'm literally so greedy that I'm trying to get my hands on a 3rd defender to shore up my defense here. By the way, this is me trying to trade for the 14th pick to get Colin Murray-Boyles because I couldn't believe he was on the board at 14. So that's why I'm just looking. Like, I mean, is there anything on the Raptors roster that currently exists that would move you for this 14th overall pick?
I think there's just like a lot of crossover with, you know, some of the skill sets in your guard room, wing room versus my guard room and wing room. I think for us, I mean, the direction that I want to go is at least a 4 or 5 to pair alongside a guy like Wembanyama, and I don't think there's something that
You want Jakob Poeltl? Yeah,
I
great.
think he's good. I like what he can do. I think just for this particular team in San Antonio, I'm not necessarily sure I want to move off him. I think I'm a lot more sure with a guy that can get in the draft that probably is a much better defensive bet. So I think actually, now that I consider that, I think I'm good off moving a guy like him. And with
I said okay in a high voice because I was pissed off. I wanted so badly to get, because y'all realize I picked Kaman Malawach at 10. No, wait, 9. Picked Carter Bryant at 10 because I traded for that Nets pick, well, which was previously, I guess, now. Interesting. How many synchronicities with this draft, bro? Kaman Malawach was the 9th pick, but effectively he was a 10th pick. I just ended up picking him 9th before Carter because he's African.
that, I'm probably going to go and select Colin Murray-Boyles at 14 to pair alongside a guy like Wembanyama.
Did you hear that? That's who I wanted. Fuck, I was pissed. No. Damn it.
You're not going to take the top 3, top 5 defenders in this class and just
Again, no. Don't tell me I didn't like Colin Murray-Boyles, dummies.
put him on a team and get the All-NBA first team. We're not doing that. We're not letting you win like this.
I'm just mad because I really wanted him. You know, I really wanted him in OKC,
There we go.
but I was also really worried because, you know, I have a very questionable shooter coming in next year, Nikola Topic. Yeah. So there you go. Okay. I was curious. I was curious to see what my thoughts were 4 days ago. Sometimes, you know, your thoughts are fluid. It's nice to know that 4 days ago I was speaking very well of Colin Murray-Boyles. And it's, you got to evaluate your own shit, man. And I got to say, like, I don't think the Raptors are geniuses when it comes to the draft anymore. I'm going to miss that. Like, I really do think, like, they left someone on the board who's going to be better. I don't know which one of these 3 players picked ahead of him is going to be better, but he's not going to be a bad player. He's going to be a top 10 player. I think he's going to be a top 10 player in this draft for sure. All right. We're out of here, man. This is a 5-hour and 16-minute stream. Thanks a lot to all of you guys who tuned in. We'll have you covered with the second round tomorrow. Hopefully the Raptors get somebody good. Am I feeling super excited? I'm not throwing confetti. I'm not popping champagne. I'm happy. Good luck timestamping. If you think that I'm going to fucking timestamp this video, you're crazy. No, I'm not timestamping this. If you watched it live, it was for you. If you didn't watch it live, I'm sorry to say, you're shit out of luck. All right, peace, guys. I'll talk to y'all later. I will be on the panel tomorrow. I'm sure I'll be getting clowned by everybody. Like, oh, you wanted Carter Bryant. Look, who you got? You got a guy who can't shoot. Well, you know, shut up. All right. And I'm going to be watching a lot of Spurs games this year. I'm going to be real honest about that. I'm going to watch a lot of Spurs games this year. I cannot wait. I cannot wait for this, man. The Spurs are going to be awesome. I'm very, very happy for them. Shit, OKC needs, you know, it's like kind of a great thing to be me right now, in a sense too. Like, yeah, my team did not draft the guy that I really wanted them to draft, sure, but I'm rooting for like 3 teams in the West, and I swear one of them is winning a championship every year for the next 5 years. There's no negative outcomes for me here. And if the Raptors really cooked up with this draft pick and Scottie becomes the superstar that I hope he's going to become, maybe the Raptors will be facing off against Carter Bryant in the finals. Who knows? Maybe that'll happen. I'm going to bookmark this video so that I can come back to it in 3 years when Scottie Barnes is guarding Carter Bryant in the finals. It'll be like, see, told you. Talk to y'all later. Proctor or Kobe Bryant would be fire. I'm not really so sure about Kobe Bryant, I'm going to be honest. I prefer actually Kobe Sanders. Kobe Sanders, Jacoby Walter. We're doing something here. Talk to y'all later. Peace.